Hello, I'm Benwin Bronzebottom, celebrity dwarf and video game enthusiast, and this is my sidekick, Crowy.
Hello.
Quiet, you. I'm here to tell everyone about Idle Champions of the Forgotten Realms. It's a Dungeons & Dragons-based strategy game from Codename Entertainment.
It's a management game with an emphasis on formation strategy, where you assemble parties of legendary heroes and send them on adventures through the Forgotten Realms.
Heroes? Crowy, don't you mean champions?
Players unlock legendary champions of the Forgotten Realms, like Dritz Duerden and the Companions of the Hall, Farida and Havilar from the Brimstone Angels saga, and many more. Assemble the best adventuring party possible based on your formation options, champion abilities, and the obstacles and enemies you face.
Or just smash your mouse button repeatedly like I do and hope for the best.
Each champion has an incredible array of skills and items to let you customize your style and play even further.
Farther. Farther means more distant, further is figurative.
Well, I meant more distant, but figuratively.
That's forther.
Well, customize your style even further, because Idle Champions of the Forgotten Realms is available on all your favorite gaming platforms. Steam for PC and Mac, Web, Epic Game Store, PlayStation 4 and 5, Xbox One, Xbox Series X, Nintendo Switch, iOS tablets, and Android devices.
Well, let me know when it comes to the BlackBerry. I'm not giving up that phone. It's the only keyboard I can use.
I hear it's coming to the smart fridge next spring.
Hey, how's it going? I'm Jason Charles Miller, and today I'm going to be your musical intermission or interlude, if you were. Anyway, I'm going to play some songs that are sort of gaming inspired in between games here. And this is one that I wrote with my friend Amy Vorpal for the show Foreververse, right after we had played a game of 7th Sea. This is called In This Town. In this town, they don't know your name. No one cares, you gotta make your own way. After every word that you say in this town. In this town, people pass you by. They look at the ground before they look you in the eye. You can't tell the truth from a lie in this town. In this town, you learn how to make it alone. In this town, you forget how it feels to be home. In this town, you meet the end of the road. In this town, they'll never let you go. In this town, they'll feed on your fear, show them you're weak and you'll just disappear. Your soul becomes a cheap souvenir. In this town, in this town, you can't get out of back door. Nothing's enough, they'll just keep taking more. You're not the only one keeping score. In this town. In this town, you learn how to make it alone. In this town, you forget how it feels to be home. In this town, you meet the end of the road. In this town, they'll never let you go. Fishes walk south by the sea. Church is over there. Market's in the middle. But my place in this town might always be nowhere. In this town, you learn how to make it alone. In this town, you forget how it feels to be home. In this town, you meet the end of the road. In this town, they'll never let you go. Yeah, cool. This next one, I thought I'd play one. This is on my album Uncountry, and the song is inspired kind of equally by the gold rush of 1849 and the Fellowship of the Ring, when our heroes go to the old forest and have to battle the tree. This is called The River. Waiting down by the river, another day panning for gold. Can't even remember what I got to sell my soul. Well, it's all kind of blurry, can't see through the haze. So I'm down on my knees just praying for better days. Well, I know he wasn't love, and I know he wasn't money. Might as well be religion, 'cause my hair feels kind of funny. And I know he wasn't strength, and I know he wasn't power. 'Cause I'm going down, getting weaker by the hour. Oh, it must have been the river, 'cause it keeps calling me back home, back home. Every ripple's just another memory, every wave's another sweet song. About the years gone by and the tales are right and wrong. So I looked into the world, yeah, I looked down deep. And the goddess looked back and said, "Your soul is hard to keep." Yeah. So I jumped into that shape of cold. There's a man river for my simple soul. As she dropped me to the bottom, I lost my last breath. Then I put him in a stranglehold, and I dug him out and I did not go. And I ripped my spirit from his willing hands. Oh. Oh, you can't trust that river. If it's calling you, you best just walk on by. Walk on by. Kneeling down by the river, crawling away from the shore. Ain't gonna turn my back on the river no more. All right, well, I will be back later. Thank you to Luke Gygax for organizing Founders and Legends. I hope you guys are having a great time. If you like what you heard, I have a show every Monday night on my Twitch channel, which is just Jason Charles Miller. It's called Miller's Music Mondays, and I have new music guests every week, sometimes from mainstream music to everything in between. And then I have a songwriting show on the C&E Games channel for Idle Champions, and that's every Tuesday at 1 p.m. These are both Pacific time, so 7 p.m. Pacific on Monday, 1 p.m. Pacific on Tuesday. Thank you so much. I hope you're enjoying this great day of gaming, and I'll see you soon.
I sat down with Luke Gygax to talk about the legacy of his father, what it was like to grow up in that house while D&D was being created.
I see my father as the driving force behind a revolutionary game and genre that impacted and changed our culture. I don't think that many people know that. And I want to make sure that this this amazingly expanding new audience of gamers who are attracted to 5th edition Dungeons and Dragons because it's so great and playable, that they know about the roots and history of our game and the way my father, as well as all the other folks who were involved in the beginning, whether that's the three Daves, Dave Arneson, Dave Wesley, Dave McGarry, and Jeff Perrin, who were all collaborators in that zeitgeist that kind of brought all the ingredients together. And my dad gathered them up, packaged them, and transmitted that idea to other people so they could replicate it in those first 3 little booklets of original Dungeons and Dragons. I just don't want people to. I want people to be able to trace their roots, their game, back to those origins and understand it a little bit better and gain a little bit of appreciation.
Why do you think D&D had such a massive impact, not only on the game industry but also pop culture at the time?
Well, it caught on at the right time. It's the Vietnam War is just ending. There's a lot of malaise, and what better than to escape from the world into a world of fantasy where you can be a hero and you can change the world that way, and that's exciting. So I think there was something there in that. But what's the critical factors for Dungeons and Dragons is that it was a totally different game. Role-playing games didn't exist. In fact, if I recall correctly, it was a fantasy war game played with miniatures. They didn't even know what the title they were going to call it, and it broke the mold. If you were going to play a war game, it was you're looking back in time on a historical situation generally, and it's prescribed. These are the forces that are there. Here's your commanders. It's not a person that you're playing. You're playing units, or even if you're playing something, it's a fixed character. You're the shoe in the Monopoly board going around. What Dungeons and Dragons did is it said, okay, well, we don't have a board. We don't have a beginning and an end. And oh, by the way, you're going to play a character, and the game can go on one session. You could just have one session, or you could have a game that goes on years. And there's the idea of this referee, who later becomes the dungeon master, is building this world. They're bringing their own fantasy world together. There's these guidelines that are here, but really it's coming from the dungeon master, the referee at that time. That person is going to create this world, and then the other people who are players get to contribute to it, and you kind of weave this fabric of a story that becomes the campaign, that becomes this world that you play in and you share. And I think that was very unique. There's no boundaries, there's no board, there's not a set beginning and ending. What other game had that? I think that's the revolution. I think that's why it appealed to people. And it still does today.
What kind of dungeon master was your dad?
He was a good dungeon master, but I think he was more earlier. He was definitely more. Let's get to the all right. You're down. You're at the beginning of the dungeon. Let's go. And I'm gonna describe things to you. You definitely. Well, I guess I'm taking all this sort of stuff is for granted that this is how everybody did it. I remember reading through B2 recently when I wrote one of the forewords for it for Goodman Games, and they redid it. And I remember reading the instructions on how to run the dungeon was like listening to my dad talk, because I was like, well, wait, this is exactly how he did things. I think he gave advice like, don't let them see the map. Be somewhat vague if they don't know the exact measurements. Keep in mind there could be various things like that. So when you were down there, it was up to you. Part of the game was the exploration portion of it. So you had to figure out this dungeon the design of it, find any areas that looked suspicious. Like maybe, well, why is there this 60 by 60 area that there's no apparent entrance to, but there's a whole bunch of passages all over everywhere else. This kind of stands out. This is atypical. You would have to figure that out and go, okay, maybe there's a secret door there, or, you have to do a little bit of the exploration of the unknown, figure out kind of the puzzle or the rhyme or reason to it, what's hidden down here, because there's going to be things hidden. So that was part of the game. And also, not just throwing the dice, but talking about what you're going to do and describing a technique or a tactic, because there wasn't skills that you could fall back on. So if you wanted to do something, you kind of had to say, well, this is what we're going to do, or you don't really have a skill in this area, but if you can tell me what you're going to do, maybe I'll give you a little bit of a bonus to figure it out. So I think those were some of the parameters that were the expectations that he would have when you were playing. You had to be thinking. You had to be on your toes. You couldn't. You just had to be aware of your surroundings and everything that was going on when you were there. So typically, if you're in a dungeon adventure, you'd be like, okay, you descend down the stairs and you open, you force open the door because you had to roll to open doors because they're all swollen dungeon doors. And then you go, you step out into a 10-foot wide corridor to the east and west. Your torchlight sheds, 20 feet down the passageway in each direction, and you could look around and describe it, but then it would be 10 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet, door to the south, passage continues, west, or whatever the case may be. And you're mapping and figuring it out, and when you defeated a creature, you had to look for the treasure. It wasn't always just, it has, this magic item there. You had to be, it was an investigation. It's the problem solve. It's puzzle. It's solving a puzzle. So that was the expectation. There wasn't a lot of freebies. I guess he was a parsimonious dungeon master. So yeah, when you earned it, when you got something when you were playing with my dad, you earned it. And it felt good. And to lose those items or use them frivolously, you thought about that because you weren't sure if you were going to get just anywhere a potion of whatever it may be, extra healing or flying. You couldn't go buy that stuff. There was no buying magic items. If you wanted to sell magic items, people would buy them from you, and then they'd go disappear and you'd never see them again, right? But yeah, there was no magic store and things like that. So I guess there's old school in that sense a lot of times. Later on, when he was writing for other things other than Dungeons & Dragons things, and the expectation had changed, that folks wanted more a setting and descriptions and things like that. Well, sure, he did that, and he would. It wasn't always my most fun playtests when we were playtesting all the various shops in the bazaar or something like that. It's like, can we get to the no, you gotta check out this part of the merchant sector. Like, oh man, okay, but it adds those more layers and a little bit more of the folks who want the interactions and the shopping and some more of the role playing and talking between the dungeon master and discovering things that way, that sort of stuff. So it evolved over time, but in the early days going through Greyhawk, it was more puzzle solving, problem solving, strategy, figuring it out.
What was it like? What was it like for you to share that with your father? To watch D&D evolve and also to have a one-on-one D&D campaign, as opposed to how a lot of people play, which is in a group. But I run a game for my wife, and that's incredibly fun, and a lot gets done very quickly. Yeah. What was that like growing up?
Well, for me it was normal because that was what my dad did. So I thought it was unusual when I'd go to someone's house and their dad didn't play games and maybe was gruff and was working in the wood shop or downstairs with tools and stuff. I never did any of that. My dad was not a handyman, so that was unusual to me. But it was pretty neat. My dad was my best friend, so I would when I got home from school, sometimes he'd often work from the house and was doing writing or whatever, or he'd come home and he'd continue to work. He had a pretty solid work ethic. He was always writing. He'd be up in the morning, probably about 6 o'clock, grab a cup of coffee, and a lot of times he'd go and start writing on his typewriter, tick, typing away, and then kind of take a break a little bit later and then come back to it, or if he had to go to the office or whatever it was. But I think he was, I think he'd wake up and he'd have some ideas that he'd want to write. And same thing when he'd get back from the office, or if he was there, and I would sit in our study, and it was the 70s, so it was a wood-paneled study with leather-bound books and some comfy overstuffed leather chairs and his desk that he's working at. And I'd be flipping through the Monster Manual or whatever, Fiend Folio maybe even is those things, and or reading the Dungeon Master's Guide and looking at the pictures and reading through, and I'd have a question. Maybe I didn't understand something, and I would ask him a question, and he's typing, and he would ignore me, I would think, and then like 5 minutes later, he would answer my question. I'd be like, "What?" He's like, "Well, you asked me, this specific question. Here's the answer." It was just his train of thought. He was very focused, like laser focused, but he kept that question over here, didn't let it distract him, and then he would answer. But I would sit there for hours pretty much every night looking through stuff and just hanging out, and then sometimes we'd play games. But I did play in larger groups. When we play tested things, they would oftentimes be at our home, like Sajkanth, the Lost Caverns of Sajkanth, S4, I believe. That was fantastic. So that was so big, I did some solo adventure through it, and then with various other people in there, and that was fantastic. We had my friend Jerry Savage. I knew him as Sonny Savage because his dad was also Jerry, but he goes by Jerry now. So Jerry Savage, who's a retired Army officer, ended up it's kind of my inspiration to join the Army, was Sonny, and then now he's a woodworker, and he does all sorts of neat woodwork and special stuff for GaryCon's neat items. But David Kuntz and Richard Kuntz, local guys. Jeff Dolphin, who was just a neighbor kid. So my dad would and sometimes Jim Ward or Francois Frodeval from France, who did the French D&D stuff. Whoever was visiting, he'd bring us all in, and we'd have this diverse group, and we'd go and we'd play test it, and it was a heck of a lot of fun. So yeah, I had a great childhood. Now that I reflect upon it a little bit more, and answering questions like that makes me think about it. But yeah, it was pretty cool. But that was kind of the way it was. So I didn't really know that at the time. That was just my childhood.
Not only growing up in the 80s and seeing that massive popularity of D&D, but now you see this resurgence that's happening right now. What has this experience been like for you? You're like proud of your dad. How would have your dad reacted to all of this?
I'm very proud of my father, and it's I always have been. He was kind of the guy I wanted to. I idolized him a little bit, and I think many children idolize their parents. But I certainly wanted to live up to those things that he'd done. And then you struggle through the teenage years, and it's a little difficult to be a child of somebody who's known for something or very good at something. It can be challenging. So I had to wrestle with those things. I went and did my own activities, and I've kind of come back to gaming later on after he passed away. I realized I'd done a little bit. I've done the Lost City of Gaxmore and a few modules and some small activities in the gaming arena, but I hadn't really done much. But I realized that's something I wanted to do. It's something I think my dad wanted me to do. So I run GaryCon every year in his honor and his memory, and bring people together and my family, and we celebrate his life. And it's a great way to remember him and to make a time that would normally be sad into a time we look forward to and gathering together and sharing camaraderie with people. And so that's been very positive. And I use that, and I write modules for GaryCon. But I don't really publish them. I sell them at GaryCon, but that's a very small distribution of a few hundred. So it's not for financial, it's not a commercial use, but it's more something that he wanted me to write. And I figured, okay, well, I'll do that, and we'll do it at GaryCon. So I'm very proud of my father, and I think that he would be very happy to see that his game that he created all those years ago, the game that he was so driven to create, that he believed in so much, that he got together with his best friend Don Kay, who took a loan against his life insurance for $1,000 in order to have the money to publish Dungeons and Dragons. that game is still going over 40 years later, and it doesn't just have, he didn't sell 10,000 copies, which he was pretty excited about, like, hey, I might sell 10,000 copies of this. This is a great game. It sold millions, and it's brought endless hours of joy to people, and I think had a positive impact on thousands and thousands of people throughout the world. So yeah, that's pretty cool.
Thank you, Luke, for being on D&D Beyond. I'm Todd Kenrick, your host. Thank you so much for watching.
The scent of sulfur is thick in your nostrils. The stalactites shudder above you as the huge red dragon beast rises from its pile of golden treasure. Something you can only describe as a grin splits its elongated head. Enormous teeth glittering in the dull amber glow from the lava pools. You ready your weapons as it prepares itself to strike. Roll for initiative. Battle is about to be joined. Epic encounters. Turn your RPG up to 11.
I have been playing D&D my entire life, but now we are seeing D&D is having a new resurgence. I spoke with the staff at Wizards of the Coast about why this is happening right now.
Dungeons and Dragons provides two fundamental human needs.
We, ever since, we were primitive sitting around campfires, we've been telling stories to each other and listening to each other tell stories to each other.
Humans have always been storytellers, sitting around the campfire doing that. We want to tell stories, and this gives us a framework.
There's really nothing out there that can perfectly emulate it digitally.
Whether we like it or not, we crave human interaction. We're not all very good at it, and a lot of people need some help. And Dungeons and Dragons gives you this safe environment to communicate when you're not necessarily the best communicator. And so it fills these needs for people who maybe are having anxieties over it.
Storytelling is complicated. It requires intuition and improvisation when you're doing it orally. And when it's shared storytelling and the players are contributing to the story, there's a sense that you don't really know where the story's going to go. That's a wondrous thing to see this story evolve in the moment, in live time. It's like watching The Lord of the Rings. If The Lord of the Rings didn't have a script and the actors were just in the world reacting to real situations, you don't know where it's going to go and you don't know how it's going to end. Those things are decided by the players and the DM in the moment or by the fate of the dice, and that is compelling. D&D's resurgence, I sort of attribute to two big things, neither of which is me. One is the people who grew up playing earlier editions of the game are now in very influential positions and are sort of the leaders of cultural movements now in the world. They're running companies that are driving game experiences that are getting out there to millions upon millions of fans. There are people who work at Blizzard, there are people who work at Cryptic, there are people who work at BioWare and in Hollywood.
A couple of years ago, we celebrated our 40th anniversary. And with that, we really re-energized and recharged Dungeons and Dragons and started telling these really big annual stories set in the Forgotten Realms.
A theme that we embraced in our work on the system for 5th edition was finding what's best, not only in 3rd and 4th edition, but also 1st and 2nd edition, and also basic D&D.
With the advent of technology now, shows like Critical Role, which is on Twitch, have demystified the game. The live games that we do at the PAX shows have demystified the game and shown that D&D is, above and beyond anything else, entertainment. And the barriers to entry don't seem as high anymore.
My favorite thing I've ever read about Dungeons and Dragons was a mom who wrote this op-ed piece about how Dungeons and Dragons taught her how to communicate with her autistic son. Because it taught her the framework and gave her son boundaries. And for the first time ever, they were able to sit down for a couple hours and really communicate back and forth. And Dungeons and Dragons enabled that. And I think when you have something that is so special and touches people on such an emotional level, it's always going to be popular. And I think right now people are just craving more and more of that connection with other people. But at the heart of Dungeons and Dragons now in this generation, it's really just storytelling, these big epic adventures, and how friends are going on and being successful together, and the stories and the memories that you form doing this, and also the bonds of friendship that kind of get formed along the way.
We have done it! 5 years of planning and thinking before the dream finally came true. A team of 12 dedicated professional developers and internet marketers who desperately love board games put in 17 months of hard work. And now, we are proud to present to you Tabletopia, the digital platform to publish and play any kind of board games. It is the most sophisticated virtual table in terms of functionality, aesthetics, and usability. We integrated everything that was conceivable to recreate the feeling of playing on a real table. And at the same time, we implemented a lot of tools to facilitate playing life hacks. Setting up the game, dealing cards, shuffling decks, etc. takes only a fraction of a second. And the same holds true for creating your very own game. It takes only a couple of seconds to create any game objects from standard print version graphics. Just drag and drop your files, borrow whatever else will be necessary from our extensive library of free game objects and place them on the table. Your game is ready. And now, play test, demonstrate your game, make videos, or even earn money with your game. Tabletopia is a full-scale ecosystem for publishing digital versions of board games. But of course, the main focus of our project is to allow players around the world to play remotely with their friends or find worthy opponents here. And we are speaking about literally thousands of games and their variations. Many leading publishers and game authors have joined us already, and from day one, you will be able to play many popular games. But this is only the beginning. Ahead of us are a lot of new cool system features, new games, and millions of hours of fun. So stay tuned, subscribe to our newsfeed, and be ready to jump in. Tabletopia, where board games go digital.
Given the tremendous impact of D&D, there's a little bit of pressure when it comes to maintaining the legacy of D&D and also inviting new audiences to experience our favorite hobby. I spoke with Kate Welch, Jeremy Crawford, and Mike Merles about that responsibility.
The job I have is essentially answering the question of like, okay, you have this thing that's existed for more than 40 years, and how do you keep it going into the future? And the way I think of it is, it's easy to fall into sort of, I see it as a trap, of thinking of it as like, I'm a museum curator. We have this thing, Dungeons and Dragons. And what we want to do is put it on display the way it was, and put it behind glass, and preserve it, and never let it change, because that's what it is, and that's what it should always be. And I think that's really the opposite of what I want to do. When I think of that sort of caretaker responsibility, I think of it a lot more like there's this playground called Dungeons and Dragons that people have been coming to have fun with their friends for years. But the people coming are going to change. Every generation has its own likes, dislikes, what they're dealing with. And so that playground has to remain relevant, but it has to remain Dungeons and Dragons.
In the last couple of years, D&D has made its presence so strong and so known in my life and in the lives of so many people. You know, the popularity of D&D has been tremendous in the last couple of years, and I feel like I am sort of an exemplary individual of that rise. Not that I'm exceptional, but that I'm a wonderful example of what D&D has brought into its fold in recent years. And anybody who's a D&D fan can tell you stories about how positively it's impacted them and the kinds of things that have changed in their lives as a result of Dungeons and Dragons. And I felt that very strongly too, and happened to have the right combination of skills and luck to be able to make it my job.
D&D is infinitely expandable because of that core nature, that it's a storytelling platform. Anything within its high fantasy framework is really possible. And so for us, often the question isn't, how can we expand, but in which ways are we not going to expand? Because the danger could be that we expand so far with the design of the game, layering on rules, giving you, a bajillion new options, etc., that we could get to the point where everyone loses sight of what's that core experience. Why did we come to D&D in the first place? Why do we keep coming back to D&D? Why does it forge so many friendships when people gather around the D&D table? So for us, often the question is, all right, we have these 20 directions we could go in. We need to pick just a couple of them. Which ones?
So it's all about what are the fundamental things that speak to us as humans that this game fulfills, that cross boundaries of generation, not just generations, but gender and culture and all that stuff.
You always want to be able to retain old players and make sure that they have the content that makes them interested in staying, while also recruiting new players, attracting new players. So there's this balancing act that exists. But unlike in video games, the swath between old players and new players is pretty much as wide as you can imagine it. The people of all ages and all races and all backgrounds are playing Dungeons and Dragons now. And so you have such a huge crowd of people that you want to try to appeal to. And in addition, you want to try to get the new people who've never tried it themselves before. So there's a lot.
This is not a lot of pressure.
No, there's a considerable amount of pressure, but it's also such an honor to be able to be one of the people that's trusted with the stewardship of this. And it really is a stewardship. It's not I'm not coming in to try to make new Dungeons and Dragons. I'm not coming in to try to wreck what's already good. It's very much you are entrusted with a responsibility to keep the game as good as it has been, while also trying to make it better. And it's a lot, but it's wonderful.
People like D&D because we know they like feeling empowered. So how can you take that concept and make it something that's more empowering, gives you more forward momentum? To make Mordenkainen not only a character that you might interact with, but think you might follow in his footsteps. He's got an agenda that he's going to go out and enact that you could react to. So this idea that it isn't enough just to sit back and passively hope things get balanced. It's you have a specific threat that you think is going to come to pass if the balance is put out of whack. And you are now going to go out because you believe this great tragedy that might befall the cosmos if the balance is violated. And you're going to go out and with extreme prejudice take out anything that might threaten the balance. Because literally the cosmos is at stake. And then hopefully that's something people can relate, can think of in terms of fantasy or the stakes in the world, with politics being so divisive. And even though like the Cold War is over and all that stuff, it still feels like, we're always just on the brink of catastrophe. Playing into that, because that's what this generation's grown up with. That's what they've seen. And giving them threats and motivations that make sense to the character, always thinking of the character, why they do things, and building something that's internally consistent. The mind flayers. It used to be, especially in the early days of fantasy, there's a real sense of mystery. And I think that people still want a sense of wonder, but I don't think they necessarily want it from a sense of mystery. I think they want it from a sense now, especially because of video games and movies can now show us these worlds. I think they seek it more in the sense of scope and majesty, rather than no one really knows how this works. I think that's sort of played out. I think that's another area where you've seen this kind of change from mind flayers going from being just mysterious to now having this past that casts them as these horrible villains, but who in their minds would tell you, no, we're the victims. We were the ones who were defeated by our slaves. Oh, poor us, right? Like, that that's wrong, but it's how they see it, right? And building out these things that are more painted in grays rather than just absolutes, that are more about the sense of wonder the mind flayer evokes isn't the sense of you don't know what it is and who can know, but the sense that they are thousands of years old. They're a relic from a time we can't even comprehend within D&D. And they have these plans that are horrid but are vast in scope. And using that to build more, inspire that sense of wonder, inspire creativity. More of that, enough to then spark what you will now take as your next step, the adventure that you're going to feature a mind flayer as the main villain or whatnot.
Thank you, Mike Merles, Jeremy Crawford, and Kate Welch for talking about the stewardship of D&D. I'm Todd Kenrick, your host. Thank you for watching.
You have heard tell of a kobold queen with visions of a world made new in fire and rage. Driven by prophecy, she has filled her followers with the raging passion of her cause. Now, you step forth into her burning realm. Dark shapes move among the rising embers. Thick-skinned beasts belch gouts of fire. It's an ambush! Roll for initiative. Battle is about to commence. epic encounters. Turn your RPG up to 11.
I spoke with several people on the D&D team about where they got their start and what it's like to be shepherding D&D and see it evolve.
Since the launch of 5th edition, we've done a number of stories now, and what I try to do with each story is to take something that has been in D&D lore, that is part of D&D's history and past, and bring it forward.
Not speaking specifically to Dragonlance, but the future of other realms is we're always being very thoughtful about how we bring in other settings or other realms. It is a big connected inner universe. We're always listening to the fans. We know which ones are the most popular, and we intend to be as thoughtful and deliberate about the other settings as we have been with Forgotten Realms.
So in the case of the Giants story, for 5th edition, we found in ancient lore from an old book called Giant Craft, this idea of an ordning. It's sort of like the structure of giant society. And in Storm King's Thunder, the basic story is, well, what happens if that ordning is shattered? And the giants basically have to go out into the world and earn the respect and favor of their gods to create a whole new ordning. And what that does to the small folk of the world when the giants are stomping around doing all kinds of bad stuff.
Every book we release is a challenge because we're always learning something new each time, and we're running into different problems every single time, but we're finding solutions, so we're getting faster and better.
My cousin, who was much older, he was like 24, and he and his friends were at the dining room table playing Dungeons and Dragons, and it was the first time that I'd ever seen it played, and they'd been playing for years. And so I just watched over their shoulders and just thought, like, how cool and how crazy it is, all this cool stuff they're doing. And my mind just kept spinning on all the different characters that I wanted to make and all the different cool weapons and magic items they had and how I wanted to do it. And shortly thereafter, I weaseled my way into the table, and my cousin started letting me play with them.
I would basically volunteer and help the magazine staff pour through the magazine submission slush piles and kind of help them clear the decks. And so they got to know me. They kind of got to know my professionalism, and I got to know what they wanted. And eventually, TSR was bought by Wizards of the Coast in 1997, and a position opened up, and one of the first people they thought of was me. So they offered me a job. I came out west, and after fighting with the American border guards to get across, I landed here and have been here for the past 19 and a half years.
Some of I think personally, the most exciting thing about working on these books is kind of the end, when we start, like crunching and we start getting everything together, and it just starts piecing together the art, the layout, the content. Like even as I'm reading through the content itself, when I'm just supposed to be laying everything out, it's just so amazing, and it's such a good feeling because you get this rush, like I can't wait for everybody to see this, because so much time and effort from everybody inside the building, outside of the building has put into this. And that's the most thrilling part, I think, when we're starting to do that final pass on it, and then Jeremy and Kate are looking it over, and I'm like, yes.
The math of game design is wedded to storytelling, is wedded to art, is wedded to beautiful layout, and it's when all those things come together and are sort of singing together, that's when I get most excited, because that really gets at what's special about D&D, is it's a little bit of all of these things working together, and toss in, people joking around and eating bad snacks, all of that, from sort of the heroic and the highfalutin to the low and the ridiculous.
For those that do not know, and they crack open these books, and we've discussed this before, but it's kind of unique to, you've got a character that's very famous, Melf, who has several spells named after this character for some very specific reasons. And we also have Mordenkainen. Is it true that Mordenkainen is effectively your father's character?
Yes, Mordenkainen was my dad's character. He named him after Väinämöinen from Finnish mythology as a wizard, and that's how he came up with that. So most people were playing fighters, and my dad wanted to be a wizard and cast, weave arcane magics and control the world that way. So instead of being Conan.
Did you ever get to play as Melf with your father playing Mordenkainen?
Mordenkainen was an NPC that I interacted with a whole bunch because Melf worked for as a member of the Red Rampart Guard. He was worked for Mordenkainen, helping him. Even though Melf was goodly and Mordenkainen was neutral, he believed in maintaining the balance, and so I could see the utility of that. And in a world such as Greathawk, where evil had advantage in many areas, the people who were seeking a balance were often working on the side of good. So I found a way to be able to ally with Mordenkainen and advance his efforts, as long as they aligned with where Melf was going with being good. Melf was really a goody two shoes, and he felt very self-important about advancing good and how important he was to this cause. So he had a big ego.
I mean, Mordenkainen kind of strikes me as very much the dungeon master NPC, right? This is someone who's sort of neutral, but causing you to get into trouble, the quest giver, right?
Yes.
And Melf being the hero in all of this. What has it been like for Melf to show up and you can continue to play this character for almost 45 years with, celebrities, friends, people you would never think you would have maybe ever met, and for you have this so many years invested in a single character? What is that like? You have spells and
it's really an honor.
Very smart reason for those spells, by the way.
yeah, we have talked about those before. But yeah, that's playing Melf is just he was my home character with my dad, so it's a lot of great memories there, and I have learned to appreciate Melf and capabilities in different ways as I have matured, right? I started playing him as a kid, right? So now as an adult, I see different facets and different ways to implement his skill sets, and maybe not always be neutral greedy, instead of NG, my abbreviation was neutral greedy. I was pretty, I was definitely a treasure seeker. I wanted to get that power so I could defeat bad guys more so. It's a little bit more nuanced play, but what an honor to be able to sit at the table with, all these folks and help create some really wonderful adventures, some super high quality DMs and just great story arcs. So I've enjoyed the ride, and I hope I get to continue doing so for many years to come.
Thank you, Luke Gygax, for being on the show. We have more interviews with him coming up later. If you'd like to support more D&D videos like this, go to my Patreon page or just subscribe on YouTube. Thank you so much for watching.
Hey, how's it going? I'm Jason Charles Miller, and I'm back again as your intermission music, I suppose. So go to the bathroom. It's fine. Just turn up the volume so you can hear me when you're in there. Anyway, go get a snack or something before the next game. I'm going to play some sort of game-inspired songs that I've written or co-written over the years. And this one especially ties in with today because this was written in a hotel room at GaryCon last year with my friend Christopher Lindsay. And this is called Hey Dungeon Lady. It's for our favorite DM. Demons walk the halls, you got so close. What happens when they're gone? Traps were laid and glyphs were cast until clever road came along. I've been all across this dark land looking for the reason I still stand. Do I fit into your plan? Hey, dungeon lady, won't you let me in? one more for you guys. Let me grab my notes. A couple years ago, I was on a show on Geek and Sundry called Foreververse, and Amy Vorpal, another songwriter, was on the show with me. So we wrote one song together, and then we just inspired each other to get together and write a new song every week about what happened on the show the week before that. And the show was an RPG show. We just decided to write songs about it. So I think just to keep our chops up, or our songwriting chops. Anyway, this is a song we wrote after we played an intense session of Werewolf, DM'd by Mr. Ivan Van Norman. This one is called The Rage Within. There's only one way to survive. All the demons feeding on your sins, it'll tear you up inside. Wicked evil rage within. You try to kill it, pierce before you fall. But it's the only reason you have a life at all. The rage within, feel it sinking in. The rage within, say goodbye to what you've been. Everyone's an enemy. You can't recognize your friends, so you show them all the end with the rage within. Demons taking hold, you're a victim of a parasite, the possession of your soul, overflowing with the will to fight. It'll choke you till you're bleeding, you can't breathe. Bare your teeth and red's the only color that you see. The rage within, feel it sinking in. The rage within, say goodbye to what you've been. Everyone's an enemy. You can't recognize your friends, so you show them all the end with the rage within. Feel it sinking in. The rage within, say goodbye to what you've been. Everyone's an enemy. You can't recognize your friends, so you show them all the end with the rage within. All right, thank you very much. Thanks to Luke Gygax for organizing these great games and days.
Siehst du irgendwo bei OBS denn einen Ausschlag vom Sound von uns?
Okay. Okay.
Cool, jetzt höre ich mich selber. Wir sollten Sound haben. We should have sound.
Yes. Let's go back into the stream. Okay. All right. Okay, I think we're back, and I hope you can hear us this time. We're so sorry that you didn't
Just
hear us.
professionals, just professionals. Right.
Exactly. Perfect. Thanks for being with us today. We're so excited to be part of GaryCon. Hello from Europe.
Hello.
I'm here together with Jens, who is an expert in the role-playing community here.
Some
and
say,
we
some
are so
say.
excited to be talking to you today. Hi, Jens.
Hi, Ross. I'm really excited to be here at this great Gary Gygax celebration and to be part of the global role-playing game movement. This is really exciting, and I really love it.
Yeah, me too. And it's still morning here in Germany, so
Yeah.
we're still waking up.
It's
As you can
just to
see,
tell you guys out there, this is a time where ordinary role-playing gamers are stopping their gaming because they want to go to bed, and now we are up. This is totally out of our comfort zone. Totally.
basically, we just ended our game.
Yeah.
But that's fine. We love to be part
I
of this.
still want to have my XP from you, so remember that.
You have to wait. You have to wait.
Ah.
XP tomorrow. But we actually wanted to play a round of Jovial Joust with you guys.
Cool.
But that means we need volunteers to play. And if we don't find volunteers, you'll just have to watch us talk all day. And then you can't watch a game.
Oh my gosh.
What we have prepared for you is actually a game of trivia, of gaming trivia. So anyone who wants to play can go to our Discord server. And I'm going to post that in the chat. And sign up. Basically, if we have enough people, maybe 2, 3, or 4, it would be great to have 4 people, 2 on each team, or even 6 people, which makes 3 on each team. If you come to us, go to the registration room and tell us, hey, I want to play, then you are in, and then we play a trivia game. If you're not, if we don't get enough players there, then we'll just keep talking.
How about explaining people what they are expecting in Jovial Joust?
Good idea.
So maybe then they would be more willing to join, and we don't have to force them, and we will force you.
They might be more afraid too. So I will quickly explain it. Jovial Joust is actually a trivia game, a jousting game. It's actually a team game, team 1 against team 2, and it's played in 3 rounds, 3 questions in each round. And the first 2 rounds are actually matches of what we call obscure knowledge. So the obscure gaming knowledge that only a total gaming geek would know. The thing is, every team gets to choose an area of obscure knowledge that they are familiar with, or hopefully familiar with, and that the other team hopefully doesn't know. So if you think the other team has never played Spelljammer, for instance, you could choose Spelljammer as your area of obscure knowledge. And then the game starts, and you get your first question. You have multiple choice answers. Basically, you get to choose 1 of 4. And so does the other team. And you get to enjoy, your great knowledge of this topic while watching the enemy team, despair because they will never have heard of this obscure knowledge area. But then, unfortunately, when you play the second round, it's the other way around, and you kind of have to. You have the disadvantage. The enemy team has the advantage. And then in the third round, that's usually the decisive round, where you need to guess like a certain person, a certain game, a certain monster, or something like that, and you get hints, and whoever is the fastest wins that round. And we'll see if enough people sign up. Aha! I can already see that we have people here.
Yeah, there's one people came in.
Yeah, one person is not enough. So
He's from
from
Great Britain, so welcome Great Britain.
Exactly.
To be precisely, he wrote that he's from England.
Mhm.
Hey Maud,
You're
welcome.
early too.
Welcome. Yeah, sorry about Brexit. Not your fault, I think.
Hopefully.
We love you either, so no problem.
Okay.
Then till we have enough people, let's just talk about what's role playing in Europe. I think there are some American guys out there, never been to Europe. Yeah, and we have an English guy who's now no longer in Europe. Sorry for that. So maybe we talk about the European role playing scene.
Absolutely. Let's talk about that while we are waiting for more guests to arrive. So, do you want to start? What can you tell us about the role playing scene in Europe?
What can I tell? I can tell mostly
Let's start with
about
Germany, Jens.
Yeah, I can I have a quite deep knowledge about role playing in Germany. So we say that in Germany alone, we consider to be about 300,000 role playing gamers, roundabout. So, which is quite a big scene in Germany.
Right. That sounds like a lot, but where are they? I never see them.
Yeah, you don't see them at one place. I think this must be because German role players are uh, quite and they like it cozy, so they mostly stay at home. What helps in Corona times, but yeah, they like to stay at home. But if you look at numbers, how many books are sold and things like that, then you see that there are around about somewhere between 280,000 and 300,000 role plays in Germany. We have a living convention scene like Gary Con. We don't have something so special like Gen Con in Germany, but we have conventions. Um, uh, there's a question. Tabletop RPG. There are much more people playing MMORPG. There are much more people. There has recently been scientific research from a girl who finished her studies in social studies, and she made a survey on role playing in Germany. And what we can see that the most played game in Germany is D&D, with a small ahead to second place. But most of German people in Germany play D&D. On second place, we have the Dark Eye, which is I think, not the oldest, but the second oldest and biggest German origin role-playing game. The oldest was Midgard, which is a bit older, but on it started 1985 in Düsseldorf. There started the Dark Eye, which is called Das Schwarze Auge in Germany. And it was founded in a very small shop of 3 people. And what they wanted first is to bring D&D to Germany. But they wanted to write their own stuff for D&D. And this was a bit of a problem. So they said, well, we have so many ideas, so we start our own German origined role playing game, which happens to be The Dark Eye. And then there is on third place, if I remember correctly, a very strong community of Cthulhu role playing game. This is also very strong. And then there's Vampire and Shadowrun, and these are the biggest role-playing games, these 5 ones. But there are many, many more role-playing games played in Germany and other than the rest of the world where D&D is really, really big, and I think in the US, 90% of the role players are playing D&D. The role-playing community in Germany is much more diverse. So we play lots of different games.
Right, and so is the European role-playing community. Actually, we have a lot of small-scale publishers in Europe that are quite successful and have found their niche market.
Yeah.
Some of them have grown quite big, actually. For instance, there's a lot of gaming stuff coming out of Sweden.
Oh, yes.
You know, like the recent publications of Symbaroum, for instance. And we have the designer of that game here tomorrow as our guest. Actually, we are really looking forward to that.
Yeah, not only Symbaroum, they it's Free League, and they do so many more games, cool stuff like
Exactly. Free
Alien.
League is extremely active.
Yeah.
We have other publishers. For instance, in France, we have some very active publishers as well. Unfortunately, they mostly have not really been that successful in the rest of Europe. But in France, they are pretty big, and they've also had some minor successes in the US, actually, in the US market. And we have a very active scene in Italy as well, with many small-scale publishers, which is really exciting. So I would say the gaming community in Europe is really fractured. Of course, I forgot the UK. Of course, we have, like in the UK, it's a little different. In the UK, we actually have some publishers that manage to be quite successful worldwide. Of course, and we also have big ones there. I mean, Games Workshop, for instance.
Yeah.
It's a giant. Absolutely.
And a worldwide giant coming out of Great Britain. So
yeah. So that's what the role playing scene looks like. It's mostly small independent publishers. There are a lot of people in the role playing scene that really enjoy these niche market products, and that's why it's so colorful and so diverse, and it's kind of interesting. You could basically play a different game every day for a whole year quite easily. And if you go to some of the bigger events, like the Essen board game fair, when it takes place, and it's not only virtual like last year, you will actually be able to find a lot of these small scale publishers, and it's quite interesting. And they change every year because Essen is expensive. So, you know, as a small scale publisher, you're not able to go there every year. So, you know, the scene changes a lot. It's
Right.
constantly in motion.
Yeah, but there are some big players crystallizing out of the mass. So in France, I would say there are Black Book editions that are really big in France. They have the best role playing stream in Europe. So it's called Roll and Play, and really interesting story. They started with a really small studio in their location, and then it went bigger and bigger, and they already got their game master doing their streams has recently gotten a a TV show. He's gotten so famous through his role-playing stream that he now hosts a TV show. And the story of their stream is written by, they call it the French big guy, because he does horror, and he writes horror books, and he's really, really famous in France. And he does the story for their game. And they've got on every stream they do, they have about 20 to 30,000 viewers, which is nothing compared to Critical Role, of course. But they do it in French, and there are much more people talking English and are able to listen to Matt Mercer and his fabulous game mastering than there are people talking French. So they are really, really successful with what they do. Then there is the big player in Europe, I would say, which is Ulysses. They are really big.
The big player in Germany, I would say, not in Europe.
Yeah, in Europe, it's still. Who would you say is the big player in Europe?
The biggest one in Europe is Games Workshop.
Yeah, but if talking about role-playing companies,
Even role-playing,
you must give Ulysses the favor that Games Workshop is a miniature company in its core. Yes, they also do role-playing, and they do computer games and all this stuff, but in their DNA, in their core, they are a miniature company. And talking about just role-playing, then I would say, yeah, they rank same. Because the Dark Eye I told of is translated to Italian, to French, to Spanish, English, Polish, Russia. I think Cubicle 7 is making the RPG sector of Games Workshop, I think. Does Games Workshop do any role-playing game right now? I think
they have passed it all off to Cubicle 7. But,
Mort in the chat is just saying that Cubicle 7 is doing all their role-playing game right now.
Yes.
Which I love. The Warhammer Fantasy, the 5th edition starter set. The starter set is... Yeah?
Right. Cubicle 7 is quite big now. They have
it is.
And I would even say even Cubicle 7 is probably bigger than Ulysses now.
Possible. I don't know numbers.
I'm pretty sure they are outselling Ulysses because they have a much bigger international market and lots of products there. But for what Ulysses does, it's quite amazing, and it's quite a success story what they've done actually, and they are definitely one of the bigger ones. Even though when we say bigger, it does not compare in any way to the big companies in the US.
No, not at all.
To them, they are dwarfs.
Yeah, but I am Team Dwarf, so you're Team Elf. I am Team Dwarf.
Show us your shirt.
Wait a minute. Wait a second.
Yes, that's Team Dwarf, right? But here I'm not. I'm Team Elf. Clearly. Right.
Totally lost my headphones on that.
Yeah, comment in the chat. Cool shirts. Thank you very much. Those are our Dreieichkon shirts. We are actually hosting a convention here in Germany every November. And we have started a partnership with GaryCon. So they were at our convention in a night chat. And they invited us to basically fill their night with some European gaming action. And that's how this all fits together.
There's a question. There's a question in the chat.
Yeah.
There's a question. I feel like it makes fun of. It's about Warhammer Fantasy and the world. I feel like it makes fun of the German a little with the pseudo-German names and words. How does that translate? So that is a question in the chat. And
Actually, so how does that translate? Good question.
yeah.
But first of all, let me say that I think German role players are extremely easygoing. So if they're making fun of German in some way, most role players here in Germany would find that very funny and laugh about it
Yeah.
too.
I had a chat to Andy Law about that topic
Mhm.
recently. I think last year we talked about that. And when they did the 5th edition, due to our time of diversity and don't want to step on toes and things like that, they had a discussion about should they change that? Should they change the names? But they luckily decided to keep these German sounding names. Sometimes they are just German sounding, and sometimes it's really German words. And what I can tell you, Maud, is that we German players consider these names in Warhammer a very, very funny thing. Um, there is there is one evil guy in the Warhammer world who is a legend, one of the most evil guys in the Warhammer world called Zahnarzt the Bodiless, which is just translated Dentist the Bodiless. And this is when we hear this in German, we can't stop laughing about that, but in a positive way. And I really, really like that we have this sound of Kaiser Ferdinand, who is the reign of all the lands and this. I think there are no German guys who think this is bad. And
Well, yes, the the people who actually have to translate that stuff, for them it's a horror because when you actually translate the modules into German, it how do you do that? I mean, it does, like, if you just keep the German names, it
they
loses.
kept it. But they kept it. They kept all the names. They kept it like they are because they are already classics. So this
that's,
is
that's true, but I mean, it's not. If everything is in German, the names are not funny anymore. They're just weird, and that's for translation, it's really difficult. And
yeah, it is.
so in English, it's pretty funny actually.
Yeah, it's really funny. Zahnarzt the Bodiless, Soldat Schwerwaffe, which is who is also part of the of the Warhammer world that is translated soldier heavy weapon. Yeah, I'm totally in love with that. Great.
Okay, more questions here.
Yeah, question. What do you fellas think of Caleb from Critical Role and his accent? Yeah, again, I think that's the same thing. Because Caleb is what's the name of the actor of Caleb?
I can't think of that.
Is it Talasian? Is Talasian playing Caleb?
Someone will tell us.
Someone will tell us, I think. I totally like it, and I think he does a really good German accent. What is very funny if he actually is using German words. So sometimes the player is using German words to deepen his character play. I like it, and there are also in this group there. Liam O'Brien is it right? Thank you, Cider. Baston Cider. Thank you for that. Yeah, there's also Russian accent and all this stuff, and I think this belongs to role playing game. I sometimes do Hungarian accents or Italian accents when I GM. So
it's part of it. I mean, that's why we are role players. You know, we try to be someone different.
yeah,
Absolutely, I agree.
but only use accent you are able to do. Don't and this is what is good about Liam. He doesn't make the German accent ridiculous. He doesn't overplay it. He uses this accent because he can, and this is appreciated totally.
Right. So.
Still not many people there, and I think we lost my co-moderator Ras right now. But I will just keep on talking. I will keep on talking and keep you entertained. I hope so. Yeah, I can say that Critical Role is really a big thing also here in Germany. It brought a totally new aspect to role-playing games. Hey, Ras, back again.
I got kicked out. Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
It wasn't me. I just
right.
kept talking and talking and talking.
I have my eye on you, sir. You're Team Dwarf. I don't trust dwarves. Yeah.
You don't trust us, but you are using these magic things. So don't tell anything. Don't tell a dwarf something about trust and honesty.
All right. Go ahead. You were talking about Critical Role?
Yeah, because the chat brought this theme up. They brought something really new to role-playing game, and I think they are the origin of the current ongoing RPG hype. They just started this hype because they brought role-playing game to people never heard of it before. And there's one interesting thing. Right now, there are people starting in this hobby, just going in. And if you ask these people, do you do role-playing games? Then they say, no, I don't know anything about this. But if you ask these people, do you play D&D? They say yes. So for these new players coming through Critical Role, D&D and role-playing game are synonym. So they are just the same, but they not yet encountered other games than D&D, which is, and I'm sorry for them because there are so many worlds out there, great worlds.
But actually, I think it's great that there's a big game like D&D out there because I think only a big game is able to really pull these people in, and then it's up to the gaming community to introduce these people to other games and to give them more variety. At some point, I think if they're really starting to play games, then at some point they will find other games and they will try out different things, and they will see that the world of gaming is so much richer than just one big game.
Yeah, it's a cosm full of worlds. So what's your favorite role-playing game, Ras?
My what?
Your favorite role-playing game.
My favorite role-playing game.
What's your favorite world?
That's different. That's a difficult question.
Tough one, I know.
When I was little, I was off. I was also introduced to the Dark Eye, but I never really got into that so deeply because it defines everything for you. Basically, in that world, everything is defined. Every little village is defined, and I hated that because I'm a role player who loves being creative. I love creating worlds. I love creating epic stories and everything. And So I always felt very boxed in when it came to the Dark Eye.
Okay.
I've always loved Dungeons and Dragons. Even the old editions that from from my point today were not that elegant. I played AD&D and AD&D Second Edition when I was little, but I loved it. It was a wonderful experience of discovery, and I actually. Well, it took me all the way to Wizards of the Coast. I worked for Wizards of the Coast for 7 years back when
I'm not even a bit jealous.
when third edition came out, and I really loved how third edition redefined
Mhm.
how rule systems could work, and I loved the open gaming license, and I loved that there so many small scale publishers sprang up and could now add their creativity to the whole
Right.
ecosystem, so to speak. And I think that was one of the best things that ever happened to role-playing games, publishing this under the open gaming license. And
Yeah.
this approach worked extremely well, and so many people didn't believe in it. But well, Ryan Dancy was the primary guy who had this.
So once again, I don't hear you. I have no sound of Ras.
Pretty much in the 20 system that was defined by third edition back in those days.
Okay.
I would not say it's my favorite because it's so diverse, and I love diversity. I love changing things. I love building my own stuff, but I love what the system did to the gaming community, and I love how it made everything possible and how it made such a big variety possible. And
Right.
that. So in that case, so that would be my answer, I guess. But of course, I'm also actively building my own system. We've just started a really big project with Dragon Legion, and what we are doing is we are trying to build a system.
So I think we have a small problem with Ras
stay
stream again. Ras, would you
And,
repeat
our
the
intention
last thing? Would you repeat the last thing? You have timeouts over and over again. Sorry to say that.
Our own system. And
Okay.
what we want to do is we want to.
Maybe Ras should reconnect his stream because he's got sound and picture timeouts over and over again. But we are working on that, people. So I think
I'll reconnect. You take over.
I take over. Okay, and I'm going to the questions in the chat again. So I talk to you guys out there. Maud, I really love that you are so active in the chat here. So the question is about the Dark Eye and if it's really setting heavy. The Dark Eye, as I said, was founded in 1984, and from then on, it developed. It developed big because it was community developed. There were lots of players who were able to input their private rounds to the official background of the Dark Eye. And so every small barony, every small city, every village had a player behind it, a player who just brought in some informations to the world of Aventuria. And this led to something we call a developing world in role-playing game, or living world. And Aventuria is a living world, developing over and over again. NSCs changing every time. There are new emperors, all things like this. And this is why we say Ras said that every small city is described in the Dark Eye. I would go further. I would say that every bus stop on every road has a description somewhere. So there are no white areas on the map of Aventuria somewhere. Everything is described. And this is a blessing and a curse for role-playing games. In D&D, with the open game license and the possibility to build your own world as a GM and as a group, you are very free to play. But you have not so many guidelines except the rules. In The Dark Eye, everything's prepared for you. And this is why there are so many prepared adventures out there you can buy. And yeah, as I said, it's blessing and curse at the same time. I loved The Dark Eye when I was younger, because I loved to explore a world that is already there. Nowadays, I'm not so much a fan of a game that puts me in a box. As Ras, and you're back again. Welcome back. Yeah, I hear you. As you said, Ras, that there are really strong boundaries in this game, and you have to like that. So, yeah. So you're back again, but without
I
sound.
always feel like it's a very, very, very German approach to role playing. So people
it
in
is.
Germany love a lot of structure and stuff, and I think that's why the game is so popular here.
It's the most cozy role-playing game. Most cozy role-playing game in the world.
All right, but so let me ask you, what's your favorite game then?
My favorite game, it changes from time to time. So I'm a bit of a hopper in role-playing games. Right now, I think that my favorites are the games of Free League, because they have really simple set of rules, elaborated rules, but simple and fast. And they just give you the opportunity to just tell a story together. And this is I'm a fluff player. I'm not so much a crunch player. And yeah, this is why I laugh. I'm just looking over there, not ignoring you, but there's my role-playing collection. And yeah, the Free League games, and I'm really into Pathfinder 2. I really love Pathfinder.
You're actually running an online game of Pathfinder 2 at the moment, right?
Yes, I do. I do a Pathfinder 2 streaming campaign right now on my own channel. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Commercial. What? Pardon? You just dropped that I've got an own channel. Yeah, but it's German. So, and I see that the German guys who are in the chat are the names I already know from my stream. So, yeah, they already know
so
it.
They're following.
Skaba, thank you. Best campaign ever, she says. Hi, T-Dog, Elderon. All the posse is there.
All right. Okay, so we have a few minutes left. Maybe you can talk a little about what we are expecting to happen here today.
Yeah, I can do. So right after this good morning chat, what developed to be a good morning chat and should have been a jovial joust, so much about plans. Right after that, we will have 2 art streams. First of all, we will have... Tell me the name. I've not the plan here right before. I just know I have to talk to her. I'm opening my schedule and see. Nivaris. Nivaris is our first actor to come, not actor, artist to come here and showing her showing her art to us. I see that she's not right now on the Discord. She's not here yet, but we will talk till she's here. After that, we have the blessed artist of Shiraki showing us her art, and this should be, both of the panels should be some kind of interactive with you guys out there. We will show you how fantasy art works, and you can just tell anything about your experience of art in role-playing game. I think this is really fun. And after that, there will be the Dragon's Legion's Runestone, a fast-paced demo game, like all the demo games you will see. There will be a demo game of Dragon's Legion's Runestone, and in European time, German time, I have to say, 12:30, there will be the next demo game of Vaesen, which is some kind of a Nordic fantasy role-playing game.
It's a horror game, actually, a really cool one.
Horror game. Okay, looking forward to that. After that, we will have a workshop by World Anvil. They provide tools for GMs to make a better role-playing experience. And we will finish today from 3:30 to 5, a demo game of the new edition of Fading Suns, which just came
Yeah,
out.
that's German time, by the way.
Yeah, German time. It's 7:30 a.m. to 9 a.m. in the US. So your breakfast wake up program. Not everywhere in the US. What is it? Pacific time. Pacific time. Yeah. So 6 hours earlier on. 6 hours? How much is it from Pacific to? I don't know. I don't know at all.
Basically, okay, so no, I can tell you. So it's at I think 7:30 to 9 Pacific time, which would be 8:30 to 10 Mountain time.
Okay.
Which would be 9:30 to 11 Central time. And
okay.
10:30 to 12 Eastern time.
As you say, Ross, you are our traveler around the world. I'm just the German guy. I'm just the German guy, stuck to my country, and just leaving it in role-playing through my head. Okay.
Well, that's one of the best ways to travel anyway.
It is, because you have no boundaries at all. This is what I started role-playing game when I was. Yeah, it is. But looking on my shelf, not so much. Not so much. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
But how many gaming products do you have on your shelf? If you just estimate.
Gaming products singularly, so every book of every edition.
Well, let's say books.
How
Let's say
many
books or
books?
Box sets. Let's not count the miniatures and dice. Let's just call it.
Okay, so about 100. Yeah, and then again about 50 board games. I think about 50 board games I have
But
here. Board and card games and role-playing
100
books.
is actually not so bad.
Yeah, there are people who have really much more. But yeah, I've got everything of Pathfinder 2. I've got Starfinder, Vampire, Wrath and Glory, Warhammer Fantasy, Talk, Hexen, D&D, The Dark Eye, Shadowrun, Cthulhu, several editions of Vampire. I have to say, I've got the Jubilee edition, which is the original Vampire, the Masquerade, and the V5, the new edition, and I've got Vampire Dark Ages and Vampire the Requiem, and I've got something on Old Margrave, Tales of Old Margrave, really cool. And I've got Sandy Peterson's Cthulhu Mythos for D&D, and for the Dark Eye, yeah. These are I think, yeah, and several small games. Savage Worlds, not to forget Savage Worlds. Cyberpunk.
Oh, nice.
So I've got a whole variety of games. I'm not a collector in one game to have everything, but I try to have the ground rules, the basic rules of as many role-playing games as possible. Splittermond, another German role-playing game I also have. Paranoia. I think, yeah. Paranoia is so much fun. Ever played it? I think Ras is off again. So I just talked to you again. Is he back again? I don't know if Ras is here.
Yeah, of course. I wouldn't leave you. Come on.
Mort is saying that Dungeon Crawl Classics is his first love in the moment. He really loves that game.
Oh yeah, Dungeon Crawl Classics is wonderful. It
It
never
is.
really caught on in Germany though. Yeah,
I'm so
but,
sorry about
I
that.
really like it.
Yeah, there are some games that are on German market but never made any ground. Yeah. Don't know why. Many of these are really cool settings for Dungeons and Dragons, for the open game license. There are so many cool things out there to play on the open game license. Like, how's that game called with the birds, where you play owls?
Oh, can't come up with that one. I've never played it actually. I just I've heard
Yeah,
it.
but
I
it's
would love to play
so
it.
nice.
Mm.
So nice. Glitterbeard asks us if we are fans of Todd Kenrick's Heroes of the Plains that just started last week. I have to be honest that I haven't heard about it. If you have a link on that, just post it in the chat. If you
Neither have I. Interesting. But,
interesting. I have to have a look at it.
Adding. Yeah, right. And thanks for telling us that the game we were looking for was Humblewood. Of course, that was it.
Yeah.
I'm still intending to play that. I've never
I
played that, but
I also
it looks so great.
Yeah, and I'm just really happy to see that there are so many role-playing games for small children coming out who are addressing children from age of 5 to do role-playing games, and there are several. There's one called So nicht Schurke, which is about how would you translate it? Not so easy, bad guy. And there is Aventur, which is also from Sweden, which addresses children from the age of 5. And there is Little Wizards, which just had a Kickstarter end of last year. No, thank you, Evil. Yeah, so nicht Schurke is translated no, thank you, Evil. Thank you, Skava. And Maud asks where the Dreieich is in Germany. it's in Frankfurt, near Frankfurt, we have to say, in Dreieich. This is why it's called so. And yeah, I can say that there are always people also to play in English. You can do this because Frankfurt area had a big air bases of American soldiers. So there are many people really good English speaking. So it would be no problem to find an English role-playing game on Dreieich. Manfred is saying you are right now technically practicing the internet Brexit because you have timeouts so off from time to time. Maybe.
Sorry about that. I'll fix that. But we need to wrap up anyway and move over to our art chat.
Okay, yeah. Which will be me. You have a break right now and are able to restart your router or things like that.
Absolutely. I'll do it. I'll see you guys soon. I'll after a short break, we'll continue with our first artist here, and our artists will actually draw Gary Gygax, and we are hoping that you will give our artists some ideas because we want to draw Gary Gygax in role-playing situations. We want to show Gary, as a wizard summoning a demon, or as a thief picking a lock or something like that. Great role-playing situations, and we'll experience that.
Okay, and there he's off again. So we want to celebrate together with you the life and work of Gary Gygax here on GaryCon. And this means that our artists will try to do Gary Gygax picked in role-playing situations. We will try to do so, and what we need of you guys out there, guys and girls, is your help. So suggest how the scene can be. Just keep on talking with us. Mort, I'm counting on you. I'm just fixing Mort and Manfred and all the guys and girls out there, and Pinsel und Schwert and all you guys. So let's step into a small break. Hope you all stay tuned. Now it's time to go to the bathroom and get you some new coffee, strong coffee, because this GaryCon will go on non-stop till Sunday evening. So you'll need a lot of Mountain Dew, Tantrum, coffee, and all the stuffs you can get just to get all the cool stuff that is going on here on GaryCon International.
All right. See you soon.
See
Thanks
you.
for staying with us today.
Just stay tuned.
The scent of sulfur is thick in your nostrils. The stalactites shudder above you as the huge red dragon beast rises from its pile of golden treasure. Something you can only describe as a grin splits its elongated head. Enormous teeth Glittering in the dull amber glow from the lava pools, you ready your weapons as it prepares itself to strike. Roll for initiative. Battle is about to be joined. Epic encounters. Turn your RPG up to 11.
The mighty red dragon swoops in over the battlefield. The wind beating from its wings nearly knocks you over. As you stand in its mighty presence, you realize there is no hope for any of you.
Well, I'm out of spells, so I'm just a 10th level dude.
And I'm still unconscious. So if one of you could please go into my bag and get my healing potion, that'd be great.
Then I smash the lizard. Raging, charging, power attack.
Roll your worthless attack. Your pitiful attack glances off the dragon's scale, and it opens its mouth, casting you in the molten glow of its inner heat as it prepares to release its fiery breath upon you all.
Wait, I haven't gone yet.
What weapon could you possibly have to defeat the great dragon?
The greatest weapon in all the realm, forged by Norse foundry to defeat all evil.
No, it can't be.
Take up a fight against evil with the finest weapons in the realm at NorseFoundry.com. And be sure to watch Dragons and Things every Friday night on Twitch.
Hello, I'm Benwin Bronzebottom, celebrity dwarf and video game enthusiast, and this is my sidekick, Crowy.
Hello.
Quiet, you. I'm here to tell everyone about Idle Champions of the Forgotten Realms. It's a Dungeons & Dragons-based strategy game from Codename Entertainment.
It's a management game with an emphasis on formation strategy, where you assemble parties of legendary heroes and send them on adventures through the Forgotten Realms.
Heroes? Crowy, don't you mean champions?
Players unlock legendary champions of the Forgotten Realms, like Joust and the Companions of the Hall, Farida and Havilar from the Brimstone Angels saga, and many more. Assemble the best adventuring party possible based on your formation options, champion abilities, and the obstacles and enemies you face.
Or just smash your mouse button repeatedly like I do and hope for the best.
Each champion has an incredible array of skills and items to let you customize your style and play even further.
Farther. Farther means more distant, further is figurative.
Well, I meant more distant, but figuratively.
That's forther.
Well, customize your style even further, because Idle Champions of the Forgotten Realms is available on all your favorite gaming platforms. Steam for PC and Mac, Web, Epic Game Store, PlayStation 4 and 5, Xbox One, Xbox Series X, Nintendo Switch, iOS tablets, and Android devices.
Well, let me know when it comes to the BlackBerry. I'm not giving up that phone. It's the only keyboard I can use.
I hear it's coming to the smart fridge next spring.
Most and best hobby in the world. If you just started right now, we are now broadcasting live from Germany all over the world to all you guys out there. There are people from Germany, from England, from the US watching this right now. Be greeted, my friends, to our journey. And my name is Jens. I'm your host right now. And just beside me is Nivaris. Hello, Nivaris.
Hello.
So, Nivaris is a fabulous artist who already started something for us, so she prepared. Nivaris, just tell us something about you. Who are you? How old are you? When did you start painting?
Very long story. I actually started painting back in school when I was
Okay.
like 14 years old, with all the manga and anime craze going on,
Okay.
and never stopped. And I actually wanted to be a vet, but this didn't turn out. And I started studying biology to become a teacher, actually, because I never thought I could earn money with art. And in the end, I'm now a full-time freelance artist
Great.
doing art. Awesome.
Cool. You're a perfect example of the phrase that passion leads to your goal. So you're passionate about your art, and this in the end it always goes out. So
Yes.
I earn my money with role-playing games. So
That's
I
awesome.
also never thought that this is possible.
Living good times.
Yeah. So just tell us a bit about your technique you are using. Your which software do you use to do your paintings?
At the moment, I'm using Adobe Photoshop
Okay.
because this is the somewhat most pirated software.
Yeah.
So I was used to it from the beginning, and now earning it leisurely. Um, I started with a sketch yesterday just to make sure I'm getting everything right, because I don't draw that many humans. So I was highly insecure about it and wanted to have a sketch ready that does look like Gary.
Yeah,
Um,
it totally looks like Gary. This is the first thing we can tell. You totally nailed it already.
Thank you.
So you nailed it, and show us the grandfather of role playing game, the founder, we have to say, of all our hobby.
It's
Um,
amazing, yeah.
just think about, there is this guy somewhere in the US having an idea, and till now we are all just following his path.
Yeah,
This
I
is
read
great.
about him because, you know, actually I haven't heard his name before. And when I was
Okay.
asked to do it, I read about it and I was like, oh my God, that's so awesome. Like, he also had this vision of making games,
Yeah.
and he sort of changed everything.
Yeah. And some of the most famous D&D NPCs are right his. So
Really?
yeah, Elminster, one of the most famous magicians in his world, is his role-playing character. So Gary is Elminster.
Oh God, that's awesome.
Yeah. And okay, this is the point where we can start. People in the chat out there, in what role do you want to see Gary Gygax in this picture? Should he be a magician? Should he be some kind of steampunky guy? Uh, what do you want to see Gary do in this picture? And be aware, we are not painting everything you say. Not everything. And please don't. I don't make it so easy for you. Just don't say paint Gary Gygax as Melf or as Wanslinger. Just make it more grippy. Give flesh to the bones, and tell us details you want to see. If you want to have to see a magic staff on this, a magical staff on this painting, just tell us how it looks, because the dear Nivaris just told us she doesn't know anything about that. So she's dependent of what you say. Manfred, don't be funny. We just have an hour. You can't play. You can't paint Gary Gygax as Elminster fighting a red dragon in 1 hour. This is just not possible. This is the great idea. Glitterbeard says that it would be great to show Gary as a monument in a museum.
Oh,
So
that's awesome.
just how about doing a hall where there is one statue of Gary Gygax? Can you do this in 1 hour? Just
I can sketch
scribbling
it
it.
out.
Yeah,
Like,
of
this
course.
hour is
We only see sketches here. This is a great joke. The MoMA, which is the Museum of Modern Art, what we will do the Museum of Monster Art out of it.
Oh my gosh. Let's try this.
We will try. We will try. No, not we. I'm just the jester sitting here and making fun. And Nivaris is the great artist doing the job. So,
Haha.
yeah, you are. Don't let me hang in there. Okay, we decided to paint him in as a statue in a museum. There's Gary Gygax, the hero of all role-playing gamers. And yes, Imala, her icon is a white kitsune. You really nailed it. So, are you two a role-playing gamer, Nivaris?
I am, though I haven't played much D&D. I tried it once with a group a few years back.
Okay.
But part of the group, I wasn't really comfortable around them.
Okay.
And they always made fun of my character because I was an half-orc barbarian. And he
What is
was
funny about half-orc barbarians?
because he was just like, I'm so dumb that I can't read, and I don't have enough intelligence whatsoever. And I was like, so hey, I'm a tank. I smash things. I don't need to be able to read, but I got this every time.
Okay, you
So
can't read the books, but you can hit the others with their
yes,
books on the head.
that
Just
was
grab their
my
books and
my
hit them on the head.
intention. This was what I said, and then around Christmas,
Yeah.
we tried it again with my brother and his best friend
Okay.
because they were interested. And what I love about it is that you can't decide on your own, for instance, what happens because you're like, my character is doing this and this, and then the dungeon master is okay, but you have to roll a dice, and we will see, and then it fails, and I love this about this endless possibilities that can happen.
Yeah, what is your favorite game though? When it's not D&D, what is your game you're playing?
I play a lot of World of Warcraft.
Okay, so
Usually.
MMO RPG.
Yes, I
Okay.
started with that.
Yeah, I too. What's your character in? First of all, Horde or Alliance?
Both. I like them both.
Both.
Yes,
Okay.
I think both of them have interesting points.
Okay.
And I don't think that either of them is good or evil. They just have different views on things.
Yeah.
So there's that. But I obviously love that the Horde now has foxes you can play.
Yeah.
Which
How are
is
they called? How are they called?
Vulpines.
Vulpines.
Vulpines, I
Vulpera.
think.
Vulpera.
Vulpera, that's what.
Yeah.
Vulpines are the... Yes.
Yeah, they are so cute. I think you have a fan right now because Imala, who is in the stream right now, just played Horde to be able to play the Vulpera. She
Aww.
never played the Horde before, but she played a character to max level just to dump this character and start over with a Wulpera.
All the love for the
Yeah.
cute little fox guys.
Yeah, of course. So, World of Warcraft and pen and paper. What do you play there?
I've only played Dungeons and Dragons so far.
So far, okay.
So far, but I like the system, and when you get over the point of being overwhelmed by the rules, it's. I mean, there are shorter rules or like more easy rules for beginners, which I highly appreciate. To get a grip on how you start and what you should look out and.
Yeah, it's good that there are quick starter rules for new players, but D&D the 5th edition is quite good for starters, I think.
I also think we have that rule book now, because after Christmas when we started playing, we were like, okay, we need the official rule book of everything to get into it.
Yeah.
But it, compared to other rules, it's really more easy to understand. So I really like that, and maybe when there is more time, we can continue playing.
Well, we have Corona right now. There will never again be more time.
Yeah, but we aren't allowed per se to see each other because of.
Yeah, online gaming. I started doing online role playing game with my home group because we are not able to see us. They're great tools using that.
Yeah, we are actually using a great tool right now to communicate over boundaries, so to speak.
Yeah, it's already a heroic pose of our Gary Gygax statue
Of
in the
course.
museum. Yeah. Did you know that his son is also doing this convention here? Luke Gygax is the son of Gary Gygax, is part of the GaryCon.
That's awesome. And
Yeah.
what does he think about? Is he also playing
Oh, he is.
D&D?
He is. And some of the most famous characters, some of the most famous characters in the world of Dungeons and Dragons are from Luke, Gary's son. You are asked to give Gary Gygax in this heroic statue. There are two possibilities: paint him in a magician robe or with a Hawaiian shirt, because Gary always wore Hawaiian shirts.
And what about both? Having
Uh,
a
uh,
magician's robe with this Hawaiian
yeah,
pattern on it?
a Hawaiian Magistus robe. That would
Yes.
be great. That would be really great. We will do this. We will do him wearing a Hawaiian Magistus robe. Epic. This is great. Cloak of epic confusion. Ah,
It's a
this is
style choice.
perfect. This is perfect. We will see Glitterbeard. We will see what is possible. We only have 1 hour to do this picture, which is a really fast painting, right? I think we will have to copy paste Gary's head from the other picture in this picture to see that.
To have it.
The invisible rope of nakedness. Ah, you are ridiculous, Sarge.
Yeah, no.
Ah, this is yeah. Role-playing gamers always have the best ideas. I'm always totally astonished to see someone draw like that. I can draw with words, but not with my hands. What I
But it's
would,
also a great skill.
yeah, but my picture, if I would do this right now, I would have the first stick figure. That's all.
I think it's okay. It's all about, I don't know, practice.
Yeah.
So when we had our first Dungeons and Dragons sessions, to be a game master at first is really hard. Like when you try to have your friends have an adventure and you have to bring them through and bring them to the points you want to have them and have them this experience. So when you're a game master yourself and you do it good and great, that's a highly appreciated skill.
Yeah, but I have, like you have, much experience on drawing, as we see right now. I have so many years of experience on being a GM. So I had my first role-playing game, I don't really know, 1985 or 1986. One of these years. I don't remember really what year exactly. And I really quick started being a GM for our home group. We did some really ridiculous stuff when we were kids on role-playing games. And so I got so many practice on doing that maybe it's as easy as it looks for you painting. As easy is it for me to paint some NPCs in seconds or something like that.
It's all about practice and
Yeah,
being
it
there
is.
and doing it for years. So
Yeah, a friend of mine once said that talent will give you the first 10%, and the other 90% are practice and keep on doing
indeed.
it. So she when she's also an artist and painting for role-playing games. And when people tell her, well, this looks so easy when you do it, she always answers, well, just do about 15 to 20,000 hour of practice and it will look just as easy to you.
That's a great answer actually, because I always think it's not fair to a person when you've spent so many hours being good at something.
Yeah.
And then others are like, "Oh, I wish I could do this too, but you have the talent and I don't." And it's not about talent. It's about practice.
Yeah, I think
And not stopping.
talent distinguishes the very good from the very good, maybe, but you can be good. Yeah, as Denk Players Games is telling 10,000 hours to master everything, and this is right. You can do whatever you want. If you spend about 10,000 hours on it, you are a master. And
True words.
yeah. there is a constantly by one woman in the chat, there's constantly ask a dragon tail on Gary. I just want to tell it. I don't know if it fits on this picture, but I'm supposed to tell you.
Depending, I'm sure, why not? Maybe when he's a magician,
Yeah,
maybe some
maybe.
sort of spell went wrong and now he has a dragon tail because
Maybe. Manfred asks where you're from, if you're living in Germany or in the US or elsewhere.
I am actually from Austria.
Austria. Still
Yes.
living there?
Yes, have always been.
Have always been. Cool. Cool. I've only been to Austria twice, I have to admit. I've
Can you
done,
remember where?
yeah, a small village no one ever knows. It's Jettenspeigen. It's not far away from Vienna, about an hour maximum from Vienna. And I've done a knights tournament there.
Ooh, that sounds awesome.
Yeah. And this was, so I've only been there once. I've only been to Jettenspeigen, somewhere in the far out of Austria. Have you ever heard of it? They have a
No, and
castle.
that's so sad because I
Yeah.
am originally from Vienna and
Okay.
then now moved a bit to the south, but uh, still I
Let
haven't heard of.
let me Google that for you where it is. Yeah, we did. It's only very small. They have about. Can I say how many people live there? Yeah, 1,000. It's a small village
It's
of
really small.
about 1,000 people living there, and it was really fun. Really nice people, welcoming, uh, warm people there, and yeah, we did a quite big knights tournament there with falcons and horses and wolfhounds and everything.
Sounds really relaxing.
Not really if you are the one doing it.
Oh
So
well.
it's cool for people watching, but it was a well trained show with many people.
Ah.
Uh, and I was I was the herald, and the director of this show. So
Oh, okay. So no, much
this
work,
is,
I guess.
yeah, when you are the director of a night's tournament, it's not so much of a holiday, but
Ah,
it's
yeah, I
fun.
can imagine.
It was a fun job to do. So what I really like is only a few things you did on this picture, and Maud just wrote it a few minutes ago in the chat. You're doing this so fast, and only a few stripes, and you can see Gary. You
Ah, this makes
already
me so happy.
already can see him.
Oh, this really makes me happy because I don't draw many humans, and I always struggle. And drawing this hero of role playing games, and people that are like, yes, I can see him.
Yeah,
That's
of course.
awesome.
I can totally. Guys in the chat, can you see Gary Gygax on this picture? Can you? Of course, he was not so slim in his days, but we will
That's okay.
paint him heroic. So it's okay. Yeah, but this is totally Gary. Hey guys, I spent most of my time in Salzburg hiking. Yeah, Moskinfos says definitely Gary.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, totally. Um, Best Insider says he's spent most of his time in the Salzburg area hiking, and he thinks your country is really beautiful.
Thank you. It can really be at some places. Ah,
Elron, you've just found the homepage of Nivaris. You are really welcome to just link Nivaris page in the stream chat if you can. This can be blocked, I don't know, but if you want to, you can put Nivaris homepage link in the chat. Gary was a visionary, but a crazy, stubborn one. But without him, RPG would not be that what we know today. You are so right. You are so very right. Yeah, maybe the possibility to post links is blocked here. I'm sure if you all come to our Discord, you will be able to get a link to all the artists. It's just nivaris.art. Yeah, this is a good workaround. Thank you. Great. Yeah, I'm quite curious how you get the Hawaiian pattern on the robe.
Yeah, me too. But that's the problem of future me.
Yeah.
And present me is struggling with hands. So
If I meet future you, I will tell her that you made even the suggestion to do this.
yeah, I'm sure future me will not be happy about it. But at the moment, I don't care.
Yeah, we just relax this beautiful morning. And here it's 9:30 right now. And yeah, I got up really early.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, I woke up at about 6 in the morning. No, 5:30. And so since then I'm awake, but I have coffee. Coffee is one of my
Coffee is
drugs.
best.
Yeah. Coffee's best ever.
But that's all right. I already had my coffee and I was awake at 6 a.m.
Yeah,
And
okay. Then we share our destiny.
yeah.
There's a question. There's a question in the chat. One is from Manfred, who asked for the Discord. I don't know if it's an open Discord. I have no idea. If so, I will ask the director of this stream to share the link. And Armgoth asks if you just can make a layer and use existing Hawaiian pattern captured from a photo or another picture or something like that.
Yeah, I thought about this too, to just cheat my way through it.
Yeah, just because of time.
Yeah, I'm sure this will work, and I will look what Google will say
Okay.
to
Okay.
that. But it's a good idea, so thanks a lot for the input.
So people out there from all over the world, how do you like the picture you see of Gary Gygax with a dragon tail standing in an heroic posture in the MoMA, the Museum of Monster Art? How do you like it? Just give us a shout out, and if you like it, post some hearts in the chat of the Gary Gygax convention. Just give some love to Navaris, all you community out there. Yeah, it really looks great. I totally love it. So I can post a heart. Just oh yes, there are so many hearts in the chat.
Aw.
They all love what they see. It's not a half dragon, he's half Gygax. So this is also a good kind to see it. Yeah, many hearts in the chat for your art. It's awesome. So maybe an interesting question for people out there. Wow, there is. Thank you for GaryCon Loch Geneva. They just gave us 88 additional viewers watching your art here. To all you guys out there, welcome to the European part of GaryCon. Welcome here to our small group live from Germany and Austria. So this is a European stream right now. You see here painting "Good morning, folks," or "Good evening," "Good night," whatever, wherever you are. You're seeing a painting going on of the famous artist Nivaris, who's a freelance fantasy artist. And the stream just decided that she should paint Gary Gygax in the MoMA, the Museum of Monster Art, in an heroic pose with a dragon tail, because some of his of Elminster's magical tricks went a bit wrong. So Gary has got a dragon tail going on. And so you all can see a piece of art starting to exist right before your eyes. This is great. This is really, really great. Or she did a dragon get a Gary Gygax torso, maybe. But I think this is like the question if a zombie bites Chuck Norris, then the zombie will become Chuck Norris and not other way around. So if there is a dragon encountering Elminster, then there is the dragon becoming Elminster and not Elminster becoming a dragon. Yeah.
Seems legit.
Always. Gary Gygax is the biggest. And will always be. So you just misplaced the existing pattern, or will you still lose it? Will you still use the?
We'll use it, but in a different way, because I think the flowers would be way too big.
Okay.
And
yeah, the chat decided that we want to see Gary Gygax in a magician's robe, on a posture in as a statue in the museum. And the robe should have a Hawaiian shirt pattern, because Gary always wore Hawaiian shirts. I don't know if I spell it correct. I do my best. I just speak a very bad German kind of English. And I'm making up words sometime. And this is what we do right now. There's a question: what a drawing table are you using?
at the moment, I'm using a graphic tablet from Wacom.
Oh, Wacom. Okay.
I think it is an old Intuos Pro, but
This looks. Sorry, I have to laugh. That's so great. This is so great.
I think this should be a thing.
This is so
Totally.
beautiful. Yeah, it should totally be a thing for magicians in the world of
Yes,
of the
please.
Forgotten Realms.
We need
the
that.
newest style for magician robes will be flowers. Just be greeted and come to our house of cozy clothings, and this is so cool.
This should definitely be a thing, yes.
Yeah, and Mort says he already now wants to have a robe in a robe in Hawaiian shirt pattern.
Yes, please.
Yeah, this
Please.
is the Hawaiian robe +5 of happiness. Yeah, this is great. I totally love it. Yeah, people will totally buy this. This should be Gary Con merchandise. It's so comfortable. It's so cozy. And you are always will be remembered as the guy in an Hawaiian magician's robe of happiness. Great. Fabulous.
I would wear this myself.
I totally would. With proud. I think Luke, the son of Gary, will totally love that.
Oh, I hope so. This
I'm
would be
quite sure
awesome.
about that. Yeah, and Eldron, you're right. It's the slimifying Hawaiian robe +5 of happiness. And
I mean, come
Manfred
on, there
would
must
love
be.
to see me in this robe on GaryCon. Okay, sorry, I interrupted you.
I think it's just when you be a magician, there has to be some positive stuff about it. So why not make yourself slimmer?
Yeah, of course. This is a practical use of magic.
See?
So many magicians, when you see them in role-playing game, they gain their power to get to get the biggest fireball in the world. But why not get the best fashion mage in the world? Doing all the fashion.
See, there's something to work at.
Yeah, they in some games there already are spells like fashion, where you can change your clothes. I know that in Shadowrun there is a possibility for a fashion spell.
Yes,
Yeah.
I mean, sure, why not? Totally legend.
Mort is saying he's sitting there trying to do some preparation for tonight's game, but he can't because the stream is so much fun. I really appreciate hearing that. It's not so easy just changing. Can you change the color of the flowers to pink? Is that possible?
I think so. Photoshop magic. Do your thing.
Photoshop magic? Yeah, now a jingle. Photoshop magic. Yeah, this is his. Oh my gosh. It's all the robe.
No, why are you doing this? Ah,
Misspelled Photoshop magic?
yes. But there are things you can do or not. Ha!
Great.
Now.
So the whole robe is pink now.
Yes.
I think they asked for just the flowers getting pink, but this is
Yeah, though this is
a bit complicated. And
Yes.
we only have 15 minutes left for Gary in the museum with his slimming magician robe +5 of happiness. This should become a thing.
Oh, I
This
would
should,
love
yeah.
to.
Studies conjuration so I can make a comfy robe fit for any occasion. Yeah, why not? Like this is as a GM, I always like those quirky characters. So just why not having a magician studying all his life on magic to make his own life more easy? Because deep in his heart, he's a couch potato and he just wants to make his life as comfy and easy as it could get. Why not? I
I
think
would
this.
definitely do that being a magician.
I would also do that. Just yeah, get yourself something to eat. Check, there you have it. Get your clothes changed or your room tidy. Check, easy. So this is, yeah, why not? Why not?
I mean, we would all do this, making our
Yeah.
lives easier. Not doing the laundry, not lowering them on. Like,
Yeah. I'm so happy I don't have any more to mow. So I'm living in the heart of a city. There's a park where the lawn gets mown for me, but it's not
that's
my
also
park,
easier.
obviously. But yeah. So, what would interest me, guys, in the chat house there, just write the country you're from in the chat. Where are you from, all guys? Right now, I've heard Germany and Great Britain. Just write the country code, England, Australia. Just write it, the US. Cool. Wales, Germany. Germany again, which is, of course, good old Europe, Hessen, secondary Germany. Any other countries? Great. England, Wales, Australia, US, Germany. This is so cool. Role-playing gamers all around the world. Child of the Jago, I want to ask you, because you're the first Australian writing here in the chat, what's your favorite role-playing game? What role-playing game do you play? Would be nice to know. Yeah, this already started off well, I think. Role-playing unites the people in peace, fire, sword, and magic. You are so right. You don't play any? I'm very new to watching them. Then welcome to the best hobby in the world. I'm a bit jealous on you because you just discovered this. And there's a whole Narnia. Just open the cupboard of role-playing game and you will see a whole universe of worlds you can now join. Great. I'm a bit jealous about this because I know many of them. But yeah, great. Welcome to our world. Welcome, Australia. This is, yeah, so Gary. And when you give a magician robe a floral pattern, what you see is that, yeah, magicians wear dresses in the end. They only disguise it with their magical symbols all over there, but give them floral and they get dresses.
Totally rocking it.
He's rocking it so much. What should be written on the poster chat? Just tell us what should be written on the poster of the Gary Gygax statue. Just make any suggestions. Rocky, I already played Cyberpunk. Yeah. Celebrating a life well played is one suggestion. Gygax, Maniac, and Genius. Also great. Or just Elminster. Yeah, Mod, this is also a good idea. Celebrating a life well played is the GaryCon tagline. Natural 20 is also. This is, yeah. I love this idea. Natural 20.
Then we'll take this.
Great idea. Natural 20. Great idea. Thank you, Mosque Infos. Moskin Foss? I don't know how to spell your name. Is it Moskin Foss or is it Mosque Infos? I don't know. I like both. I like both. Natural 20. This is epic. And we still got 10 minutes to go. Moskin Foss is the name. Like it. Yeah, Cyberpunk is a really good science fiction role-playing game. And it's also back from the 90s. The 90s were the first golden age of role-playing game, I think. In the 90s, it all started off in the 70s with the first Tunnels and Trolls and AD&D and all the things. It all started off in the 70s. In the 80s, there was the first big wave of, yeah, there is Marble. Scrappy the Goblin, there's already Marble happening in this picture. So just be patient. And the 90s were a really big hype where many new ideas happened to come to the world of role-playing game. There was Cyberpunk, Shadowrun coming in. There were many new rule ideas happening out there, new settings you've never seen before. And the 90s brought a lot. There even was a Mutant Hero Turtle role-playing game.
Really?
So, yeah, there was.
Interesting.
Yeah, it was great. You were not only able to play turtles, you could play every kind of mutant animal. I once had a stream where we made a character for me, and it was some kind of happy hippo going on.
Creative?
Yeah, I had a happy hippo character.
All the awesomeness.
It was great. Yeah. This is so fun. The legendary Jens. Maybe not. In a small amount of people, I'm considered to be legendary, but maybe they've not seen many people. Now comes the fast part for getting the room a bit more dimensional, I think.
Just so it doesn't look like a blank space.
Yeah. Eldaron, I'm so jealous. You met Gary. Eldaron met Gary Gygax in the last millennium. This is so cool. I never met him. What a pity. I met many people of the industry, but not Gary.
And how was he as a person?
Eldaron, how was Gary as a person? Did you just see him or talk to him? Maybe some other people. Was Gary at the Fantasy Spielefest in Rothenburg? Then I'm totally dumb that I haven't seen him there. Oh my gosh, I missed the opportunity to meet Gary in person. Now I'm in shame. I'm totally in shame. Yeah, but I met other people. I talked to Chris Kubasic, who was a really cool guy for BattleTech, for instance, but not Gary. Someday, when I'm not walking on this world anymore, maybe I will do a round of D&D together with Gygax in the heaven of role players. Maybe.
It's a very nice thought.
Yeah, thank you. They're making fun of me because I had the opportunity and missed it. Thank you. Love you. Yeah, there are so many role-playing enthusiasts in the world and now watching us. We have about 90 people watching us right now. It's so cool.
Oh, indeed.
And they are watching the birth of a legend. So the Gary Gygax dragon magician guy. This is so cool.
Very awesome concept.
So when are you planning to do your first game of your next game of pen and paper role playing, Nivaris? I'm not getting loose of you.
When there's time.
Time.
And not so much of COVID going on.
Yeah.
Because when we play, like, I want to have my brother's friend with us, and normally he works
Okay.
from Monday to Saturday and 12 hours.
Okay.
So it's really hard to get a grip on him.
Yeah, I totally know this. Yeah, it's a shame that that these a pandemic is going on, stopping us from meeting our friends. But we can see that there are many friends just sitting here right now watching you paint.
Which is also a great thing.
Yeah. So I think it also made a lot of things possible. So yeah, we are sitting here with people from Australia, Wales, England, Austria,
over the
the
world.
US, Germany, all over the world throughout all times, and they all sit together celebrating their hobby of role playing.
Yeah, internet is a great
Yeah.
thing to meet
It's
and
a
not be alone.
great invention. Right. There are 3 minutes left on our clock, and I see that Shiraki, the next artist, is already in the waiting room.
Woohoo!
So, did you have fun, Nivaris?
Yes, it was awesome. And I really like the idea coming out from this, and
Yeah, I
I really want
also
to
appreciate
refinish
it.
this and clean it up a bit and make it a proper something.
Yeah, this is cool.
I
And
really
all this happened in an hour. Not really an hour, because in the end we chit-chat a bit, and we just started off after 5 to 10 minutes. And so this is about 50 minutes of art that Bob Ross would be proud of that.
But there are no happy trees and happy clouds in it. So
Yeah, but it's a happy little magician going on there with a happy
Right.
little dragon tail.
Yes,
So,
right.
and maybe it's not his dragon tail. Maybe we can imagine a dragon hiding behind Gary
In the
Gygax.
same pose.
In the same pose, a dragon just standing there, hiding behind Gary. It's not his tail. There's a dragon hiding behind him because
That's all you're gonna see.
he's a shy dragon. He doesn't want to stand in front of 90 people watching him. This is
Oh, sure. Poor little guy.
so. Nivaris, thank you so much for participating, the Gary Con International Worldwide Universal. If you just send out the internet in the universe, then maybe people on Mars could watch this too. Thank you so much for making
Yeah,
these
thank you for
wonderful.
having me. It was an honor to draw Gary for you guys.
So, and also thank you for all this people bringing in your suggestions, just watching, going on, and supporting Gary Con on live. Me, I'm your moderator, Jens, and we are ready right now to hand off after a short break, maybe with some words of our sponsors, how we say it in the business. I'm Jens, I'm your host. I'm out for now, but I will come back. And after a short break, there will be Ras, the other moderator, and Shiraki, also a great artist doing her piece of art. I wish you a very nice day, night, whatever, somewhere around the world. Nivars, I wish you a very nice day.
Thanks for you too.
And now some words of our sponsors, a short break. Stay tuned, get yourself some drinks, coffee, tantrum, Red Bull, whatever keeps you awake. And we will see you soon. Now, some words of our beloved sponsors.
Hello, I'm Benwin Bronzebottom, celebrity dwarf and video game enthusiast, and this is my sidekick, Crowy.
Hello.
Quiet, you. I'm here to tell everyone about Idle Champions of the Forgotten Realms. It's a Dungeons & Dragons-based strategy game from Codename Entertainment.
It's a management game with an emphasis on formation strategy, where you assemble parties of legendary heroes and send them on adventures through the Forgotten Realms.
Heroes? Crowy, don't you mean champions?
Players unlock legendary champions of the Forgotten Realms, like Joust and the Companions of the Hall, Farida and Havilar from the Brimstone Angels saga, and many more. Assemble the best adventuring party possible based on your formation options, champion abilities, and the obstacles and enemies you face.
Or just smash your mouse button repeatedly like I do and hope for the best.
Each champion has an incredible array of skills and items to let you customize your style and play even further.
Farther. Farther means more distant. Further is figurative.
Well, I meant more distant, but figuratively.
That's forther.
Well, customize your style even further, because Idle Champions of the Forgotten Realms is available on all your favorite gaming platforms. Steam for PC and Mac, web, Epic Game Store, PlayStation 4 and 5, Xbox One, Xbox Series X, Nintendo Switch, iOS tablets, and Android devices.
Well, let me know when it comes to the BlackBerry. I'm not giving up that phone. It's the only keyboard I can use.
I hear it's coming to the smart fridge next spring.
In the frozen mountains of the north, you have come to end the terror of the Grimfang King and his army of raiders. The biting wind has slowed your pace as you approach the mountain hold. The air is painful to breathe, the snow thick and unyielding. You draw close. Distant torches lighting the icy ground. A rank odor fills your nostrils. The shouts of orcs fill your ears. Great beasts roar and slam against their bonds. You ready your weapons and prepare your attack. Battle is about to commence. Epic encounters. Turn your RPG up to 11.
We have done it! 5 years of planning and thinking before the dream finally came true. A team of 12 dedicated professional developers and internet marketers who desperately love board games put in 17 months of hard work And now, we are proud to present to you Tabletopia, the digital platform to publish and play any kind of board games. It is the most sophisticated virtual table in terms of functionality, aesthetics, and usability. We integrated everything that was conceivable to recreate the feeling of playing on a real table. And at the same time, we implemented a lot of tools to facilitate playing life hacks. Setting up the game, dealing cards, shuffling decks, etc. takes only a fraction of a second. And the same holds true for creating your very own game. It takes only a couple of seconds to create any game objects from standard print version graphics. Just drag and drop your files, borrow whatever else will be necessary from our extensive library of free game objects and place them on the table. Your game is ready. And now, play test, demonstrate your game, make videos, or even earn money with your game. Tabletopia is a full-scale ecosystem for publishing digital versions of board games. But of course, the main focus of our project is to allow players around the world to play remotely with their friends or find worthy opponents here. And we are speaking about literally thousands of games and their variations. Many leading publishers and game authors have joined us already, and from day one, you will be able to play many popular games. But this is only the beginning. Ahead of us are a lot of new cool system features, new games, and millions of hours of fun. So stay tuned, subscribe to our newsfeed, and be ready to jump in. Tabletopia, where board games go digital.
Hello again. We're back, and this time with another great artist. Let me introduce Shiraki, who's also
Hi.
from Germany. And
Hello.
hi, and thanks for coming.
Thank you for having me here.
We're very happy that you agreed to come. So we'll continue what we started before. So we are celebrating the great life of Gary Gygax, and for that reason, we thought it would be very, very fitting to draw Gary Gygax in different role-playing situations, and that's why we asked some of the most talented artists here to do that, basically. So I will let you introduce what you were thinking, and then we'll watch you draw, and then I might ask you a few questions about yourself so that people get to know you a little. But before I talk too much, I'll just hand over to you so you can tell us what you were thinking about when I first said, can you draw Gary Gygax?
The first thing I thought was, oh no, it has to look like Gary Gygax then, because I can draw humans, but it's hard to make humans look like person, as a specific person. So I thought about it, and my husband came up with the idea, yeah, you could draw him as a thief or a paladin or something like that, or you just do something different and draw him like one of the monsters. And I thought, yeah, there's something I always wanted to draw, the perfect dungeon master. And there's no way to be the perfect dungeon master with just having one head and two hands. So I made him a dungeon master Tiamat. So he can do all the things at once.
Oh wow, that's a wonderful idea. So as you get started working a little on this picture that you've prepared already here, do you want our audience to give you some suggestions?
Yes. I left some things blank. I will start coloring because I had to prepare something. I'm not as fast as Nivaris. If I tried to make what she did, we would have a scribble at the end of an hour. So
All
I'm
right.
sorry.
So you're basically telling us, whenever you want suggestion from the audience, you just
Yes.
call out, and I
I
hope that
left.
we'll get some creative input here. So where do we start?
Left the
Screen,
screen.
the DM screen.
Yeah, the DM screen blank. So maybe we can do something with it.
Okay, guys, ideas for the DM screen. I hope you have some here. Meanwhile, while people are being creative, let me ask you about your name. So you are always known as the artist Shiraki. Where does that name come from?
That's the name of my first ever roleplay character I ever did.
Oh wow! Which
And
system?
it's stuck.
Which role playing system was that, and what kind of character was that?
It was only it was at a forum.
Okay.
And
So online text.
It was a
chat?
text.
Okay. Wow.
It
Okay.
was only text, but we based it on the old World of Darkness system.
Oh wow. Okay.
So this was my first ever roleplay system I ever played.
All right. So we have some suggestions here. For instance, we have the DM screen can have the terrified players as a suggestion here. Hey guys, I know it's late in the US, so if you're in the US, you're excused, of course, for not being too creative. But if you're in Europe, it's actually, now not so early anymore, so you should wake up. Keep giving us some ideas. So the first one was the terrified players here. Any other ideas? But you do some you do have some nice comments like love that sketch already.
That's nice. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
I just block some colors in while you guys think about
And
it.
we have another vote here. Someone who said, sorry, Raz, but the idea from Baston Cider is cool. I don't want any other one. So
Okay, so terrified players it is.
terrified players it is then.
Okay.
I mean, Shiraki is the one making the ultimate choice. After all, that's how it is when you're in the driver's seat. It's like being a dungeon master, basically. Your word is law in the end. But that's pretty cool. And I love that idea too, I have to say. And I thought it was really cool that you thought, hey, the real terrifying dungeon master needs several heads. So
he can look up rules and DM without interruption. I think that's one of the things I would really, really like to be able to do.
Absolutely. Makes a lot of sense. So still looking at the chat once in a while. And I have another comment here. Maybe the players are in a dungeon and dark shadows are lurking them when they are looking at Gary. And we were just talking in another stream about how the gelatinous cube represents the inevitable end. So maybe the whole screen is one gelatinous cube.
The idea is nice. There's just one problem. A gelatinous cube, you can see through a gelatinous
that's
cube.
not very good for a DM screen. I agree with you there. So maybe we go with the shadows and the terrified players. And another idea here is, or maybe the vast lands he rules. So very good, and yes, I never doubted your creativity. By the way, I just thought, if you guys in the US, it must be really late there. But we're so happy that you're staying up that night. I mean, it must mean you're a true gamer, of course. Great. So exactly. So it has to be filled with skulls and everything. That's for this dark dungeon of the players. Okay. Remember, terrified players.
Maybe they can hold on each other then.
Uh-huh. So, Shirake, do you still play regularly?
Yes, very. Since I'm bound to stay at home all the time, I played more role play than ever before.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Do you have a favorite game that you play, or do you play all kinds of systems? Or?
All kinds of systems, but we just finished my first ever D&D campaign.
Okay.
Just 2 weeks ago, and it was so epic.
Okay.
It will always have a very special place in my heart. And I started Pathfinder with Jens, who was in the stream moments ago, online.
And your character is still alive?
My character is still alive, yes. She's a half orc, so she's a sturdy one.
Right.
And one of my favorite systems is Cthulhu. That's one I DM myself regularly, on a regular basis.
See, there's a mysterious gate there behind the player.
So I don't think we have the time to make a lot of skulls. So
Yeah, one skull is good, I think. So how did you actually become a fantasy artist?
Basically, I wasn't good enough for anything else. I tried to be a vet assistant, and I tried to be to work in a web design company, and the first one didn't work out for me. The second one got bankrupt, and 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 I tried to be a teacher, but the university didn't wanted me. Not good enough for art teacher. So so I thought about what to do next, and well, freelancing it is.
All right.
Drawing was my only passion, the only thing I was really passionate about besides role play, and I thought you can't make money with playing role playing games. So
can you tell us a little about the artwork you've done so far, the artwork that got published?
There's not so much published yet because I work for startup companies most of the times, and most of them are still on Kickstarter or plan to go on Kickstarter.
Okay.
I had some publications in small books, like there was one in a sci-fi magazine and one in a where there are many short stories in one book, anthology.
Anthology, yes.
And yeah, that's most of it. It's more online stuff, and now it's more games, but as I said, not on Kickstarter yet. They
Right.
plan to.
So, a question from our audience: do you also draw as an artist at conventions?
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I draw live on conventions.
So
when
you must
I
have drawn hundreds of characters for people.
Yes, I have. Sometimes there are moments where I get visited from someone who got his character drawn from me years ago.
Okay.
And there was the situation they showed me their book and said, "Oh, look, that's from you from 5 years ago." And I looked it up and that's from me? I can't remember it. Just so much stuff. Struggle a bit with making them looking really terrified.
Uh-huh. You can see that something happened to that guy. Something bad.
Yeah. Maybe his character got eaten or something like that. Okay, then roll another character.
Are there characters you prefer drawing, and are there characters you hate drawing? Or do you just say, I draw anything?
Basically, I draw everything.
Okay.
The only thing I don't like drawing that much are things that are too technically.
Okay.
So if I had to draw a Warforged or a Artificer, this would be really complicated for me. I drew an Artificer wolf once, and she should have this very intricate and technically looking armor. So it should look like it's more tech, less magic, and that was very complicated for me.
So I'm gonna read another comment here from the chat, which I thought was kind of funny. Gygax is guilty that I died so many times in the 90s. And that I killed so many friends in the 90s. Yeah, that quote should not be taken out of context here. But yeah. So what are the character types you prefer playing in actual games?
Melee types. Big two-handed weapons and
Okay.
big sturdy armor.
Really, who can take some hits, okay?
Yeah. tank. I
Okay.
like to be the tank
Is
that
that
stands in
the
front.
role you have in the Pathfinder game you're playing?
Uh, yes and no, because I wanted to play the tank, but I had I had a character concept in mind, and the only god that really fit the type of character was Caden Kaelin. And if okay, the problem with Caden is your weapon is a rapier, and you you have to be basically a dex character. You can't go on strength then. And so now Nissa, my orc, is very bulky but very quick and fixed character. So okay, it's odd combination, but it works somehow. That's what I meant with I'm too slow for things like this.
Yeah, I'm also distracting you by constantly
No,
chatting.
no. You're not distracting.
Of course.
I'm just very slow with sketching and scribbling. So
Yeah, it's fine. We are, we don't need to get done in this hour. And, by the way, we thought that if you guys enjoy these sketches, we could offer them at some point for sale as little cards, printed cards on the Garricon website. And of course, the proceeds will go to a charity. So you'll see the finished product at some point here. Did your character ever die a horrible death in the game?
I play Cthulhu, so many
Okay, yeah,
characters
of
died
course,
many
naturally.
horrible deaths.
Have you ever played one of those old classic adventure modules written by Gary Gygax?
No,
No?
never. I just started. It's really odd. I play role plays for about 13 years now,
Oh, wow.
and I just started playing Dungeons and Dragons 1 year ago. So the only campaign I ever played was a homebrew, and one short story from the Dragon's Stew expansion, which is nothing official.
Right, okay. So you've been playing for 30 years?
13.
Oh,
No.
13. I was sorry, I missed that because I
No.
was
I
wondering.
would
How is
started
that
playing.
possible?
Yeah. Then I would have started playing with 3 years old. It would be
Okay.
so a bit.
Oh, who knows? Who knows? Some people are talented role players who start off really early. 13 years. Okay, good.
I'm not one of those lucky ones that started playing as a kid. There was no one in my school who played role playing of any sorts. So I had to start when I was 18.
Right. So, comment from the audience. I feel like the front of the DM screen is a mirror.
Yeah, maybe
could
it
be.
is.
Absolutely, yes.
Oh, I think he plays a sorcerer, so he gets some sheets more.
Guys have a pretty neat gaming room, I have to say. I'm getting jealous. I would love to have one of those rooms with a big door
Yeah, me
and torches
too.
on the wall.
I just got a cellar
Mhm.
in Animal Crossing, and I'm making a gaming room out of it.
Oh, okay.
A gaming dungeon. But I have to admit, I always thought I could only play in real life and not online. But it works so good for me playing online. You don't have to drive anywhere.
True, there are advantages.
Yeah.
But surely you miss the face-to-face gaming too, right?
I miss the face-to-face gaming too, and especially I miss the face-to-face DMing because I'm a very I'm a GM with who does a lot of this
gesture
all the time. Yes,
yes.
and
gestures. All right, yes.
this is I'm missing this.
Yeah, I do.
Very
I
much.
do that too, actually, and it adds to the atmosphere.
Yes,
you know?
it
And
does.
I've been known to wake up players by slamming my hand on the table. Or something like that. Well, if you describe something happening like with a sudden boom or something, that can really jar players.
I
It's
always wanted to do this with.
But I also have to say
Cthulhu.
I'm glad that that we live in in an age in which online play is even possible, and that
Yes, of course.
we finally have connections that are fast enough, that we have tools that we can use online, and it's something. But I think we all miss the face-to-face gaming.
Yeah.
And I think some people here agree with us. Comments like DMing online is the worst. Good compromise, but also the worst.
But it has benefits too. I think controlling the music is much easier, and
yes,
I really like having lots and lots of handouts, and it's nice to not have print all of them.
Okay. So that guy on the left there looks like his character already died.
Or he thinks it's time for his character to die. We don't know. Seems to be a very hard fight.
Yeah, absolutely.
What should we do with the last one?
Yeah, let's ask the audience.
Yeah,
What should we do with the last one?
give me some input.
Input needed here. Last player.
What happened to him? Dungeon.
Passed out is one one idea. Fascinated incomprehension is another idea.
Hmm.
Mesmerized. So your choice.
Hmm.
So passed out, fascinated, incomprehension, or mesmerized. Or here's another cool idea. Just put a skeleton there. He's been dead for a while.
Okay, sorry, but we have to do this.
Is that the one you like best?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's the craziest one.
Great idea there. You have a comment here. I would like to buy this DM screen.
One of the sadistic GMs I see.
Maybe. Possible.
I'm a too nice GM.
Are you
I'm
actually a nice DM?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Too nice.
really?
Because I try to be mean when
Okay, but the
playing.
question is, do your players say that about you too?
Yeah, I think
Okay.
because
Because I have a strange reputation as a DM. I would say I'm a very nice DM, but
Yeah.
my players disagree. You know, so
Well,
I,
in
you know, to
Cthulhu, you
give you a
are
quote
supposed to
one of
die.
my gaming sessions, one player turning to the others to the other player saying, "What? What are you complaining about? At least you are only dead."
Oh, what did you do?
I don't remember. I just remember the quote, but I must have been bad that day. I don't know. I just
In it's just in Cthulhu, you are supposed to die at one point or go
Yes.
mad, and most of my players survived till now. So
All right.
I am doing something wrong. Some of them got mad, but most of them survived. So I think I'm too nice. Scaling those down. And I think we do some color then.
Hey, guy. So there are some comments here. Raz is totally not a nice DM. They still have scars. What? I don't know who that is, but I think those are just rumors here. Never played with him, but I've heard rumors. See, rumors, rumors, rumors are not the truth, people. There's another suggestion here. The background should be dark so that you can feel the fear.
Of course. Mm. Maybe we start with the background then.
Yeah. So flickering torches, spider webs, and sweating players. I love your imagination, guys. I mean, I wonder if your role-playing games are like that.
Evil, dark, and torturous.
So which conventions do you usually go to?
When the roleplay convention Cologne was still a thing, I was always there. And Dreieichkon, of course. And Redcon.
Yeah, those are all German
FeenCon.
conventions.
Yes,
and
all
they are,
German conventions. Yeah. I don't have the money to fly overseas to go to conventions, sadly.
Right. Yeah, that's. I mean, of course, that gets expensive really easily.
Yeah. Maybe I can take a shortcut here.
But I mean, that's it's great that technology allows you to actually attend an American convention like GaryCon.
Yeah. It's pretty cool. This will get white any moment, but I need to see what I'm doing.
So, guys, I'm curious. It seems like we have a pretty international audience right now. Can you just quickly tell us where you're from? Which country? And of course, that's the intention of GaryCon to really bring gamers together in memory of Gary. And I love how that's working.
I think that's one of the greatest things that the internet accomplished.
Absolutely.
Bring us all a bit more together, no?
You can connect a little more.
Yeah.
See people from different corners of the world, so to speak. Have you ever had the opportunity to meet Gary? Because
No.
he was in Germany, I think, twice.
Yeah. No, sadly not.
No? Okay.
Mm-mm. I've only seen him in documentaries about Dungeons and Dragons.
Right. I actually got to play in a game with him once.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, and he killed my character, of course.
I just wanted to ask how was he?
Yeah,
Bad.
you would expect. I think he kind of loved keeping up that challenge, basically. Like if you're not good enough, you die. Right, but it was still an amazing experience. Mainly because he got so into the game.
Mm.
So today we still have a few interesting demo games because we wanted to show off some of the role-playing games and systems and worlds that come out of Europe. So we invited some European publishers to give us a quick 90-minute introduction of the games, but we wanted to make that interactive. So these games are all going to be with real players. And if people are interested, I think we still have some free slots there, not for the next game, but I think for the later games today. So if you are interested in playing as a player in that one, let me know, and I'll get you in.
Sometimes I have to test Wesen. I'm so interested in this one.
Vaesen, yes,
Yes.
that's. I have to admit, I've never played it, but the guys at Free League in Sweden are doing amazing work, really amazing work. And Vaesen is a horror game,
Yeah.
but kind of a very interesting touch. It's like the beginning of the 20th century, and it's it looks really good. I need to play that at some point too.
Yeah. I'm always down for horror games, and I've seen the artwork from Wesen, and it looks so cool.
Yeah, that's something they do really well as well. Yeah.
What kind of games do you play most of the time? What are your favorites?
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
What are your favorites, Ras?
The favorite
What are
games. Oh,
yes.
It's really hard to say. I really love the. Well, I'm kind of stuck with the D20 system. So I loved what happened when D&D Third Edition came out, because it changed the role-playing scene so fundamentally, and I loved the open gaming license and the opportunity for so many small publishers to suddenly enter the market with their own ideas and their creative system and their creative worlds, and I thought that was great.
That's a great thing. I think so too.
And so for that reason, not the system alone, but the entire thing that comes with it, I still play a lot of that core D20 system, basically D&D mostly, but other D20 based systems as well. But I'm very open to try out new systems, and there are things that I basically have a big stack of books of different role playing systems that I still want to play at some point, and I haven't had the time or I haven't found the groups for it or something like that. So I love the role-playing systems that are produced by Green Ronin, by Chris Pramas. I think he's a very talented game designer. And I've been wanting to play Age of Fantasy for a while, and I haven't managed to do that yet. But there's something about that system that fascinates me, and I also want to play Symbaroum, and Symbaroum is again published by Free League in Sweden.
I heard much about
yeah.
that actually, but never
We
played it
actually
myself.
have one of the designers of Symbaroum here for a talk
Oh.
tomorrow. So
Oh, I have to see that.
I'm really looking forward to that, because then we'll hear more about that. And they have some. Actually, they had something coming out this week, and I was so busy with preparing everything for Barrycon, so I didn't even look into it. But Symbaroum is definitely on my list.
Well, systems I have here but never played is Hexen for me.
Hexen, yes. Okay.
Yes, and my husband and I, we want to play it so much, but we don't get the time or group at the moment
Mm-hmm.
to do so.
Yeah, I've never played that either. Of course, I was hoping that Ulysses would demo that game, but they picked others. They picked Fading Suns for today's demo game, which is also a nice game. I played the old version of that, but not the new one.
That's the downside of drawing live. I show you all the messy states.
Oh, but that's interesting. I think that's part of the charm. So, how did you learn how to draw? Did you teach yourself, or did you actually follow a course or something like that?
I mostly teach myself with the help of books and videos.
Mm-hmm.
I started when I was in elementary school, so there
Okay.
was not that much of
Were
resources out there.
Were you one of those kids who was always drawing instead of paying attention to
Yes.
class? Yeah.
I was paying attention, but I was drawing also.
All right.
My hands need something to do. When I'm supposed to listen, I have to give my hands something to do,
Mhm.
or I will start spacing out.
Mm-hmm.
My teachers were not very happy about this, but
Really? Did they yell at you?
yeah.
Okay. But did you? I presume you mostly do digital drawing, right? Or do you also do
Now,
drawing with a pencil and paper? Yeah.
I started with drawing traditionally, and
Mhm.
my first 2 years of freelancing, I was drawing traditionally most of the time.
Okay.
But it is much easier to draw digitally if you work with commissioners, because if they want to have something changed, you can do this much easier.
Mm-hmm.
And I am drawing with colored pencils when I'm doing traditional, and that's an art form that takes ages to complete.
Right.
It takes so long, and then yeah, it is something you can't pay me the time. It's just too long.
I can imagine. So your picture now represents basically the most important activities of the game master here. Running the game, which is the middle one, drinking, eating, the ones on the right, rolling the dice there on the left, and looking up the rules. Is that how
That
you
was
imagine?
the idea. Yeah.
Cool. So one of the comments here is, I went away and came back and so much has happened. It looks amazing.
Thank you so much. When I look at it, I think I haven't done anything. I'm so sorry.
And another comment here, eating is definitely one of the most important ones.
Yes, it is.
Is it? I never eat as a game master, actually.
No, but you
No,
have to.
not at the gaming table. Yeah, in breaks, but then I don't know.
But your players will eat all the candies then.
That's what usually happens, yes. Right. All right. So we're getting close to the end, actually.
Oh no, that's what I meant. I'm so slow.
It's okay. So at some point we'll see the finished picture here.
Yeah.
But it's fascinating to watch. Someone who actually has some talent to to draw. I always wish I had artist talent, but yeah. So it's really great how you develop this piece, and I love this original idea too, that you represent Gary as the five-headed Tiamat. That's such a creative idea. Right.
It's
Um,
unique for sure.
Where can people find out more information about you? Do you have a website? Or...
Yes, I have a website. It's www.shiraki.de.
Okay.
Shiraki with C.
Yeah, I'm going to type that into the chat so that people
And
can see it.
of course,
Just
I have
shiraki.de?
Just shiraki.de, and I have Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, all this stuff, and I'm Shiraki there.
Yeah,
Everywhere.
you'll find her definitely. So
Or if you Google me, I'm Googleable.
Right. So you're taking commissions if people want characters?
Yes, but sadly not today.
Not today, yes, of course. But
No.
I'm just in general.
In general, yes, of course. You can write me, and I'm almost always open to commissions.
Great. So are there any last things that you want to say before we move on with the program and switch over to the first demo game?
May the God of Dice be with you, and have fun, and maybe try some of the demo games. Use it, that we have such a great convention this weekend.
Well said. All right, guys. So I'm also saying goodbye. You'll definitely see the finished piece of Shiraki later. We'll present it later on Sunday. however far you got. I don't know if you managed to finish it, but
I think I finished it today, but
oh, cool, nice. But we'll definitely show you what has become of this. Thank you guys for participating. Thanks for your creative ideas, and we'll see you later. Bye.
Bye.
You have heard tell of a kobold queen with visions of a world made new in fire and rage. Driven by prophecy, she has filled her followers with the raging passion of her cause. Now, you step forth into her burning realm. Dark shapes move among the rising embers. Thick-skinned beasts belch gouts of fire. It's an ambush! Roll for initiative. Battle is about to commence. Epic encounters. Turn your RPG up to 11.
Hello, I'm Benwin Bronzebottom, celebrity dwarf and video game enthusiast, and this is my sidekick, Crowy.
Hello.
Quiet, you. I'm here to tell everyone about Idle Champions of the Forgotten Realms. It's a Dungeons & Dragons-based strategy game from Codename Entertainment.
It's a management game with an emphasis on formation strategy, where you assemble parties of legendary heroes and send them on adventures through the Forgotten Realms.
Heroes? Crowy, don't you mean champions?
Players unlock legendary champions of the Forgotten Realms, like Joust and the Companions of the Hall, Farida and Havilar from the Brimstone Angels saga, and many more. Assemble the best adventuring party possible based on your formation options, champion abilities, and the obstacles and enemies you face.
Or just smash your mouse button repeatedly like I do and hope for the best.
Each champion has an incredible array of skills and items to let you customize your style and play even further.
Farther. Farther means more distant. Further is figurative.
Well, I meant more distant, but figuratively.
That's forther.
Well, customize your style even further, because Idle Champions of the Forgotten Realms is available on all your favorite gaming platforms. Steam for PC and Mac, Web, Epic Game Store, PlayStation 4 and 5, Xbox One, Xbox Series X, Nintendo Switch, iOS tablets, and Android devices.
Well, let me know when it comes to the BlackBerry. I'm not giving up that phone. It's the only keyboard I can use.
I hear it's coming to the smart fridge next spring.
We have done it! 5 years of planning and thinking before the dream finally came true. A team of 12 dedicated professional developers and internet marketers who desperately love board games put in 17 months of hard work. And now, we are proud to present to you Tabletopia, the digital platform to publish and play any kind of board games. It is the most sophisticated virtual table in terms of functionality, aesthetics, and usability. We integrated everything that was conceivable to recreate the feeling of playing on a real table. And at the same time, we implemented a lot of tools to facilitate playing life hacks. Setting up the game, dealing cards, shuffling decks, etc. takes only a fraction of a second. And the same holds true for creating your very own game. It takes only a couple of seconds to create any game objects from standard print version graphics. Just drag and drop your files. Borrow whatever else will be necessary from our extensive library of free game objects and place them on the table. Your game is ready. And now, play test, demonstrate your game, make videos, or even earn money with your game. Tabletopia is a full-scale ecosystem for publishing digital versions of board games. But of course, the main focus of our project is to allow players around the world to play remotely with their friends or find worthy opponents here. And we are speaking about literally thousands of games and their variations. Many leading publishers and game authors have joined us already, and from day one, you will be able to play many popular games. But this is only the beginning. Ahead of us are a lot of new cool system features, new games, and millions of hours of fun. So stay tuned, subscribe to our newsfeed, and be ready to jump in. Tabletopia, where board games go digital.
Welcome everybody to the Dragon Legion Runestone stream. Yeah, we are Dragon Legion members from across Europe, and we're going to be playing one of our Runestone settings. I'm super excited for this game because we've been working on the rules for the last couple of months, and it's a Dragon Legion kind of special historical mythological setting based on the real cultural heritage and indigenous people of northern Scandinavia. Yeah, so what makes this setting really interesting is that this all kind of started back in 2016 at one of our GD events. So Dragon Legion, as this beautiful sign in the background, we host events across Europe, and the idea is that we do GD trainings and game design and creation in different countries, inspired by the cultural heritage of that country. So this is one of them. It started in Sweden in 2016, and then the game has been developed over the years by Dragon Legion. So yeah, this is just a test adventure and a quick start rule set. The rule set itself is actually on the Dragon Legion website right now. So if you like what you see throughout this stream, visit dragonscorelegion.com, and there's a free preview of the rule set at the bottom of the page. So before I hand you over to our beautiful game, I'd like to go through some of the kind of core aspects of the Sami setting. So as I said before, it's set in northern Scandinavia. So this is like a harsh wilderness, and the Sami people, who are very real tribes, they're the indigenous people of the area, and they still exist today. Their culture is rich and filled with mythos. The religion is really interesting. Generally, they're a nomadic people that move with the seasons in that environment. They're hunters and herders and gatherers. So you can imagine what that rolls out for the vocations and the characters that we'll be playing in this set. Yeah, so they're generally peaceful people. So this isn't like a combat-based thing. It's more about storytelling and sharing this story and exploring this culture together. Yeah, the runestone system itself is a system Dragon Legion's developed over the years, designed to kind of explore these cultures. So we have a couple different mythological settings using the same runestones. So I'll show you the runestones now. So we have, voila, the star and the spiral and the triangle. Each one of these represents a different score. So rather than your normal dice roll, you'll be using these runestones. The spiral is a 0 value, the triangle is number 1, and then star is +2. So these are for your attribute checks and for your combat. Yeah, that's the basic core of the runestones. So the setting itself, and specifically this game, we'll be exploring, the less combat-focused aspects of this and looking at a few of the core mechanics. So just to go over a few little things before we kick off the game. Unlike most normal RPG settings, we have 2 core values. So we've got usually HP, but we've also got soul essence. And the soul essence is something really interesting for me because it kind of encompasses the whole idea of the Sami, that everything has a soul. And the Sami people, they respect the soul in every little thing, from stones to birds to people to creatures, to the spirit of a forest or the spirit of an avalanche. And all of our characters, specifically the Naudi, which are the kind of core magic users, they can engage with these souls and make requests from these souls. So yeah, before I ramble too much on the setting, maybe we can go through some introductions. Do you guys want to introduce yourself and say where you're coming from and where you're playing from, and maybe your characters as well? Let's be dramatic about this.
What? I don't know.
Kicking off with Joe.
What?
Oh, yikes. Okay. Hey, I'm Joe. I'm live streaming from Bristol in England today, and I'm playing as a character called Mina, who's sort of an outsider from the main tribe of the game. Very proficient with her athletics skills, and yeah, tends to sort of use those skills to explore the wilderness. She's a good cook as well.
Will I go next? All right. I'm Ville, playing from Helsinki, Finland. I'm playing as Jompa, who is a tracker and a very perceptive individual. He's also very tall.
Thanks.
All right, I'll go next. I'm Pasquale. I'm playing from Bari in Italy, and I'm playing Savaki, which is a Noidi healer. I think he's the oldest of the group, and so he would be kind of a spiritual guide and the first one to approach spirits.
Then I'll go, I suppose. Yeah. I'm Emil. I'm from Sweden. Where I live would be considered Sapmi, so yeah. I'll be playing as Ella. She is a eagle-eyed hunter who gathers food for the tribe. And yeah, that's a good summary.
Brill. Thanks, everybody. We've got an awesome little party going on. So this adventure is called An Icy Grave. So shall we kick it off, Becky? Let's pass you over to the DM.
There we go. Just to introduce myself, Breki, I'm from Iceland, but playing here from our base in Cologne, Germany. And as we said, we were going, we're going to be playing the adventure An Icy Grave. So you all come from the same Sita, the Sita being a Sami word for tribe. It's the people you belong to, like you've been, like you traveled, and recently, you know, your tribe saw some strange object found in the middle of a large river, and they have decided, and they asked you to go and explore and see what it could be. And we will kick things off with you standing near the banks of the frozen river, gazing at the large object found there. It appears to be a ship of some sort, but the design is unlike any you have ever seen before. You all you've had to travel through like a harsh foresty area to get here. You had to go through on seas, and you take them off, find a secure place to store them for now. And as you look onto the water, you see that this ship out there is strange. It's not any kind of boat you've ever. It's not any kind of ship you've seen before. It must be from some strangers further south, but you can't be certain at this distance. The ship has obviously seen better days, as even from a bit of a distance you can see the planks are broken and it is half submerged. The river is frozen, and so you can make your way across to get a closer look at the ship.
Okay.
All right, sweet. Shall we go check it out?
Definitely.
Yeah, let's go.
I hope there are no dead people there. I hope they all survived if anything happened.
This is probably what we've been looking for. The ship must be from the south. Let's check it out. The ice should carry our weight easily at this time. I will lead on. Let us go.
How
So
thick
who wishes-
is the ice on the river?
What?
How thick is the ice on the river?
Looking at it, the ice on the river seems to be rather like it looks to be rather thick in the thick, but it seems to grow thinner the further away from the boat that it gets. Not the entire river is frozen. It's kind of frozen around the ship.
All right. Okay.
But it still goes a great enough distance to reach the shore. I want to be very clear on that.
Got it.
Yompa unfolds a stone axe from a leather covering, takes it in his hand just to feel a bit safer, and approaches the ship.
All right. You to cross the ice. We will now showcase how our resolution mechanics, the draws go. So, does Yonpa have the ice dancer proficiency?
I don't think so.
Okay, you would. It would be clear on the card sheet. So
I don't have it.
No, actually, Villa, since you have have a, have your own stones with you, would you like to make a draw for that? It would be.
I'll show them to the webcam up close.
Yeah.
So, how many stones did I draw again?
Yeah, I'll go through things both for you all and for audience. The way draws go is that you reach into the pouch and you take 5 stones. In the stones, there are 21 stones, 7 of each of the 3 types we can see displayed here. And as Beth mentioned, each of them has a value. So I can't quite see what you got there. That is a spiral, 3 triangles, and a star. As we discussed, the star has a rating of 2, the triangle has a rating of 1, and the spiral has a rating of 0, which means that this total would be 5. And in addition to that, you get to add your agility. And what is your rating in that?
My agility is 3, so I get a total of 8.
Okay, 8. That's enough to make your way across. As you start walking onto the ice, you know it's extremely slippery, but you're used to travel. And you know how to go across the ice, so you manage to keep your balance and make your way towards the ship.
Okay, do I have to make the same roll if I want to follow him?
No, I would assume that Yompa would help guide you all through this. I only wanted to do this to showcase the draws for and
Okay.
make it clear for everyone how this will go. So as you get closer to as you approach the ship, you can see a part of the deck. Because the ship is tighted very it's tilted kind of upwards to one side, and it's gonna be tip over. But the ice around the water is kind of holding it all in place. You can see that it's broken. There are planks scattered about and there's a large hole that exposes the hold of the ship. And you can see that there are snow drifts building up around this odd ship.
Strange. I don't understand how something like this could happen. What do you think, friends?
I get on my knee. Can I get in touch, contact the spirit of the river?
Yes, you can. You are a Noidi, so you would be able to do such a thing.
So, can I try and ask the river to guide us in our search of anything that can help us understand what happened? Can I do such a thing?
So the way this works is that to make a request of a spirit, to talk to it, you will need to spend 1 point of soul essence.
Right.
And then to asking it a question will cost you another.
Okay. So I get on my knee and I get in touch, spending 1 soul essence, and then the question I ask is if the river can aid us in finding any clue of what happened here.
It's quiet for a moment, but you can feel, like, quickly enough, you feel a response from the river. The waves are quiet, and you know that the river, is uncomfortable with what is here. Whatever is on this ship does not belong in this part of the world.
Okay. Then I get up and I speak to my friends and I say, the river is uncomfortable. There's something unnatural in the ship. We must take it away. We must understand what is happening here.
Do you know anything more? That sounds really dangerous. Be very careful.
I don't know anything more than that. Probably I don't need to know more to act.
Let's try and find it, for something more goes south.
Let's try and find it, but let's stay careful while we do.
I equip my spear, hold it closely in case anything happens.
So you guys are gonna step into the ship, then, I assume.
Yeah.
The hull punctured in a way where it's like cracked open and light can penetrate in, or is it like very dark inside?
It is very dark inside. By the time you got here, it was already fairly, but the whole of the ship where you can enter it does not give much room for moonlight to enter.
I have a torch with me. We will light this first.
Okay, you can go first then, and I'll wait outside, since you're the leader and everything.
So,
can you help me make fire?
With a lit torch, you can easily see what is see into the ship, and you notice that the floor of the ship is coated in a thin layer of ice, and it's quiet. Like you can see barrels that each of them frozen over. But as you start heading in, you hear some sort of crying from the inside. It's not a human cry. It seems like there's some kind of animal stuck in here.
I look towards Minna and Elan in a questioning way.
Yeah, I reckon you should. I reckon you should go check that out. I'll stand guard outside. You know, in case anyone else comes.
I'll come with you. To check it out, that is.
I'll follow you too.
If we're going in there, we must go all. The wilderness is large. There is no one nearby. We would have seen them. I think whatever is in here is way more dangerous than whatever is outside.
All right, fair play, but you can go first.
I insist. I illuminate the way with the torch, but I'll try to be on my guard.
As you can walk through with a lit torch. You hear something start running towards you. It's on 4 feet, and quickly you see a wolf standing and charging towards you. It's growling. It looks mangy. Mangy. Its fur is very dirty, and it looks somewhat malnourished. But you don't have much time to think of that as the wolf is coming towards you. What do?
Time to defend myself and try to back off simultaneously.
All right, so you're trying to back up from the wolf and try, but why don't you make me an agility draw, and we will contest it with an attack draw from the wolf.
Do you want to do it with your stones since they're so cool on the table and the camera?
I'll make a draw for the wolf and show it off there. I'll let you handle the draw for yourself. Yep. Do you remember the values?
I have a +4 and my agility is 3, so that makes a total of 7.
Oh.
So Jompa's agility draw was 7
Oh.
total.
Oh boy, that's rough.
Very accurate. Attacking at high speed.
The wolf wanted the meal more than you wanted to escape. The wolf jumps straight towards you with great speed and precision. However, it does not do as much damage as it only glances on you for 1 point of damage. Do you have any kind of armor?
1 point of armor for my fur armor.
All right. So the way armor works in this game is that it's a damage reduction system, which means that this 1 point of armor is going to negate the 1 damage that you take. So while the wolf lands straight on you, throwing you backwards, he does not penetrate the thick hide of the fur. What do the rest of you do? Your friend, as your friend tumbles backwards with a wolf latched to him.
Well, I can't get in touch with the living spirits, right? If the wolf is alive, I can't try and calm him through his spirit, right? Am I correct?
Yeah, it could be possible for you to try to reach out and calm the spirit of this wolf. But
okay, then I can. Then I'll try that. I try and get in touch with the wolf spirit to calm him, to stop him before anything gets worse.
All right. Initiating the request will cost 1 soul point as before.
All right.
However, as you reach the wolf spirit, you feel an immense hunger. It has been here for a long time, and it has not had anything to eat for that duration. So it needs a meal, and it will require a great price of 4 soul essence points to back off its current prey.
Does that mean he will change prey and attack another one of us, or he will be calm down so we can try and give him something to eat?
He would calm down like all that. It's not that he would let him and just immediately move to the rest.
Okay. Then I actually spend the soul essence to calm him down. I say, wolf friend, please, calm down.
All right. And with that, the wolf is calmed for the time being. You can Yonpa, you can feel his teeth try to wrench themselves free of your fur armor as it moves to the side, as if to let you all pass.
I I asked the others, do you have anything that we can give the wolf to eat? He hasn't eaten in a long time. I could feel his hunger.
I'm afraid I don't.
No, neither do I. Certainly not on me.
I think we should check our supplies again. There must be some food left. The wolf looks really hungry. I think it will settle for anything, even a shoe.
Yeah, do we know if we have any food in our supplies back where we left everything?
Yeah, you do have some supplies with you. You had food to last you for this trip. Like on your hero cards, you have a short list of equipment, but it is assumed that you have other things that would be necessary for your characters. We did not feel it was necessary to write down, for example, the clothes that you wear because you need those. If it's something needed to survive, it's generally assumed that you have it.
All right, sweet.
However, giving the wolf part of your food stock will mean that you might not have the food needed to make your way back.
I will take the risk. We can hunt on the way back.
I should probably be able to hunt us something on the way back.
That will be great.
Yeah, if we make the wolf our friend, he might be able to hunt with us. So it would be like a return investment.
Yeah, sounds good. So I'll give something to eat to the wolf for my own food.
So you take some of the food you brought with you and you lay it out for the wolf, and he immediately moves to devour it. Like he nearly bites at your hands as well in his eagerness, but you come out of the exchange with all of your fingers intact.
Nice.
I pet him, and I try to coming further. Then I look at the others and say, "It's not normal to a wolf to be here this much time and not look for food outside his boat."
Indeed.
We need to go further.
We are to find the spirits. I think it was very wise of you to calm the wolf down. This may be very helpful for us. I was this close to whacking it on the head with a club, and this probably couldn't have happened. I'm
That's
glad
the
I
reason
didn't.
why I intervened.
Maybe we should be more stealthy when we explore the rest of the ship. I think
I agree.
perhaps Mina, since you are lightweight, perhaps you could scout around.
I mean, yeah, I can't argue with that. All right, guys, I'll show you how it's done. I'll lead the way.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm gonna try and push further into the boat to see if there's anything else in the darkness there.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just need to check something now. I can see that there's a comment from Gary Khan that apparently my sound is atrocious.
It's a bit. It cuts off sometimes, but we can understand what you're saying.
Yeah, most of it is solved by context, so it's mostly a mild annoyance.
Is it better now?
Possibly.
Yeah, sounds like it.
Yeah, it sounds okay.
Sounds
Okay, I'm terribly sorry about that, everyone. Uh,
Now you need to up your volume a bit too.
I can raise it.
This one is a bit more quiet.
let's Oh, it looks like my input volume is at maximum, so I guess I'll just speak loud and clear instead.
Speak loud, that's good.
Awesome.
All right, so where did we leave off? Oh yes, you had just sated the wolf, and you were about to head deeper into the ship. One of you was going to go ahead, or am I misremembering? Am I misremembering that?
No, that was me. I was gonna push ahead, as I'm light and nimble.
That being the case, I would like Ella to go last to make sure no one gets left behind in the darkness, and also try to look for, like, see if I see anything interesting.
Yep, that sounds good. So as all of you head deeper into the ship, you notice that like it has clearly begun to sink into the boat. Like the floor tilts at a terrible angle, and with the ice on it, it can be quite hard to navigate on your own. But with time and perseverance, you manage to make your way further in. Actually, I would like each of you to make a draw for that. Let's see just how quickly you manage to make your way across.
Okay. Would my ice dancer perk come into play then?
Yes, the ice dancer
Yes.
would come into play for this.
Could be worse. I don't know if you can see. I think this is a 3 triangles and 2 spirals.
Yep.
And on what stat is it? Agility?
Yes, this would be an agility-based roll.
Okay, so
Agility-based draw.
is a total of 6 for me. Because I have 3 in agility.
Couldn't really get the camera to work, but 3 triangles and 2 stars.
That's really good.
So what's that? 7?
Yep, that's 7 plus agility.
And my agility is 3, so that's 10.
Dang.
How about you, Joe? Do you?
Oh, okay. Sorry, I wasn't sure if I needed to roll because of ice dancer. Sorry.
Yeah, like you still need to make the draw, but it's gonna be easier for you to pass it.
Yeah. I got. Oh, nice. I got 2 splashes, 2 triangles, and 1 spiral. So that's 6 plus 5 agility is 11.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, very nice.
So that's an 11, a 10,
A 10 as well.
a 6, and what did you get, Ville?
I got a 10 as well. I got 3 stars, 1 triangle.
So most of you seem to be having a really easy time with this. Like it's just dice. You're used to you know how to get across that. However, one of you, Saraki, is lagging behind a bit. A bit slower than is lagging behind, and and uh, Saraki.
Yeah, I'm old. Yeah, I'm old. That's why I'm slower. It's not that I'm not capable of it.
Yeah, but sadly, it's not just that you're gonna be slow, but in addition, you may like you slip on a piece of the ice, falling backwards a little bit, taking 1 point of damage.
Oof. All right.
Definitely.
Ouch.
Yeah, it could have been worse, but you're going to need to get a good night's rest to recover from that.
Don't crack a hip bone, old man.
Don't go too fast, and I won't.
We are sorry for that. By the way, Ella, can you take care of the wolf? It's a bit strange that it's here. I think we should not, like, if it's hurt or if it still needs more food.
I'll see what I can do.
Thank you.
Is the wolf following us deeper into, or is it just staying kind of where we left it?
The wolf stays roughly where you left it. It seems to be making its way, like, it seems to stick around the hole in the ship now, but it doesn't, like, it doesn't seem to be making its way out of it.
Kind of reasonable. Harsh climate out there, and if it's low on body fat and such, might grow cold very quickly.
And with a closer look, like, you can see, like, just how skinny this wolf is now. Like, it does not, like, it doesn't carry itself well at all. Like, it.
Poor body.
So is there anything you'd like to do for the wolf, or did you just want to check on it?
I'm trying to think if there's anything that I could do at the moment. I think Ella would like to give it a bit of her food supplies as well, trusting that she can hunt some more.
We can give the wolf more to eat later on our way
True.
back. I
True.
think the focus now is on what's happening here. We have to understand why this ship is here and why it's making them even uncomfortable.
There is wisdom in that.
I suspect you are right.
So I think, I guess we go further into the ship, looking for anything that looks odd, and it might be the source of the problems for the area.
With a little bit of help from the others, Saraki, you make your way across with the rest of them. You find yourselves entering the cargo of the ship. It's it's not like the ships here are are far different from any of the kinds that you have seen on your seen in your land. But when you arrive there, you can see a person there sitting by the wall.
There's a what by the way?
Oh, there is a person like dressed in thick furs, sitting up behind, like by the wall.
Okay, do
Does
we
someone
all
want
see
to?
him?
Yes.
Okay, does someone want to like call out for him to see if he's awake or alive?
Look at Minna.
Oh. Okay, yeah, I'll call out. I'll say, I'll just like shout hello to him to see if he's okay. Hello? Are you alright over there?
He does not respond to your calls. He just sits there still.
Does it look like he's frozen?
When you make your way a little closer and the light of the reaches him, you can see that yes, he is frozen solid, with his mouth gaping open, perhaps as if he was screaming.
Yikes.
And from his clothes, you can tell he was definitely not from this area. This is one of the people from the south that some of the Sami people trade with.
I think I can talk to the spirit, but I don't want. I kind of feel like I don't want to disturb him any further. He looks like he had a big trauma before meeting his end.
For now, I
Something
think the best solution is to get him a proper burial once this is all over.
definitely. We will definitely give him a proper burial, even though it's a foreigner. We don't know his way of living. We don't know how they usually do burials, but we definitely have to handle him once this is over. I try and look where he was looking, like where the eyes are currently looking, to see if I see anything that might be the source of this man fear.
You can see that he is looking deeper into the cargo area.
Okay. I tell the others, think there's only one way to find out what's happening here. We must go further.
I agree.
As you all start making your way deeper and into the frozen and dark corners of the ship, you come across two more people frozen similarly. Like they're frozen solid. And they just lie there. Each uh, each and each one of them with an expression of fear, panic, or fear, panic, or perhaps astonishment.
Perhaps they too spoke with the river spirit, but their encounter was not a pleasant one.
I don't think the river spirit, is behind this. The river spirit was uncomfortable with the situation.
You are right. That's
It
why
felt
you are the witch and I am not.
It felt unnatural. There's something more in the ship. Something that doesn't belong here.
Is there snow on the ground in here, or have we passed too far away from any openings?
No, it is like it's icy, but you can see that even just for like just up ahead, you think what like you think you even see a little bit of snow there. Like perhaps it's some shavings from like parts above the ship that have fallen there, and they're there uh, lying there is the frozen body of a very small person.
Like a child.
Exactly like a child.
Oof. Um, I try to rush towards the little body to ascertain if he died like the others, like frozen, or if they got frozen after the death. I'm a healer, so that might help.
Yep. So but when you make your way closer to it, the like the body like inspect the body has no wounds on it. Like, the only thing on her is is the frost. So you would assume that they die, that the frost is what killed them. The
But they
body.
got paralyzed by fear.
Could you repeat?
But they got paralyzed by fear, right? Because they didn't do anything to prevent the cold from killing them.
Yeah, it certainly does look that way. But you
So
can see
it
this. Yeah, yeah. You can see that this person, the child, is holding onto something with dear life in her right hand.
okay. I try to open the hand, although it's frozen. I do not wish to break it, possibly. I try to, pick, pick a stone and use it as a lever to take what's inside the hand. I think I can guess there's kind of a malicious spirit that is behind all of this. Could it be?
Yeah, it definitely seems a lot worse than just cold weather because they were clearly scared. So it wasn't like a slow hypothermia kind of death. It was
Exactly.
something terrifying. Am I able to appraise the item that the child had in their hand, as I have a proficiency in it?
Not currently, but perhaps the time that has been acquired. It seems like even with the stone to try to leverage the fingers, I feel that like even that you would probably end up breaking one of the fingers. Would you like to carry on, or do you want to go another way?
I mean, we'll make it up by burying them. I mean, I guess that's like a huge story. I mean, we have to understand what's happening here. So I don't know if we can have the luxury of not understanding what he holds in his hand. It might be important.
While he does that, I'll have a look around the area in case there's something else.
Yeah. So you manage to pry open the fingers, but sadly you end up breaking a few of them as you do it, and you find yourself holding a small wooden statue of a bear. It has like the statue has like a coating of frost on it, like everything else on board this ship, but you can still see that the craftsmanship is quite good, and there is something written in uh, um, that there has been a strange letter written into into the statue. And
Okay.
I'll leave you with those details for now. We'll respond to Villa. You were going to look around the ship, right?
Not the ship, just the immediate area of the
Sorry,
frozen
the
child.
immediate area. As you go through, like there's a lot of boxes, crates, and barrels nearby. Most of them fastened, but you notice that that only one of them is open, and it's one that it is just a few meters away from the frozen body of the girl, and it seems to have been pried open like haphazardly, like the crate has been broken open.
I point at it with a club. Look, this thing has been opened recently.
Saraki, you feel a deep chill running down your spine. You're
Okay.
surrounded with a fine mist. You can hear a voice. Soft voice. It's quiet. Who is there? It asks.
Friends, we only want to understand and talk.
Your way of speaking is funny.
Is it? We come in peace.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
We come in peace. We have no interest in having a conflict whatsoever. We only want to understand.
You're too late. Uh, 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 I think we're stuck here.
We, you, and who else?
Everyone here.
What happened here?
We were going north, and something came on this river. It was big. It was scary.
Something came out of the river? Or something out of the crate?
I don't. No. Sorry. Can you?
Did something came out of the river or out of or something inside the ship?
It came from the river.
Oh.
I didn't see much. It was it had antlers and great teeth, and then I came down here.
Okay. Did you hear anyone say anything? Maybe call this thing by a name?
Not a name, but the captain said he wouldn't pay its price.
All right. Now rest. You've been very helpful. I look at my friends and I say, the spirits of those who lie here spoke to me. Apparently something came out of the river and attacked the ship. And the captain of the ship apparently didn't want to pay the price. Whatever that was, or whatever that means.
Do you know what the price was? Perhaps we could still pay it if it's here on board.
I go and ask the spirit, have you heard anything more about this price? The captain wasn't willing to pay.
No, I don't know what it was, but we we have we have many fine things.
Can you point me, the captain?
The the spirit seems to like look around and said, "As he's not here."
He's been taken away by the thing that attacked you? Okay.
Way or up?
Up?
Up on the ship.
Okay. I again talk to my friends. We must go up. The captain is there. I can speak with the spirit of the captain, and he will tell us what happened and how can we pay whatever the price to calm down what attacked the ship.
Well done. Let's make it happen.
Of course, don't go fast, please.
No, we'll go slow. We don't. I will walk behind you and see that you do not trip.
I appreciate it.
So just so that we can move back a little, Joe, you mentioned that you would like to appraise the bear. Yes.
Yeah, the bear totem. Yeah, could I appraise that? Thank you.
Could you make for me an intellect draw then?
Yeah, sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. I got 1 spiral, 1 triangle, and 3 splashes.
Damn it! Someone's lucky today.
Yeah, lucky today, guys.
Very lucky.
That's a really good. So what is that in total then?
That would be 6 plus 1, 7.
Don't
Oh,
forget you get your intellect rate to that.
yeah, my intellect is 3, so 10 in total.
Like the craftsmanship of there is impeccable. It really precise. Its eyes are made of obsidian stone. That's the only feature that's not made of wood. But you can notice that it's been carved smooth uh, 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 and it's to have been made by the Sami. But on its side, you can see a letter. You recognize it as a Nordic rune. It kind of like to describe it, it kind of looks like an H, except the dash in the middle tilts downwards.
Diagonal. Okay.
Yeah. And the bear like seems a little too cold to the touch for a simple piece of wood.
Okay. So it's sort of being affected by something that maybe isn't completely natural because it's a bit too cold. Okay. I'm gonna keep the bear with me in case it proves useful. But when we bury the child, I'll bury the totem with them.
Sounds good.
So as you put the bear away, you hear a strange voice. It's the same voice as Saraki heard. Be careful.
Okay.
It's dangerous.
All right. I'm gonna sort of alert the rest of my friends just to tell them to be on guard. Yeah, something's not right round here, guys. So just be on your alert because we might have to defend ourselves.
I think that not anything made of stone is useless against the type of peril we are gonna face. So have a sharp mind.
Okay.
So where is it that you are headed now?
Upwards, I think.
Upwards.
We are looking for the captain, basically.
Up.
Yeah. So, uh, since you're looking for the captain, I would like one of you to make me an awareness draw. Like you can figure out who would be best suited for that role amongst yourselves.
I suspect that to be me.
Yeah.
Yes. You do that because while I am a good tracker otherwise, I am more concerned about our elderly shaman here. I wish to make sure he doesn't trip anymore. So I'm preoccupied with that for sure.
Yeah, if we're gonna talk with a spirit soon, he would be very useful, and we can't have people getting hurt.
I'll try not to die by falling.
I drew 2 spirals and 3 triangles, so that's a 3 and 4 to my awareness, so 7.
7. Yeah. Good. So you make your way up through the ship. It's cold, slippery, and the trip takes you quite a while. But you manage to make your way to the what's the word I'm looking for? Like not the like we were in the cargo and the hold, but like the top of the ship.
The deck.
The
Yeah, the deck. That's the word. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And you can find that on the deck is like are a few people, one of which seems to be dressed like in dressed in better and like more colorful clothing than the rest of them.
Okay, I guess that's the captain.
And naturally, unnaturally, as with everything else on the ship, the people here are too frozen solid.
Okay. I try and reach the spirit of the captain.
You want to reach out to his soul and try to communicate with him despite his current state.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah.
So I guess that's a soul point.
Right you are. You're just burning through them now.
Yeah, I kind of, I'm kind of noticing it now. Maybe I spent a little bit too much for the wolf.
For clarity, like, even though it won't come up in this adventure, likely a character would regain a point of health like once every night, whereas a point of soul would take an entire week to come back. So you know that after this, it's going to take you many weeks to recover from what you have done here tonight.
Yep. I mean, I could have done the ritual at the start of the game. I totally forgot about that.
So you reach out to the spirit of the captain, and he seems to be resisting somewhat. He is like his spirit seems more what's the word, like, dangerous than the rest, whereas the wolf was going for, like, attacked you for its own self. This person seems to have had a more, like, slightly more violent soul.
All right.
He is still willing to answer your questions.
I say, friend, I have come here to investigate what happened to your ship, to your friends. I've seen all your bodies. I've seen what happened here, and I want to make it right. I need you to answer some questions. I need you to tell me what happened here, what attacked you, and what was the price you weren't willing to pay.
So, what happened here? Price. Okay. First, like, he he responds with, "I am no friend to you," and before moving on and saying, "We came to get rid of the cursed bear, a strange beast that attacked us for water. I've never seen one like it. Ma- uh, and uh, the, li- uh, the lives of my crew and demanded food from our stores."
So, the price you weren't willing to pay was the food?
The lives of my men.
Well, then I'm sorry to tell you that whatever happened, you still paid the price. Is there anything we should know about the bear, the cursed bear? We can take care of it. We can end what you started. So that may you rest in peace, knowing that whatever happened here will not happen ever again.
So, for each question that you have and plan to ask, like, by question I don't mean each literal question. I mean, like, every sentence that you wish to, each row of each question you want to prolong this by will cost you an extra soul point.
Okay, then I
yeah, it
use
takes
the one extra point to ask this question about the bear.
Yep.
And then I will stop there because I think I'm spending way too much.
The bear must go north. It must go back to its home in the mountains. Only then will we be rid of its curse.
May you rest in peace. I look to my friends and say, well, the captain wasn't so friendly, but he answered the questions. The bear is cursed. That's the reason why they got attacked. To lift the curse on the bear, we have to bring it back north in the mountains. Whatever that means, it's our next step on the journey. We can't let this happen again.
Then our path is clear, I suppose.
So it would seem. And with that, we come to the end of our story.
Ooh.
Ooh, open ending.
Cliffhanger. Yeah.
Yeah. Still with a little bit of time to go. So I'll go into explaining one thing regarding the rules that I was trying to get to, but sadly you did not to attack the wolf and instead befriend it.
Oh no. Pacifist run.
I like it. It's a fun way of handling the scenario. The system works with damage. You guys have seen this with the hero cards that it says that with the damage it says plus spiral stones. Because when you draw for attacks, the stones you draw go like they give you a better hit, but you only draw once for the entire attack. Every spiral stone you draw, that is the stones that give no modifier to the roll itself, gives a +1 modifier to the damage of the roll. So if you draw, let's say, 3 spiral stones, like you're not really being accurate, but you're really putting in a wild and powerful blow into that one attack, whereas someone else might go for a more precise strike. But I had fun here today. I hope you did too. It was lovely seeing some familiar faces and some new ones, and I hope our audience enjoyed this short live demo of the world of the Sami. And I would once again remind everyone that this document can be found on our website, dragon-legion.com. Isn't that right, Beth? Yeah.
Yeah, we can advertise.
Yeah.
Oh, nice plug.
Yeah.
Very smooth. Do you want to say something, Beth?
Yeah, so thanks everybody for playing. That first demo. Yeah, I hope you all enjoyed playing and listening as well. And it really kind of highlighted how, it's based on shared storytelling. The runestone setting itself, I mean, you need a bag of runestones. The whole idea is that you can kind of.
Beth, you need to speak louder, I think.
Or closer to the mic.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, so thanks for everybody for coming and playing. It was really nice to see rules in action after doing this. It's been a while since we've played a game with this. So we're actually in the process of developing these rules right now. And if you want to get involved or have a look at the system, like Becky said, it's on our Dragon Legion website right now. And within the next month, we're going to be releasing the final PDF of the rule set free. So stay in the loop and stay involved. I just thought I'd say something about the we're going here. So the rule system itself, the pouch of runes, this is designed to be able to be played anywhere. So we're not bound to a tabletop in these games. We can play walking around a forest in character, or in a park, or something like that. It's a dynamic kind of storytelling base that's not bound to the rules itself. And yeah, I mean, I love playing with these rule sets because it's super quick and it's really focused on character engagement and telling a story together. Yeah. Is there anything else you want to add there, Becky?
The only thing I want to add, really up in a warm country.
Yeah, I mean, I can imagine. I think there was later Sweden with rule set, the Sami set, right? And at our playtest events in Dragon Legion, I mean, it's so much fun to be able to explore the local culture and to play these games. I mean, one of our most recent events in Italy, you, Joe, and Pasquale were there, and that was so much fun because yeah, we had days where we were around and playing together. And Becky, you played this game at our playtest event, at the first players event, was it?
Yeah, I was there in 2016 when we played the Sami adventure, and it was an amazing experience. Sadly, I don't remember nearly as much about the culture as I like from that event, but some things do stay.
Well, it started what? That was 5 years ago now. That was the beginning of this setting. Yeah. 2016.
Yeah, we went through the adventure in 2016.
Yeah.
The system might have been designed up to a year before that.
Yeah, and that event, I mean, we had 18 participants, I think, or was it more?
You might be thinking about the GD event. So, to explain some of the terminology that we use here, when we say GD, we're talking about game director. That is the term that we use for game master, and there are now we've talked about two kinds of events that Dragon Legion has: it's GD events and player events. GD events are for training people. We take workshops. We work on creating settings and rules for the games that we want to play. For example, I have in 2018, I believe, I went to Crete to go there to do research on the Minoan civilization that lived there for an adventure that was then held about culture. And then the player events are like just large groups where we get large players. This can be like up to 60 players and various different groups set in the same world, like exploring the same story.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're planning one at the moment that's based off Arthurian mythology. And yeah, I mean, there's 6 groups, and the stories just intertwine, and you affect all the great storyline together. And I love the way it's set out, and the way that you can kind of do is shared storytelling, affecting each other's different stories, but then also you're there together, and often there's like 8 different countries, 8 different nationalities, or even working together and exploring another culture together. So yeah, this is the idea of this Sami setting, that we're exploring this indigenous culture and the cultural heritage of Sweden. So yeah, thank you everybody for joining us.
Thank you very much. Is there anything you would like to say? Break?
I guess just like thank you for hosting. Like it was a fun game. Like thanks for putting it all together. I had a good time.
Me too.
Yeah, me too. It was very, very fun.
Yeah, I agree. This was super fun.
And we want to thank Gary Kahn for letting. And now we're gonna go into a small break, and then we will move on to the next segment.
scent of sulfur is thick in your nostrils. The stalactites shudder above you as the huge red dragon beast rises from its pile of golden treasure. Something you can only describe as a grin splits its elongated head. Enormous teeth glittering in the dull amber glow from the lava pools. You ready your weapons as it prepares itself to strike. Roll for initiative. Battle is about to be joined. Epic encounters. Turn your RPG up to 11.
The mighty red dragon swoops in over the battlefield. The wind beating from its wings nearly knocks you over. As you stand in its mighty presence, you realize there is no hope for any of you.
Well, I'm out of spells, so I'm just a 10th level dude.
And I'm still unconscious. So if one of you could please go into my bag and get my healing potion, that'd be great.
Then I smash the lizard. Raging, charging, power attack.
Roll your worthless attack. Your pitiful attack glances off the dragon's scale, and it opens its mouth, casting you in the molten glow of its inner heat as it prepares to release its fiery breath upon you all.
Wait, I haven't gone yet.
What weapon could you possibly have to defeat the great dragon?
The greatest weapon in all the realm, forged by Norse foundry to defeat all evil.
No, it can't be.
Take up a fight against evil with the finest weapons in the realm at NorseFoundry.com. And be sure to watch Dragons and Things every Friday night on Twitch.
Hello, I'm Benwin Bronzebottom, celebrity dwarf and video game enthusiast, and this is my sidekick, Crowy.
Hello.
Quiet, you. I'm here to tell everyone about Idle Champions of the Forgotten Realms. It's a Dungeons & Dragons-based strategy game from Codename Entertainment.
It's a management game with an emphasis on formation strategy, where you assemble parties of legendary heroes and send them on adventures through the Forgotten Realms.
Heroes? Crowy, don't you mean champions?
Players unlock legendary champions of the Forgotten Realms, like Joust and the Companions of the Hall, Farida and Havilar from the Brimstone Angels saga, and many more. Assemble the best adventuring party possible based on your formation options, champion abilities, and the obstacles and enemies you face.
Or just smash your mouse button repeatedly like I do and hope for the best.
Each champion has an incredible array of skills and items to let you customize your style and play even further.
Farther. Farther means more distant, further is figurative.
Well, I meant more distant, but figuratively.
That's forther.
Well, customize your style even further, because Idle Champions of the Forgotten Realms is available on all your favorite gaming platforms. Steam for PC and Mac, web, Epic Game Store, PlayStation 4 and 5, Xbox One, Xbox Series X, Nintendo Switch, iOS tablets, and Android devices.
Well, let me know when it comes to the BlackBerry. I'm not giving up that phone. It's the only keyboard I can use.
I hear it's coming to the smart fridge next spring.
Given the tremendous impact of D&D, there's a little bit of pressure when it comes to maintaining the legacy of D&D and also inviting new audiences to experience our favorite hobby. I spoke with Kate Welch, Jeremy Crawford, and Mike Merles about that responsibility.
The job I have is essentially answering the question of like, okay, you have this thing that's existed for more than 40 years, and how do you keep it going into the future? And the way I think of it is, it's easy to fall into sort of, I see it as a trap, of thinking of it as like, I'm a museum curator. We have this thing, Dungeons and Dragons. And what we want to do is put it on display the way it was, and put it behind glass, and preserve it, and never let it change, because that's what it is, and that's what it should always be. And I think that's really the opposite of what I want to do. When I think of that sort of caretaker responsibility, I think of it a lot more like there's this playground called Dungeons and Dragons that people have been coming to have fun with their friends for years. But the people coming are going to change. Every generation has its own likes, dislikes, what they're dealing with, And so that playground has to remain relevant, but it has to remain Dungeons and Dragons.
In the last couple of years, D&D has made its presence so strong and so known in my life and in the lives of so many people. You know, the popularity of D&D has been tremendous in the last couple of years, and I feel like I am sort of an exemplary individual of that rise. Not that I'm exceptional, but that I am a wonderful example of what D&D has brought into its fold in recent years. And anybody who's a D&D fan can tell you stories about how positively it's impacted them and the kinds of things that have changed in their lives as a result of Dungeons and Dragons. And I felt that very strongly too, and happened to have the right combination of skills and luck to be able to make it my job.
D&D is infinitely expandable because of that core nature, that it's a storytelling platform. Anything within its high fantasy framework is really possible. And so for us, often the question isn't how can we expand, but in which ways are we not going to expand? Because the danger could be that we expand so far with the design of the game, layering on rules, giving you, a bajillion new options, etc., that we could get to the point where everyone loses sight of what's that core experience? Why did we come to D&D in the first place? Why do we keep coming back to D&D? Why does it forge so many friendships when people gather around the D&D table? So for us, often the question is, all right, we have these 20 directions we could go in. We need to pick just a couple of them. Which ones?
So it's all about what are the fundamental things that speak to us as humans that this game fulfills, that cross boundaries of generation, not just generations, but gender and culture and all that stuff.
You always want to be able to retain old players and make sure that they have the content that makes them interested in staying, while also recruiting new players, attracting new players. So there's this balancing act that exists. But unlike in video games, the swath between old players and new players is pretty much as wide as you can imagine it. The people of all ages and all races and all backgrounds are playing Dungeons and Dragons now. And so you have such a huge crowd of people that you want to try to appeal to. And in addition, you want to try to get the new people who've never tried it themselves before. So there's a lot.
This is not a lot of pressure.
No, there's a considerable amount of pressure, but it's also such an honor to be able to be one of the people that's trusted with the stewardship of this. And it really is a stewardship. It's not I'm not coming in to try to make new Dungeons and Dragons. I'm not coming in to try to wreck what's already good. It's very much you are entrusted with a responsibility to keep the game as good as it has been, while also trying to make it better. And it's a lot, but it's wonderful.
People like D&D because we know they like feeling empowered. So how can you take that concept and make it something that's more empowering, gives you more forward momentum? To make Mordenkainen not only a character that you might interact with, but think you might follow in his footsteps. He's got an agenda that he's going to go out and enact that you could react to. So this idea that it isn't enough just to sit back and passively hope things get balanced. It's you have a specific threat that you think is going to come to pass if the balance is put out of whack. And you are now going to go out because you believe this great tragedy that might befall the cosmos if the balance is violated. And you're going to go out and with extreme prejudice take out anything that might threaten the balance. Because literally the cosmos is at stake. And then hopefully that's something, people can relate, can think of in terms of fantasy or the stakes in the world, with, politics being so divisive. And even though like the Cold War's over and all that stuff, it still feels like, we're always just on the brink of catastrophe. Playing into that, because that's what this generation's grown up with. That's what they've seen. And giving them threats and motivations that make sense to the character, always thinking of the character, why they do things, and building something that's internally consistent. The mind flayers. It used to be, especially in the early days of fantasy, there was a real sense of mystery. And I think that people still want a sense of wonder, but I don't think they necessarily want it from a sense of mystery. I think they want it from a sense now, especially because of video games and movies can now show us these worlds, I think they seek it more in the sense of scope and majesty rather than no one really knows how this works. I think that's sort of played out. I think that's another area where you've seen this kind of change from Mind Flayers going from being just mysterious to now having this past that casts them as these horrible villains, but who in their minds would tell you, no, we're the victims. We were the ones who were defeated by our slaves. Oh, poor us, right? Like, oh, that you know that's wrong, but it's how they see it, right? And building out these things that are more painted in grays rather than just absolutes, that are more about the sense of wonder the Mind Flayer evokes isn't the sense of you don't know what it is and who can know, but the sense that they are thousands of years old. They're a relic from a time we can't even comprehend within D&D. And they have these plans that are horrid but are vast in scope. And using that to build more, inspire that sense of wonder, inspire creativity. More of that, you know enough to then spark what you will now take as your next step, the adventure that you're going to feature a Mind Flayer as the main villain or whatnot.
Thank you, Mike Merles, Jeremy Crawford, and Kate Welch for talking about the stewardship of D&D. I'm Todd Kenrick, your host. Thank you for watching. I have been playing D&D my entire life, but now we are seeing D&D is having a new resurgence. I spoke with the staff at Wizards of the Coast about why this is happening right now.
Dungeons & Dragons provides two fundamental human needs.
We, ever since we were primitive sitting around campfires, we've been telling stories to each other and listening to each other tell stories to each other.
Humans have always been storytellers, sitting around the campfire doing that. We want to tell stories, and this gives us a framework.
There's really nothing out there that can perfectly emulate it digitally.
Whether we like it or not, we crave human interaction. We're not all very good at it, and a lot of people need some help. And Dungeons & Dragons gives you this safe environment to communicate when you're not necessarily the best communicator. And so it fills these needs for people who maybe are having anxieties over it.
Storytelling is complicated. It requires intuition and improvisation when you're doing it orally. And when it's shared storytelling and the players are contributing to the story, there's a sense that you don't really know where the story's going to go. That's a wondrous thing. To see this story evolve in the moment, in live time. It's like watching The Lord of the Rings. If The Lord of the Rings didn't have a script and the actors were just in the world reacting to real situations, you don't know where it's going to go and you don't know how it's going to end. Those things are decided by the players and the DM in the moment or by the fate of the dice, and that is compelling. D&D's resurgence, I sort of attribute to two big things. Neither of which is me. One is the people who grew up playing earlier editions of the game are now in very influential positions and are sort of the leaders of cultural movements now in the world. They're running companies that are driving game experiences that are getting out there to millions upon millions of fans. There are people who work at Blizzard. There are people who work at Cryptic. There are people who work at BioWare and in Hollywood.
A couple of years ago, we celebrated our 40th anniversary. And with that, we really re-energized and recharged Dungeons & Dragons and started telling these really big annual stories set in the Forgotten Realms.
A theme that we embraced in our work on the system for 5th edition was finding what's best, not only in 3rd and 4th edition, but also 1st and 2nd edition, and also basic D&D.
With the advent of technology now, shows like Critical Role, which is on Twitch, have demystified the game. The live games that we do at the PAX shows have demystified the game and shown that D&D is, above and beyond anything else, entertainment. And the barriers to entry don't seem as high anymore.
My favorite thing I've ever read about Dungeons & Dragons was a mom who wrote this op-ed piece about how Dungeons & Dragons taught her how to communicate with her autistic son because it taught her the framework and gave her son boundaries. And for the first time ever, they were able to sit down for a couple hours and really communicate back and forth. And Dungeons and Dragons enabled that. And I think when you have something that is so special and touches people on such an emotional level, it's always going to be popular. And I think right now people are just craving more and more of that connection with other people. But at the heart of Dungeons and Dragons now in this generation, it's really just storytelling, these big epic adventures, and how friends are going on and being successful together, and the stories and the memories that you form doing this, and also the bonds of friendship that kind of get formed along the way.
Hello and welcome. I'm Matthew, co-host of the Effect podcast, and in this case, representing Free League for this short demonstration game of Vezsen, the wonderful folkloric horror game. And can I get each of my players to introduce myself? Maybe starting with Joe, first come, first served.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Joe. I am playing Martin the Priest, and I have limited experience with this system and none with this game.
Excellent. Eric?
Yes, I am. My name's Eric, and today I'll be playing the young officer. We're going to call him Charles, and this is actually my first time with this game, so.
Excellent. Well, this will be a really good opportunity. This scenario is relatively simple and short. It's meant to be for introducing people to the game at conventions. So hopefully you'll find this a pretty good introduction. And finally.
Hi, my name is Jens. I'm the co-moderator of GaryCon, and find myself in this situation where I am Alexander. My name is Alexander Scarvenhag, and I'm into the occult. I'm looking for the unexperienced and unexplored.
And I should point out that you and the priest know each other.
Of course. Then I should know the names of the name of the priest again, please.
Father Martin.
Father Martin.
And we start the scene with the three of you sharing carriage on a steam train on your way to December. And obviously, it's a long journey from Uppsala to the village of December. You're traveling through valleys, forested valleys, some of them turn to pasture. And eventually, as you're talking, you may realize that you are all going to the village of December, and that certain things may have pulled you to that village. And at least two of you have had a letter inviting you to that village. Would you like to share the contents of that letter with each other?
Of course. If I know where
Jens,
the
you haven't had the letter. Sorry,
I don't have a letter.
The priest has got the letter.
Okay.
Yes, I have a letter that was sent to me by Father Peter. I knew him before, and he knows me to be a person who is interested in things beyond what is strictly within the letter of the Bible. So he's asked me to, he's gone to the town of December, and he has been there for some time. And right now, he believes that the village is consumed with talk of spirits and fey creatures. And the daughter of a well-respected farmer, Miss Margarita Olberg, has a child out of wedlock, and she claims that the father of this child is her former fiance who died in battle. And everybody else in the village believes that she's consorting with the fey spirits. and Father Peter asked me to come there to investigate, which is a little strange because he and I did not get along in the past, and he doesn't believe in such things. I'm not sure I do either, but at least I'm interested in them. So,
My friend Father Martin, it's not important if we believe in the occult. The occult believes in us. So this is the important point.
yes, thank you, my friend. You're always helpful in these situations. That's why you've come along. I'm sure you'll be very useful finding spirits everywhere we go.
I hope so.
Do you have anything to add to the conversation? I can't remember. Sorry, what's the officer's name?
Charles.
Charles, yes.
Yes, I have also was coming this way because of a letter that was received from a friend, Lieutenant Colonel Hendrickson. He was speaking of different dire needs needed there, things that were happening. Um, Something about Margareta, and yes, I believe I need to travel there as well. It's good that we're here together.
Excellent. So at that point, the train draws into the station, and you can see it's quite a modern station. Just to explain to our viewers, that Vezin is set in the mythic north, in the vaguest 19th century imaginable. So it's sometime in the 1800s. We're not being particularly specific, but you can see this is a new built railway station on a relatively new line. And although it's labeled December, that being the nearest village, you realize as you get out on the platform that the village itself is actually a little bit up in the valley, and you've got quite a long walk to make up in the valley if you want to get to the actual village. You can see up there the older buildings. There's a newer building sort of halfway up the valley. But yeah, you've got possibly an hour's walk ahead of you with your cases. Although you will notice that there is a milk dray that has a horse-drawn cart full of, well, not currently full of milk churns, but the train has paused a little, and a lot of empty milk trains are being offloaded. And there's the drayman, the carter, is loading these empty milk churns onto the back of his cart.
Perhaps he's headed to the village. I don't want to walk that far. I don't think I've walked that far in the last 15 years.
What time of the year do we have?
It is summer. It is
Okay.
June.
June.
Okay.
And it's much too hot to walk for an hour carrying my luggage. So,
would you like to ask the drayman for a lift?
Yes, please.
Of course.
Okay. The drayman seems to be a friendly sort, but because we're introducing the system to our viewers and to Charles here, would you like to take a look at your character sheets and decide what skill would you like to use to convince the drayman of that they should take you upstairs, up the hill?
Does one of you want? Else, I would like to use my deep structured knowledge of empathy and manipulation to bring him into carrying us.
Right. Okay.
Fine. Now, may I help? Because those are also skills that I am in. We
Excellent.
can team up together, my friend.
In this system, when two people work together, one of you makes the roll and the other one gets a single added dice onto that roll for the other person's help.
You
and
want
up to 3 people can help, so you get up to a maximum of 3 extra dice. But if which one of you would like to make the roll and which one of you wants the extra dice?
You can go ahead. I'll just roll one. And as we toddle
Okay.
up, I'm like, don't encourage him with talk of Fey people as we talk to this nice gentleman.
No, it's all okay. I will be subtle, as always, my friend.
And I'll
So
just
I
stand behind, kind of helping bolster you from with a stern look.
okay, okay. So I pass over to the milkman. Good day, my friend. Good day. Please tell me, my brave worker, does your way take you to this nearby city of December?
Well, it's no city. It's a quiet village. He says yeah, it's up on the hill up there. Now I'm going about halfway up the hill.
Yeah.
With these churns, because the dairy is new built. It's not so far as the whole village. But if you wouldn't mind, you look like a strong gentleman. If you wouldn't mind helping me load these churns on to the back of the cart, I would be very great. I would be so grateful. I would take you up to the village, um, and we can drop off the churns on the way.
Of course, we would love to help you, but you know, my dear friend here is a priest, and he's on his way to help people in the village, and you will do a great favor to our Lord and Savior if you just bring us directly up to the village. So now I take a roll.
Okay, by all means.
Yeah.
And I roll one, and only if I get a six, do I help him? Is that the way this?
Yes. So you rolled a 1, and so that was your. Sorry. To simplify this, roll your entire your empathy and manipulation skills, and add an extra dice as though the priest is helping you.
Okay, then I took 7 dices and I roll. And I have got 2 6s.
Excellent. So all you need is 1 to succeed in this particular test. And so he is persuaded. He's quite a cheerful fellow, quite a helpful fellow, generally. Yeah, and he is persuaded to sit the priest, particularly at the front of the cart, and make sure you all three are comfortable. And then he carries on loading the rest of the churns onto the cart, and eventually climbs up next to the priest and flicks the reins of his horse, and the old cart horse makes its way up the hill, definitely saving you a lot of effort in climbing the hill, but going quite slowly. Now, is anybody engaging the priest in, is anybody engaging the Draven in conversation on the way up, or?
I would certainly if I'm sitting next to him.
Very well.
And tell him I'm in town visiting Father. I forgot his name already.
Father Peter?
Peter. I tell him I'm visiting Father Peter. I know him from way back, and make commentary. Big general small talk, and point out all the various flora and fauna that we see on the way up there. Just general small talk about that the whole way up, and if he offers anything, that would be delightful. But I don't press him on anything such as unless he volunteers.
Right, okay. Well, he's quite a talkative fellow. So you think he could be easily pressed?
Oh, then I do. Then so after yeah. So if he seems like he's talking about things, I do say. So I do hear that there's been some interesting goings on about the village. Something to do with a young woman. Margarita
Young woman,
Oldberg?
Margareta.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Well, she's with child.
So I heard.
Yes.
These things happen.
And we don't know who the father is, but we have our suspicions.
And who would that be?
Well, the dairymaids think it's the doctor, the village doctor. But she insists it is not. She insists it is the spirit of her dead fiance who died in the war.
Yes, well, only one such birth has ever taken place, and that was a long time ago.
It is hard to believe the dairymaids, though, because the Doctor, of course, is terribly distraught about the disappearance of his 3 children.
When did that happen?
Oh, it is each one disappeared one after the other over the last 3 months or so.
Does the Doctor have a wife?
No, she had died about 4 months beforehand in childbirth. Very
Oh,
tragic.
dear.
The poor fellow is terribly distraught.
And this is the Doctor who we think Margarita may be having
Well, the
a thing with.
dairymaid say this is that. I think they hope that Margarita and the Doctor would make a happy couple, and that Margarita would fill a hole in the Doctor's life.
The child does need someone to take care of it.
Well, sadly, that child too died. So now the Doctor was looking at having 4 children. Mother and child died in childbirth, and now the Doctor has none.
But Margarita has a child. She's with child, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
But I don't know whether, personally, I don't know that there were any romantic feelings between the Doctor and her, whatever the children say, whatever the
gossip
dairymaids
is.
say.
Does that happen quite often here, that children are dying so frequently?
No, it is, well, there's another theory. There
Another
is,
one. Okay.
yeah. So, have you heard talk of the Grey Man?
Have I?
No.
No, I don't think either of your letters refer to a Grey Man.
No.
No. So there is a spirit in the woods. It's the dairymaids have all the stories. So I'm only relating what they say. I may be a humble drayman, but I feel I'm a man of learning, like your good selves. And I treat everything I hear with a modicum of suspicion. But the Grey Man is said to haunt the woods, and the dairymaids say that he may have kidnapped the children.
So weren't there dead bodies found?
No, there were searches made, but this was earlier in the year, and you know how short the days are here in the north. No one has found any bodies, but old Carl, the hunter, he says he has seen the Grey Man directly.
Old Carl the hunter. Do you know where to find old Carl?
I can point out his house when we get up to the village, of course. But
That
you'll
would be
often find him. He's in the inn that I imagine I am taking you to. For if you are visiting here, the inn is the only place to stay. So you'll likely find old Carl drinking there as well when he's not out hunting.
This is so kind of you, good man.
Now, the officer, you're not the only one not engaged in this conversation, so I'd like you to make a vigilance roll if you can. So that's basically 2 dice pools, your relevant stat and vigilance in this game. Logic, and your vigilance skill. If you have it, if you don't, just roll your logic.
All right, so the logic says 3, so that's 3 dice for that?
Yeah, and you haven't got any points in vigilance.
Vigilance, I have 1, actually.
Right, so that's a total of 4 dice that you roll.
And
any 6s?
So, no 6s, no.
6s equals success.
Okay.
Now you can. I probably don't recommend it at this time. If when you fail a roll in the year 0 system, you get a chance to push the roll at some sort of cost. And in this game, the cost is taking a condition, and you'll notice a bunch of tick boxes on your character sheet that have those. So you can, if it were worth pushing this, and I, as GM to you, I'm saying, don't bother. But if it were worth pushing this, then you might say, right, I'm trying to complete the task, whatever it is that you make your skill roll, and that's making me angry. And then you get to roll all your dice again.
Okay.
But
Yeah, no.
in this case, I'd say it probably not worth noticing. When though you get up to the dairy, the drayman says, "Now, if you don't mind, I would like to offload these churns here before I take you up to the village. I'm very happy to take you up to the village, but the dairy will be waiting for these, and it will save time. I'll have milk, eat the evening's milk to take down to the station later on."
How long will it take you?
10 minutes.
Okay. Father Martin, my friend, what do you think? Should we talk in this 10 minutes
Well,
to some of the dairy maids?
Indeed, they seem to be a source of great information for this town.
Right, my friend, right. Find the story of the Grey Man quite interesting. And how about you, officer? Would you join us?
I would say while you talk to the dairyman, let me. I'll help the driver unload. So to help him for taking us into town.
That's good.
Okay.
I would help too, but my back,
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Well, let's come back to you, Charles, first of all, just to get the labor out of the way. As we're introducing you to the mechanics of the game, would you like to make a labor roll, which is strength plus the labor skill, if you have any?
Let's see, strength. So, what is that? That's physique.
Yeah. So it's physique in this game. There, I do
And
get
it should
confused with all
be
the different variants.
Force?
And force, yes.
Yeah, force. Yeah, so that's 5 dice. Okay. 1. And no 6s again.
No 6s. So you carry on helping him, but you're a little bit clumsy, and he smiles that you're not as proficient as he is, but this is his day job, and it's not the sort of work you normally do. But your help is appreciated. Meanwhile, let's cut to the other two who've gone into the dairy maids, and currently they're taking a bit of a break before the afternoon milking. So there's a few of them about sort of taking time in the sun and chatting. There's also some farm labourers here as well. It's not all young women. What can I tell you? Give me a moment, and I will just tell you a little bit about the dairy. As you're walking through, you'll notice this is quite a new building. The dairy. It consists of a new concrete cattle yard surrounded by low single-story buildings. The most impressive of which is what they call a stanchion barn, which is where they take all the cows in and they tie them up for the milking. And it's outside the stanchion barn that you see these milkmaids. You could probably handle about 200 cattle when it's in operation. But as I say, right now it's a little bit quiet, and so they're having a bite to eat and a drink outside, sitting on straw bales and things like that.
We approach them.
Mm-hmm. And what are you asking them?
We say, "Good day, ladies. I understand that you are quite the source of information in town. I've heard we're here. I'm Father Martin, and this is my good friend, Alexander.
Alexander.
We're here visiting out of town to see Father Peter. We've heard some strange tales about Margarita in town, and we're just inquiring if you knew anything about her. Did you know her? I've heard she's friendly with the local doctor."
Yeah, they all giggle at that one, and they say, "Oh, she is very friendly." Um, friendly enough that Mr. Orberg, who's her father, wants her to marry him, so the child is not born out of wedlock.
Have you seen the two spending time together?
They all chatter a bit, but what I'd like one of you to do, whoever is the best at it probably, is take an investigation role, I think would be the thing
Okay.
to do here. So as you look through their
This
answers, they're all
is
very enthusiastic about the way they've seen the two of them together.
okay. Investigation. I've got a 1, and it's logic, right? I got 4 dice.
That's one better than me.
Okay.
Okay, do
Then
you have a skill in investigation?
I
I
have.
do not. He
Okay,
does.
so now I'm actually now thinking, am I right in saying this? But in most free league games, you can only help when you've got the skill. So
Okay.
you're on your own for this one, Alexander.
Okay. I will do my very best to charm the ladies into talking. And oh my gosh, 5 dices and 3 6s. This is not true.
Good.
Okay, well, you're particularly observant of this one. You notice that all of them, although they talk about instances they've seen of the Doctor professing his love in public circumstances, or Margareta visiting the Doctor, you can see through that, and these are all fantasies, like they're out of romantic novels. There's no substance to anything they're saying. It's pure gossip. Nobody, it turns out, has actually directly seen this. They've all known
Okay.
somebody else who's seen it.
Really interesting. Thank you all very much for the information. There is one last question I would like to ask you, if you don't mind. Have you heard stories about the Grey Man?
Yes, they have. They say, and again, this is a babble. You're dealing with a lot of people all saying, talking over each other in their enthusiasm to tell you the stories they've heard of the Grey Man. And they can categorically tell you that he can take the form of a human, the Grey Man, or a fawn, a young deer. He's been seen as well as a fox, and as a raven, and as a kitten. And they have a theory. These women and the men with them have all got a theory that this kitten spends quite a lot of time in the village trying to be friendly, and they are pretty convinced that the kitten, the Grey Man in kitten form, is what lured the Doctor's children into the woods.
So a raven, a deer, a kitten, a fox, and a man.
Yes.
Pass into a bar. It's the beginning of a great joke.
But they're all the same, so you never see them together.
Never?
They say.
Right. So they always go into a bar together.
Is there a telling where they come from?
They talk. So this is a valley of pasture surrounded by woodlands. So they talk of the Grey Man being a spirit of the woods, and that's where he comes out of to lure the children. And he's lured the children into the woods. They've got lost in the woods, is their idea. And although no trace of them has been found, they're convinced that that is where they were died, or somehow enslaved by the Grey Man. Maybe their spirits are serving him now.
Thank you very much.
Let's cut back to you, officer Charles. I keep forgetting your character name. Yes. Can I get you to make another vigilance roll, please?
All right. Let's see. That was 1 and 4. I'm changing dice. I have no 6s again.
Okay. So you don't see what causes it, but suddenly, while the others have been talking and you've been offloading the churns, a full milk churn has been tipped over and its lid has come off and it's spilt milk all across the concrete of the milking yard. And immediately, this furious, and you realize he must be the head dairyman, comes bursting out of a building and starts shouting at your friend, the drayman, accusing him of knocking this churn over. Now, even though you didn't see what knocked the churn over, Charles, you're pretty convinced it wasn't the drayman doing it.
Yeah.
Drayman's been a really friendly, smiley sort of chap, but immediately he sort of bristles at this accusation from the dairyman, and you can see that there's been a bit of bad blood maybe between the two of these. And well, I don't know whether you want to intervene, but it's likely to come to blows. They're really shouting at each other, accusing each other of spilling their drink in the inn and all sorts of things. And generally, the drayman is accused of being clumsy and always messing things up and never being on time. And
Yeah, and I just walk up and I'm just like, "Oh, good sir, no, this was obviously my fault. I was helping him unload the cart, and I must have accidentally knocked that one over as I was pulling them out. Please do not blame him."
oh, right. That's a lovely. That's never happened before in all the times I've run this. Well done. So, what are you going? What skill are you going to use to try and persuade him of your culpability in this matter?
I guess the empathy and I guess manipulation.
Yep, I think so. So, what are your scores in that? Just to tell our audience.
My empathy is 3 and my manipulation is a 2, so it'll be
Excellent. So
5
that's a
dice.
pretty good chance. 5 dice.
Yeah. Well, I've been using 5 dice a lot of this so far, but
Go for it.
all right, I have 1.
One
It's
success.
enough.
That is just about enough. Now, that's not a great success, but at
No.
least it's you were pretty convinced that the dairyman was about to punch the drayman, but he doesn't know you. He can see though that you're an officer and deserve respect as a protector of the country. And I'm not sure whether he quite believes you, but if you're willing to take the blame, then however reluctantly, however much he might feel that it was probably the drayman, you're just covering for him, he's not going to argue the case. And he says, well, really, he says, unless you're working in the dairy here or you're one of the farmers bringing cattle here, you shouldn't really be here at all.
Oh, understood. But yes.
So, and then at the work is generally done. Your conversation has finished with the dairy maids, so it's probably a good time for you all to get out of here. And Drayman is happy to take you up the rest of the way to the village. I don't think. Well, I was about to say that I don't. Yeah, no, I don't think anything happens on the way up to the village. So you
I
can.
will inform the officer of the stories the dairymaid told us, so he's up to date.
Excellent. Yeah, and you come into the village, and this is quite a small village. There's a big house a little bit further up nearer the forest with nice gardens around it. It's a relatively simple, if you like, a single street of houses all the way leading up to the big house. And further away from the big house, the cheaper and more labourer cottage they are, and the ones up at the top of the street nearer the big house are the slightly fancier ones. Off to the east is a church, and it's quite a nice church building, and there's a couple of houses around there. You imagine that your friend, or I say friend, your acquaintance from this seminary, Father Peter, lives in a house near there. On, as he goes into the village, Draymond remembers that he said he would point out old Carl's house, and that's a little bit off to the west, a little bit behind. Quite a small, plain wooden house, and he points that up, and he said we were talking about the doctor. One of the better houses in the village up near the big house is where the doctor lives. You also recognize as he guides you around here that effectively the church is in the grounds of the big house, that that the churchyard may once have been part of the garden of the big house. But you go over a bridge. There's a brook, river running down out of the woods, past the big house. This main street sort of crosses over it with a stone bridge, and it goes down and it disappears under the railway tracks, under another bridge under there, down at the bottom of the valley. But as you cross over the bridge, you come to an inn, which looks like a very friendly inn, where he stops and says, "This will be where you'll find accommodation."
On our way up to the village, I keep my eyes open for ravens or kittens.
Okay. Given that you're keeping your eyes open, are you saying we should look out for such a thing to your compatriots?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, then. So, take 2 dice of help from everybody looking, but roll on your vigilance to see whether you spot.
Vigilance? It's logic. And this is 4 dices. And who else would like to help is...
You get 2, 1 from each of us, I think.
Okay. These are lots of dices. Okay, I only got 2 6s on a whole bunch of dices.
2 6s is good enough, though. Yes. Okay. So for 2 6s, I will say that you do indeed, as you approach that stone bridge over the river, you notice a raven perched on the wall of that stone bridge that almost seems to be looking at you, one eye cocked. But you, rather than just noticing a raven and go, "Oh, there's a bird," as I say, it kind of meets your eyes as you look at him, and then flaps lazily away, heading off towards the woods. And for again, you got 2 dice there. You'll notice that as he flapped his wings, a little cloud of dust sort of came shaking out of his wings as it flew off, and it's left a little layer of dust on the stones of the stone wall.
I'm making the sign against the evil eyes to protect us from whatever it is. And my friends, have you seen this? Have you seen this raven pass away and fly away? Not pass away. Sorry.
Did we?
Yeah, you all looking, all helping. So yeah, I think you probably all did see it. Do you want to stop and look at the dust or anything?
Yeah, I would totally love to look at the dust he left.
Okay.
And if there really is dust, or if it was just a ghost experience, an illusion.
Very well. So you asked the drayman to stop on the bridge, and if you hop down, you will notice that yes, there is a thin layer of black dust.
Should we keep it for later?
If you're touching it, it feels like soot from a fire.
Then
I mean, not warm, not from a recent fire, but
Yeah.
like the soot that you throw out.
Do you have a piece of paper or something that we can collect?
I mean, I have my Bible, but I don't know that that's an appropriate.
No. This would be
And
no. Okay.
Charles pulls out the envelope that his letter came in
good.
and hands it over.
Perfect, Charles. Would you just hold it to the stone and I just try to catch as much as I can of the ashes?
Very well. And then you make your way to the inn. And I'm not gonna make you roll for this one. When you've offloaded your luggage, you'll notice between you and the inn is a little kitten, a black kitten.
But the raven went that away.
Yeah, yeah. You don't think it's the same creature.
We'll
I'll give you
see.
that one for free.
There are many ravens and kittens. Not all of them need to be the gray man.
Yeah. I kneel down and see if I can get contact to the kitten.
It seems quite friendly, but when it comes up to your fingers, if you're holding your fingers out to try and touch it, you'll notice that the kitten is very wet.
Wet?
It's been for a swim. Yes, fur is actually wet, and it looks kind of cute because it's so wet. Its fur all sort of spiky and but it's dripping wet.
What did happen to you, my dear?
It purrs and attempts to rub itself on your calf. You said you were crouching down, didn't you? Yeah,
I kneel down.
Yeah.
Is there a path I can see? If it's wet and
Where it's dripped from? Not particularly. Yes, it is dripping into the soil. This is compacted earth road. It's not tarmac or anything.
Okay.
Yes, you can see that the drops stretch back some way. I'm not sure you can work out where it's come from. It seems to have been, sort of wandering around the village. As in terms of just glancing from where you can see it's obviously been over there, and it's also been over there.
Okay.
There doesn't seem to be particularly a direct way there, but it greets you and makes friends with you.
Okay. Then I leave it. It's a kitten.
Yes.
Okay, and you get going in further on into the inn.
Yes. Unless, Charles, was there someone in particular you wanted to see while we're here? That you came to see? After we've checked in.
Yeah, if I remembered the. No, it was just yes, the Lieutenant Colonel Hendrickson who was speaking of all the different things happening with Margareta and the soldier she was betrothed to that went missing or had passed away.
Yes,
But,
he's Thomas Lind in that letter, and Hendrickson is still at the front. This will be one of the many incursions of the Russians into Sweden, I imagine, that he's fighting at. And he explained in that letter that actually Thomas Lind had gone absent without leave, but he had reported him dead to save his honor.
And that's Margarita's fiance.
Betrothed, yes.
Yeah.
And he was brought up in this village, so the Lynn's house is somewhere in this village as well. But Hendrickson had got a letter saying from them quite recently, saying how sad they were at his death, and he realised that he'd assumed that Thomas was coming home, both to his parents and to Margareta, but obviously he never made it home. And that has been puzzling. So you may want to speak to the Lynns later. You may want to freshen up first, Charles, or go and meet them.
After we check in, I would like to see Father Peter, but if you had someone else pressing you needed to see, that would obviously be someone we should do. But the Lynns are good. I assume there's lots of people to see.
There can be. So you've already put on your agenda old Carl, Peter, possibly the Lins as well. You may
And
want
of
to
course,
talk with Margreta.
yes. And the
Should
doctor.
we split up to fasten things? I know it's role playing, and all people hate when
That's
we're
fine.
up.
I am entirely happy with you splitting the party.
Oh, that's a terrible thing to say.
No, you're not splitting the party. By all means, go off. This is an investigative game. I can cope with you being in different places at different times.
So, well, we're here at the inn. We should check in and maybe see if Carl's here, as he's apparently
Right.
Yeah. And we can take it. We can take it separately from there. Perhaps you don't want to join me to see Father Peter, uh, uh, Alexander, because even I put him off as being a little too new thinking in my thinking. You would entirely distress him.
What would be some kind of fun to me? I always like to see church guys humble when I confront them with the truth that is out there.
Which is why Father Martin's not going to take you to see Father Peter.
Exactly. Yes. Well, you already made a friend with the cat, so I think maybe you should spend some quality time with him or it.
With a cat.
With the cat. Well, you never know. It could be our friend the Gray Man, right?
You really want me to be out of line when you talk to Peter, right?
Yes, indeed. By the way, Charles, you're welcome to come.
Yeah. Then I will just wander around in the village and
Well, first we're
see.
going to talk to I think the Carl at the bar.
Yeah, right. But after
let's
that,
check in at the inn first of all.
When you go to the church, I will just wander around and investigate if there are any signs of the occult in this wonderful village.
The inn is an old yet robust building, a haven full of light, cheer, and good service. That you feel you're going to be very comfortable here in your stay in December. And I will say it's a kind of reaction against all the terrible inns that you find in other Vason adventures. And I think I can't ever think where I'd want to stay in most of them, but this one is one that you're happy to stay in. There is a slight smell of milk because all the dairy maids and the farm hands come here every evening. So there's a little lingering smell of cheesy smell of old milk here. But apart from that, and it's there are flowers, there are foxgloves in vases as you go in, or possibly trying to take the taste away. Yeah, and given that we're an hour into adventure, I also say that Carl is there, and Carl might be having a bit of a rant when you enter the inn.
Carl's that sort of fellow, I see.
Would it be great, Charles, if you talk to him? I think he's more some kind of a handyman guy and not a guy of thinking and knowledge. You may have better experience.
Yes, yes, I can definitely speak to Carl about what we've been looking into here. So I guess I'll head towards over where Carl's at.
Well, Carl is the only one we can tell has ever stated to have met the Gray Man.
Yes.
So Carl, you find Carl at the bar berating the landlord and the landlady, and he's saying that somebody in the village is spreading rumors that he might have had something to do with the disappearance of the doctor's children. Quite the contrary, he says. He's the only one still looking for them. Everyone else, and he swings his finger round the bar. It's pretty empty because most people are at work, but you three are kind of caught in his thing. Everyone else, he points at the three of you without even recognizing that you're newcomers to the village at all. You've given up hope already. But I will find the Grey Man. And
Well, that's funny. Now, where would you see the Gray Man?
he's in the woods. He's in disguise. He's going to take tracking down. He's clever. He's a changing spirit. I got my theories about where to find it. Who are you?
Oh, hi. My name is Charles. I've have a great interest in things like Gray Man, and just heard that you might be the person to talk to who might have seen him.
Indeed, I am, and he's a bit flustered that you're taking him seriously. Uh, uh, um, and then he thinks, well, you could buy me a drink, and I'll tell you everything I know. He says.
Certainly.
The landlady looks like he may have had enough, but given that you've got shiny coin to spend, is quite happy to buy him a drink. And she puts, and I'm assuming you're having one too, Charles?
Yeah, yes, I'll have one also while we're discussing it.
So a couple of tankards of ale are put down on the bar in front of you before she turns to the other two. And in fact, let's just get them into their rooms or whatever before we carry on the conversation with Carl. Is there anything you want to ask her specifically?
The landlady.
The landlady, yeah.
I can't think of
No.
anything.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe one thing. Good lady, if you mind the question, we've seen a kitten sitting right in front of this inn. It looked quite wet and lost. Is it? Was it a black kitten?
It was a black cat you saw, yes.
Yeah, a black cat sitting in front of your inn. Do you know it belongs somewhere?
You know how it is. There are lots of cats about. They keep the rats down, so and the mice and the like. But I don't know anyone that's particularly got a new kitten. No.
Okay, it was really small and dripping wet. So I haven't heard of anything.
No, been fishing, been for a swim, maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
I didn't know that cats particularly liked water, but there you go. Who can tell under
Cats.
Yes.
You know. Okay, thank you, good lady.
Right, so shall we come back to you and Carl? As you talk to him, his big bugbear is he is convinced that other people have accused him because he's a bit of a loner, never married, of having done something with the children, but he insists not. He insists it's the Grey Man that's got the problem. He's got a rifle with him. He brought a rifle to the inn, which he's not waving it around, but you'll notice that he sort of pats it, and this will be the end of the Grey Man at some point. Is his thinking. And he tells you, so he's convinced the Grey Man is a spirit that lives in the forest and has abducted the children. Again, he says, like you heard down at the dairy, that he can change shape into any forest creature, is what he's convinced. Carl has seen him in animal form in the village. And he talks of how he's seen him as a fox and as a fawn, a young deer. And he says, if shooting the fawn rids the village of the Grey Man, then the fawn must die.
Have to shoot him as a fawn?
No. He just mentioned that he's pretty convinced that the Grey Man is a thorn, and whether he gets to shoot him as a man or a fawn, then Either way, he will kill him.
Is a gray man at any particular place in the forest? Or he's
Well, no, if he knew what place, then he'd be dead already. But yes,
Fair enough.
somewhere in the forest.
Has there been a certain time of day that he's been seen in different forms in town?
Well, yeah. So when he talks about coming across the grey man in the forest when he was out hunting one night, and his description of him, you think sounds truthful. He's not making it up. And it had scared him at that instant. He'd come with his grey coat, well, grey all over is how he described him, out of nowhere. So he'd seen him at night. He's never seen him in the daytime as a man, but he is pretty convinced that the creatures he's seen in the daytime in the forest, and in fact, he explains it's not just any fawn. So if he sees a fawn in the forest, well, obviously that may be a nice bit of venison, which a hunter like him would eat. Not necessarily a grey man, but when in the daytime when a fawn comes into the village, he's pretty convinced that if a fawn comes into the village, that will be the grey man.
Do the fawns look like ordinary fawns, other than the fact that they
Yep,
wander in the
just a
village?
young deer, as far as his, no way telling apart. Not a grey fawn. He has that dappled red colouring of a deer when he's in deer form.
Does the gray man leave any traces? So, despite in any form, does he leave any signs of his presence?
Not that it's spore, you mean?
Do you
any
see footprints? Does he leave if he's a bird? Does he leave feathers?
Well,
Do you
I
see
have
anything?
I'm not sure I've ever seen him as a bird. Maybe he's
People
a
talk
bird.
of him as a raven.
As a raven. Oh, he thinks.
A raven is a bird, my friend.
Yes, no, that's true. That's true. Hey, and in a way, a bird is a creature of the forest as well. So I may have seen him. I had not put the things together. I will keep an eye out for ravens too, and maybe shoot them as well if I find them in the village.
Or you shouldn't just shoot every creature you find.
But if it rids the village of the spirit of the grey man, then that would be a good thing. Would it
Yeah.
not? How can anybody argue against that? How many more children will go missing? The doctor has lost 3 children. You're new here, aren't you?
Pardon?
You're new here. I don't recognize you.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
I'm Carl. I'm a hunter hereabout. His breath heavy with the smell of beer. He shakes out. He holds out his hand to shake you. He again appreciates you taking an interest, like Charles has done.
I don't take my gloves off. I've got leather gloves on black, and I don't take them off as I reach out for his hand.
Very well. He greets you as well. He says, "Welcome, welcome." So, let me tell you, the doctor here, since midwinter, has lost 3 children. That cannot be a coincidence. One after the other.
And his wife.
And his wife before then. His wife died last year before midwinter. But
I had thought his wife died in childbirth.
that is true. Yes.
And his children all disappeared?
One by one. The eldest daughter first. I can't remember which order they disappeared in. Give me a moment. Let me just remind myself. Yes, Charlotte died first. Or not died, disappeared first. Isaiah and I think he was the last to go. And what's the other one's name? Ellen. She was in the middle.
And the oldest left first, and then the second oldest, and then the youngest child.
No, the oldest first. Then, so the oldest daughter.
Yeah.
Then her sister, and finally Isaiah.
Okay.
And Isaiah was the middle child?
Yes.
Okay. So first the girls, and then the boy. Right.
Why do you think the gray man would have had any interest in these children?
Do we know the thought processes of spirits? We know not what's happened to them. Again, I'm the only one still searching to see if there's any of their remains hereabouts, and I've not found anything.
They're the dairy maids. They said that the gray man can always also be seen as a kitten that lurks the children. Have you heard of that?
Now, again, just like with the raven, he thinks there has been a kitten hereabouts that no one knows. Maybe, yes, and thus he would lure the children. That makes a lot of sense.
I think you've doomed your friend the kitten.
I think also, yeah.
Yes, it's not to say that you go shooting the kittens now.
I had thought, yes, in fact. You say there's a kitten in the village now?
I don't know. I don't know, my friend. Aren't there always kitten in town?
Well, there are, yes. I don't want to kill somebody's ratter, but
yeah.
still.
So we should be sure before shooting any creatures out here if they belong to this man or not. We shouldn't just by random shoot creatures.
Yes, it could be somebody's ratter. And they'd be very upset.
They would be upset, but what is the loss of a kitten? Every cat hereabout has 9 kittens every time. What is the loss of a kitten compared to the safety of the village? Would you like to see a child gone instead of a kitten?
Well, my friend, let's make a deal. As you might have recognized by now that we 3 are here to investigate the events in this town. We've come from far here to look after that. So right now, just give us a bit of a time before you start shooting at things to get a clear view on everything. And my friend here is a well-educated priest, and he knows about the afterlife. I myself also am very trained in handling ghosts, and our friend Charles here is an honest officer. So we 3 will take care, and if we know what's happening, you will be the first to be informed, and then you will exactly know what to shoot at. How about that?
Very well. That's a very good explanation. I'd like you to make a manipulate roll to convince him.
Yeah.
I think with 2 extra dice from your 2 friends, you made a very good case that you 3 are on the job, and will inform him as soon as you've worked out what's going on.
Oh my! I want to show. I can't show it. So I've got 3 6s.
3 6s. You have convinced him. And as a symbol of his being convinced, I said it was a rifle. Of course, it was a shotgun that he carries. He takes his shotgun for the bar, breaks it across his knee, and pulls out the cartridges to stiff them in his pocket to say, very well, as soon as you've narrowed it down, come find me. He tells you knew where his house was already, but he describes in great detail exactly where his house is, and he will be ready.
Okay.
And then he thinks,
you will be the best for this job, my friend.
I've had quite a lot to drink. I should go home and sober up.
Sounds like a good idea.
And he compliments the landlady and her husband uh, says goodbye to everybody else. There aren't many people in the inn, but anybody that's there, he gives them good wishes and almost skips out of the inn, happy that somebody finally is believing him and are now proclaim themselves as his allies in the hunt for the Grey Man. So, what next in your hunt for the Grey Man?
I guess I'll check in with with Father Peter before we all head off to other places to investigate.
Very
Yes.
well. And you're not taking Alexander with you, I recall?
No, I think he would scare Father Peter off. I scare Father Peter. He would terrify Father Peter. But
I even have a special skill for striking fear. So maybe Charles should go with you.
yes,
I was
Charles.
about to say, I would like to accompany you to see the father.
I can't imagine there's a whole lot to discuss with Father Peter, but we'll see. But it'll be a quick trip. I just have to check in.
Okay. So, first of all, I am going to keep your journey there quite short. You make your way to the church and you find it empty, unlocked. You know, you can wander in and look at the church, but Father Peter is not around. The vicarage is nearby, and Father Peter has a housekeeper who explains that if he's not in the church and she says he's not at home, he's very likely to be with the Obergs up in the big house.
Oh, they live in the big house. Do you want to have a look around, Charles, while we before we leave?
No, I think I'm fine. I don't think there's anything else truly to see here at the church. Do you?
I don't know. You seem more observant than I. I have no investigation, so I wasn't going to poke around.
Yeah. So, yeah. I mean, we can. Well, I mean, would we have access to looking? We wouldn't be able to look around his office or anything, would we?
I'm just quickly checking here. There are no clues in the church, just to save us time.
Yeah,
we're coming in another
I was-
45 minutes, so I'll save you making an observation roll.
Yeah, I was volunteering you because I have no skills in that area. So if there were clues here, I was not going to catch them. All right, we.
Actually, I have 0 observation also.
I have lots of observation. I have no investigation.
Oh, investigation, yeah.
Yeah, there's observation, investigation, and vigilance in this game. All subtly different things at looking at people.
I have nothing in investigation either, actually.
Huh. You're an excellent police officer, I'm sure.
A pair of pros.
And in fact, I realised I made you roll the wrong thing when you were talking to the dairymaids. It should have been observation and not investigation. So never mind. That's all in the past now. So are you heading up to the Oberg house then? Is that what?
Well, we'll collect our friend first, of course.
Yeah.
Ah, very well. Even though that Father Peter's going to be at the Oberg house.
Oh dear.
I could wander around. You two go to the big house, and I wander around the village and see if I can any signs of ravens, kittens, foxes, or elephants in the room.
Very well. Okay. Well, I'll say first of all, we'll come back to you in a moment. But first of all, yes, as you wander around the village, you do find the kitten again, still soaking wet, still very friendly. Yeah.
This is not normal that it's still wet.
Probably not. Unless it's been for another swim.
Yeah, but this is not very likely.
Okay. This is worthy of this revelation is worthy of a fear roll, I think.
Okay.
This is a symbol of the occult, or a symbol of something not being natural.
Yeah.
Therefore, you have to defend against fear with one or other of logic or empathy. What do you feel is your tactic in this case?
Empathy, I've got 4 dices and logic. So I'm always a person of feels more
Feels,
than
okay.
a person of thinking.
Right, so roll those 4 dice. You can't push this. You just roll those 4 dice. If you get a 6, you're not scared by it. You can.
I've got no 6.
Right, okay. So now you have to take one condition.
Yeah. I take the condition of frightened, of course.
Frightened.
Because it should be mental.
And
no, this is too near. I just take the condition of angry because in the first time she was able to trap me.
this kitten was able to trap you.
Yeah. In the first time she made me care for her. She convinced me to care for her, but she's just a freaking ghost sign and unnatural, and I'm quite angry that I was dumb enough to fall for that.
Right, angry. That's good. I did have somebody kick the kitten at one point, which everybody else in the audience, online, and all the other players were going, "You kicked the kitten." Let me just tell you, there are some other options that I need to tell you about Fear 68.
Okay.
Can't quite remember. So you also have to take an action because you failed your fear roll.
I
you have
will
to choose one of these. So at that point, you could either run away, flee, you can freeze, just stay there for a while. I mean, because nobody's seeing you do this, you could faint or you could attack. That's what this other player did when she kicked the kitten.
and I'm to choose.
You can choose either of those, but you must do one of those 4.
Yeah, I will just freeze.
Freeze.
I stand there, try to control myself to not do something dumb and attack a ghost.
Right.
without
I
help.
think you find there's a low mounting stone, the steps that people use to climb up on horses.
Yeah.
You sit on that, and you end up not wandering around the village looking for other things because you're so shocked by this occurrence. Let's come back to these guys. You're on your way to the Obergs when you see another bit of an altercation. The house that the drayman pointed out was the doctor's house has got a very very red-faced older man standing by the front door, and you can see he is berating the doctor. He's asking why the doctor has not yet come around to ask for his daughter's hand in marriage.
I see it.
No,
Oh,
the other two.
The others. Okay.
You're sat on your stone. For
Yeah. I just
yes,
watching the sky.
So yes, Charles and Father Michael, you see this as you're walking up to the Oberg house. The doctor's house is almost just across the road from the big house, and yes, Mr. Oberg. Well, you're assuming it's Mr. Oberg since he said that he's disappointed that he's not come to ask for his daughter's hand in marriage. You can't live on your own after all, he says. It's about time you got over the death of your wife. If only you'd been a bit quicker in this regard, the children would have had a mother and not had to run off. A woman in the house would have kept them safe.
Charles, do you think we should intervene in this, or just it's not our place?
I don't. This is a situation that I don't think we should get involved in, but I still not want to see anything come to blows, though.
So I'll scurry over. I'll go.
I think they're going to come to blows. He's
You do or you don't?
Yeah, no, they're not going to fight over it. He's just kind of impatient and wishing the doctor would make up his mind, and he's come round to deliver him a stern talking to, but there's not going to be a fight.
All right, I actually do wander over and under the pretense of asking them for directions, introduce myself and Charles, and ask where if they know where Father Peter has wound up being.
They are embarrassed by your intervention. Both of them are, but particularly I think Mr. Oberg, who says, Father, sorry, you're looking for Father Peter? Let me introduce you. I am Mr. Oberg, and he holds out his hand to shake it and shake yours. I'm Father Peter is a good friend of mine, and in fact, is with my wife up at the big house, even as we speak. We're discussing my daughter.
Oh, good. I've come to see him. He sent for me. This is my friend, Mr. Charles, Officer Charles. We have another friend in town. I think he's hacking in on packing. Did you meet him? But we're off to see. I'm just off to see Father Peter because he sent me a note and checking in.
Hey, well,
you mind if we go to your house? We're
he
not
turns to the doctor and he says, obviously, you say I have guests, but I urge you, think seriously about my proposition and make a proposition before it is too late. You know it is a sensible thing to do. Love will grow if you let it. And then he turns and says, gentlemen, please let me take you to my house. And as he walks you, broadly speaking, across the road and up the drive of his house, he says, so what is it that you have come to see my good friend Father Peter about?
It's just I'm an old friend. He said that there's interesting things going on in town. Talk about spirits and whatnot, which he, that was exactly why Father Peter thought, as I'm sure you know him well. But he asked me, since I have some experience in this sort of matter, although like you, I'm also a skeptic.
He says, so you're not you're not by any chance an alienist, are you? Using the 19th century word for a psychiatrist.
No, not at all. Just a naturalist.
I wonder if Father Peter thought that you might talk some sense into my daughter.
Well, I certainly can try, but I'm not skilled in alienism. But I suppose, or psychiatry, or whatever they're calling it these days. But I'm happy to chat with her as a man of the cloth. By the way, we're now 90 minutes in. I don't know if we have a hard stop.
I believe, are expected to stop in about half an hour.
Okay.
So I'm timing us in that direction. He takes you into the house, introduces you to his wife, and to Father Peter. You'll notice that his wife is somewhat traditional, shall we say, in that she agrees with the men on absolutely every issue, and that they are somewhat blowhard and they talk over her and firmly believe that their opinion is the one that counts. And so once you're settled in, she obviously goes off to bring you tea or coffee. She offers, which would you like?
Whichever is ready made. I don't want to be any trouble.
We have a pot of coffee on the stove. I will have the girl bring you some. I will go and sort that. And lets you sit down with Mr. Oberg and Father Peter.
I say hello to Father Peter. I introduce Charles to Father Peter.
Soldier. I was dreadfully afeared that Father Michael might bring one of his occultist friends with him.
Would you have a note of friend, I'm not sure I would go so far as to call him an occultist, but he
Well,
stayed back.
that is the difference between you and I. This is the work of the devil that you dabble in, not the work of God. But let us put aside our differences.
I think I assumed that was the case since you sent me a letter. But what?
So
So
I'm putting
why
the same
have
voice
you?
on for him as I am for Father Oberg. I apologize. But they are two peas in a pod. Honestly, they are.
So why is it that you've called me?
Well, so obviously, my daughter, says Mr. Oberg, has been taken advantage of, very probably by one of the farmhands hereabouts. A great shame on that family's honor, I'm sure, and on my daughter's honor, but we can repair it with a good marriage. She, however, is under the illusion that it was not a farmhand, but the son of the Linds who has returned from the war and has fathered the child.
How is she under this misapprehension? I mean, wouldn't she? I'm. This is not my area of expertise, but generally, I understand that you know the person with whom you have a child.
Yes. And she insists as though it happened, but it cannot possibly have happened. This man, Thomas Lind, has not returned.
I agree with you there. So, how long ago was it that she became with child?
About 3 months ago. She's just beginning to show. About 3. Her belly's swelling now. It's becoming noticeable. So 3 or 4 months.
Okay. Round about the time that the doctor lost his wife.
A bit after that, I think.
But before,
around the time, just before the time that he lost his first child.
anything unusual about the pregnancy?
Well, not according to Dr. Raphael, no.
Okay. And
I'm
of course,
very, very sorry to say, but Ras from Gary Con just informed me that we only have 5 minutes left.
Only 5 minutes?
We got a bit carried around and we started late.
Right.
I thought we only had
until
90 minutes.
past. I thought we had 2 hours, not 90 minutes. Very well. Okay.
I'm so sorry, but I just...
No, that's great.
I'm just a messenger, don't shoot me.
Let us whiz forward then, and he says he convinces you maybe to go and talk to his daughter and see if you can talk sense into her. When you talk to his daughter, though, she says that give me a moment, I've just lost her. Where's she gone? There we go. Her lover has returned from war. She's quite confident of that. But as he made his way over the mountains and through the forest, not coming the usual way because he was running away from the army. And he has been cursed by the Queen of the Spring.
How so?
Well, on his way here, he was nervous about coming back to the village, and he'd been living up in the disused mill, and he had taken from the mill pond a trout. He could tickle trout, and he'd taken from the mill pond a trout without asking permission. And so she has cursed him to spend all day as a fawn and only assume his normal form at night.
Okay.
So he visits me at night.
Okay.
But we cannot marry in the day.
I understand. And just since we only have 5 minutes, just cutting to the chase. I don't know that there's much more to do here. And we should probably get Jans back in this since we only have 5 minutes left. I'm sorry we got you out of this.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
So shall we go to the mill, or shall we? I mean, that seems to be
I'd
let's see.
cut to the mill if I were
Yeah.
you. for a
So
5-minute ending, that's an
yeah,
excellent choice of a place to be.
a woman at the mill has cursed this young soldier into becoming the Gray Man, is what I gather. So
Okay.
um,
I would suggest before running to such a nice event and giving a bad end to a game like Phazon, should we just keep it like that?
What, unfinished, you mean? Well, tell you what,
Yeah.
let us go to the mill, maybe, and
Okay.
leave it maybe on a sort of cliffhanger there.
This is great. This is great.
So, yes, you take it to you go to the mill, and you find a fawn there, but because it's dusk as you arrive, it transforms into the Grey Man, and he backs up his story, but says he's innocent of taking the children. He says the doctor murdered his own children and has buried them at the mill, and that is what has made the Queen of the Mill angry enough that when he came, she
Cursed him.
She cursed him as well.
What a great story.
Okay. Yeah.
And if we'd had time, the way to make her less angry would be to have married Margareta and him in the mill pond. Baptized in the mill pond, and then she's been pretty cross all this time because the village used to have a whole different economy. It wasn't dairy focused. It used the mill, but the mill's fallen out of service. And of course, back in the days when it used the mill, they used to offer floral tributes every summer to the Queen of the Mill, or the Queen of the Spring. But since they've stopped using the mill, they've forgotten about her, and she loves the village really. But she didn't like the murders of the doctor and took her vengeance out on the young man Thomas. But there, I guess we have to leave it. Sorry?
Yeah.
And he was great. You'll recognize that although his clothes are very very dirty and worn, they are the military uniform that you share, Charles, which is a grey military uniform.
Great story.
Indeed. So, yeah.
Oh, thank you. I'm sorry we had to rush through it. I didn't quite realize we only had 90 minutes. I thought
I spoke
had
with
an
several
extra
people
half
on
hour,
the D&D
there we
team
go.
about where they got
been,
their start.
You've been great
and
players.
what
I've
it's
really
like
enjoyed.
to be
And I think
shepherded
Vaesen is a great game for
D&D
doing exactly what
and
you've done.
see it evolve.
Which is
Since the launch of 5th
people
edition, we've done a number of
role-play
stories
Vaesen
now,
a
and what
lot.
I
You know,
try
they
to
get
do
into
with each
character, they start
story
having conversations
is
with each
to
other in
take
character
something that
more
has
easily
been
Vaesen
in
than
D&D
any other game
lore,
I've played, and I don't know what
that
the
is part of
magic
D&D's history and
component of Vaesen
past,
is.
and bring it forward.
A real pleasure.
Not
Hi,
speaking
Ben.
specifically of Dragonlance, but the future of other
We are
realms is
done.
we're always being
We are
very
done. We
thoughtful
just
about how we
closed.
bring in other settings or other realms. It is a big connected inner universe. We're always listening to the fans. We know which ones are the most popular, and we intend to be as thoughtful and
Now,
deliberate about
switch
the other
away.
settings as we have
We just
been
go
with,
to
with
waiting.
Forgotten Realms.
So in the case of the Giants story, for 5th edition, we found in ancient lore from an old book called Giant Craft, this idea of an ordning. It's sort of like the structure of giant society. And in Storm King's Thunder, the basic story is, well, what happens if that ordning is shattered? And the giants basically have to go out into the world and earn the respect and favor of their gods to create a whole new ordning. And what that does to the small folk of the world when the giants are stomping around doing all kinds of bad stuff.
Every book we release is a challenge because we're always learning something new each time, and we're running into different problems every single time, but we're finding solutions, so we're getting faster and better.
My cousin, who was much older, he was like 24, and he and his friends were at the dining room table playing Dungeons and Dragons. And it was the first time that I'd ever seen it played, and they'd been playing for years. And so I just watched over their shoulders and just thought, like, how cool and how crazy it is, all this cool stuff they're doing. And my mind just kept spinning on all the different characters that I wanted to make and all the different cool weapons and magic items they had and how I wanted to do it. And shortly thereafter, I weaseled my way into the table, and my cousin started letting me play with them.
I would basically volunteer and help the magazine staff pour through the magazine submission slush piles and kind of help them clear the decks. And so they got to know me, they kind of got to know my professionalism, and I got to know what they wanted. And eventually, TSR was bought by Wizards of the Coast in 1997, and a position opened up, and one of the first people they thought of was me. So they offered me a job. I came out west, and after fighting with the American border guards to get across, I landed here and have been here for the past 19 and a half years.
Some of I think personally, the most exciting thing about working on these books is kind of the end when we start, like crunching and we start getting everything together and it just starts piecing together the art, the layout, the content. Like even as I'm reading through the content itself, when I'm just supposed to be laying everything out, it's just so amazing. And it's such a good feeling because you get this rush, like, I can't wait for everybody to see this, because so much time and effort from everybody inside the building, outside of the building has put into this. And that's the most thrilling part, I think, when we're starting to do that final pass on it. And then Jeremy and Kate are looking it over. And I'm like, yes.
The math of game design is wedded to storytelling, is wedded to art, is wedded to beautiful layout. And it's when all those things come together and are sort of singing together, that's when I get most excited.
And we are live. At least I believe we are. Yes, I can see our tiny faces on the Twitch channel. That's always a good sign. Guys, welcome to our world building seminar. We're going to be talking about quick campaign building. But before we do that, why don't we tell you who we are?
Well, I'm Dimitris from World Anvil.
And I'm Janet from World
Anvil. Yeah.
Yes. In addition to making World Anvil, which is, of course, a big world-building platform that lets you build any kind of world, helps you run your campaign. I'm also a D&D player. We've both been playing D&D since we were 10, which is quite a long time now. And I'm also an RPG writer. I'm currently writing the Dark Crystal RPG. I've written for Cobalt Press. We've streamed for Wizards of the Coast, Weird Games, Modifius. So the reason I'm telling you this is just to let you know we've done a lot of world building. We've explored a lot of worlds, and we are constantly asked by our community, who are at 1.3 million,
1.35 right now,
how to do it faster, how to do it better, and that's what we're here to talk to you about today.
Indeed.
Do you want to give them the elevator pitch to let them know what they're in for today?
Yeah, so today we'll be, in fact, getting you through the process of creating a world as quickly as possible to prepare it for a game. So we'll give you, in many ways, the basics of what you need to have there in order to create a world or to start a new campaign and start a world in the best way possible, and by using essentially tools that will help you to grow what you're doing easily without getting lost in the way.
Absolutely. Now, guys, if you have any questions along the way, write in capital letters the word question and then your question. We have our moderator, Secondhand Samurai, on hand. He is ready to get those questions to us. So just shoot those into the chat. We'll be doing all the questions at the end, unless there's a question that pops up that's like particularly pertinent to the moment, in which case we'll answer it in the moment. There are no bad questions. So shoot them out and we'll answer as many as we can, basically. Good. Just before we start, I would love a quick confirmation from you guys, because this is going to be an interactive talk. We're going to be asking you for ideas. So let's break the ice. I'd love to hear, are you a GM or a player, and where are you from? If you could throw that into the chat, that would be absolutely awesome. Then we can start getting an idea of who you are and how we can help you better, which is, after all, kind of what we're here to do.
Absolutely.
Hey, the Consave. Hello. Kayatan is here as well. Hey, Kayatan. So we're going to be using World Anvil for this. You do not have to use World Anvil for this.
Yeah.
This is not a World Anvil pitch. This is a PSA on how to create quick worlds, all right? We're using World Anvil because we built it, and we built it intentionally to...
We are used to it, I guess.
Exactly. We're used to it. We built it so you can build quick worlds with it, right? So we'll be using that, but you can take this method and apply it to whichever tool set you're using, Google Docs, OneNote, whatever you're using, this will work for that, essentially.
Yeah.
So let's start by naming our world. Guys, throw out some names and some quick pitches for a world. All right? Nothing is off limits.
What we're trying to establish here is, in fact, what kind of a world we're building. Like, it's going to be a world, like, it's going to be a fantasy world, probably.
Yeah. Is it parasols and unicorns? Is it Cthulhu and friends? Like, that's the space we're wondering about today. GM and player from Texas, says the Consave. Welcome, GM and player from Texas. Hi, Amelie. All right. Well, I'm not seeing a lot from the chat yet. So what if we take some inspiration from the con save and we do Fantasy West? Is that too crazy? We
If
do
you
like a
want to.
Wild West frontier fantasy.
Okay,
So Middle Earth meets Wild West.
that sounds really weird.
It sounds like a really interesting setting. The con save, you have become an inspiration.
And we're gonna do the D&D 5th edition world as a Final Western, right?
Let's do D&D 5e just because it's what a lot of people are playing right now. We see on World Anvil that sort of 85% of people are playing D&D 5e right now. So it's a familiar system that we can have a common language in, essentially. Perfect. Perfect. Let's save and proceed.
Great.
Okay, so we've created the world. This is just to give us a structure, right? Now, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to go to the meta, because essentially our method for quick world building is build what you need, start with that like basic core information, that meta information, and from there, you're going to be able to extrapolate everything that you actually need to build out more in order to get the first session going, right?
Yeah.
It's shortening that time from conception to table as much as you can. So whether you're a player, as I see we have a bunch of them in the chat, who's thinking, oh, it would be fun to build my own setting, but I don't know where I can start, to a GM who's done this a ton of times before, I really hope this is helpful. Everybody struggles with that time period.
Absolutely.
So this is what we're trying to help you with. So if you can go to the scope section, this meta tool, by the way, you can read through it in more detail if you'd like to. We also have a video on our YouTube channel about how to use it in more detail as well. Essentially, the first thing that we're going to start with is motivation. Now, I am assuming from what you guys have said in the chat that most of you are GMs. And most motivations for GMs is, I want to make a cool world that I have fun building and that my players will have fun playing. That is generally the motivation. You might have other motivations. It might be, I want to get this published eventually. It might be, I want to turn this into a 3-part miniseries for the BBC. There's all sorts of other motivations you might have. But let's assume that this is your motivation. Motivation is important because it helps you make sure what you're designing is going to achieve your aims, right? Because if you're designing it for your players and all of your players hate the Wild West, maybe you need to pick something else. In this case, we're assuming that our players will enjoy the Wild West. I don't know if you can see what Timmy's writing, guys. He's written at least 20 years of weekly sessions with gunslingers and horses. That's what he's hoping to get out of it. I love that. That's really important information. He's hoping for a longer campaign, which means he wants to build a world with lots of scope to grow. That's really helpful at this point. It's not a world for a one-shot, which can be very small and basic. It's a world that he really wants to expand and grow into. Great information. So the hook or unique selling point. Unique is a dangerous word. Don't let it floor you. This is basically like the cool conceit of your world, right? When you tell your players, it's like gunslingers riding unicorns in the Wild West with occultists. If I'm not a gunslinger with a unicorn, I'm going to be really angry because I want to shoot people and then go.
I just had the idea megafauna.
Oh, I like that.
I'm thinking effectively of a frontier that is not,
like a
ruined
slightly
by
more
modern
prehistoric
civilization.
frontier.
Well, not necessarily prehistoric. I'm thinking of actually, like things like
aurochs?
Aurochs and things like that. Exactly.
So for those of you who don't know, aurochs or aurochs are like massive cow. When you say holy cow, you mean an aurochs, right? They were absolutely freaking enormous. They were mega fauna, the size of a giraffe, but a cow. So that's kind of the space. And already we're starting to paint out, as we paint out the USP, we're like, yeah, this is what we want it to feel like. This is what we want the exciting, like, je ne sais quoi to be, right? And that's perfect because now we're starting to get a picture already of what we want to dig into. So we've already pretty much answered the question of what the genre is.
Yeah.
It's an unholy mashup of Weird West and high fantasy, which I think is going to be freaking awesome. Chat, you are hilarious. Again, folks, feel free to weigh in with ideas. Feel free to ask questions, whatever you would like. This is supposed to be interactive. You're allowed to talk to us. We will not bite or lick you. Yes, it's a promise. And again, we've talked about player feel a little bit already. So we want the players to feel wonder, right? Really curious where Demetrius is going from this. Nice. Yeah. So we don't want them to get the feel like, they're in Corvair. They're not supposed to be in a built-up city fantasy space. We want them to feel frontier. We want them to feel like there's a wide open space to explore. There's a lot of wonder and mystery. And this is a world that, unlike worlds they've been in before, you can't expect Gandalf to come walking through here. It's not that kind of a world. It's more offbeat, essentially. So that's great. Fantastic. We are only a few minutes in. We already have the concept of our world, the conceit of our world. We know why we're building it. We know who we're building it for. And we know the basic USP of, oh my God, this thing is so cool because, right? It's the thing that you are going to sell to your players when they come to the first session. That's freaking awesome.
I have also added ancient civilizations.
Nice.
Like I'm thinking effectively, what if the Aztecs were a bit more north?
I love that.
Kind of thing.
I love that. So we've got a lot of elements there which are really
and
nice.
also like things like the Nazca lines and things like that. We have like
very cool. Yeah. Very cool. So now from our feel, all of a sudden we've got some stuff going on, some current affair ideas already going on, which is really, really cool. I think one of the things about Wild West worlds that we're digging into here, when we talk about player agency, which is the next section, is that, sorry about that, donked my coffee cup, is that players are on the forefront of new discovery. They are discovering big ideas. They are carving out the land in their own image. It's really that space, essentially. And so that is very much a part of the Wild West, and the exploration ties together fantasy and Wild West very well, right? So this is the section where you think about, again, we're still quite meta. You're thinking about what we want the players to get from this. What do we want them to feel crushed and hopeless in a cyberpunk world where any change they need to make is fleeting? Whether that would mean the player agency is quite low. That would be your Cyberpunk Red, for example. Or do we want them to feel like they are making huge changes in the world, which would be, D&D, level 20 character, can literally have almost godlike powers. That's what we're sort of exploring in this section. So we have a good amount of information now. The last thing I'd love to touch on is tone. Tone is really, really important at the beginning of your campaign setting to figure out essentially where we're going with this. It's the difference between The Princess Bride and Game of Thrones. Yeah. Okay? They're both low magic fantasy worlds, but they are very different feeling, right? You're telling different stories, you've got that different player feeling. So figuring out right now at the beginning what you want the world to feel like in general. Is it Game of Thrones? Is it Princess Bride? Is it original series Star Trek? Or is it gritty Discovery, right? Like where is it on that line? Is really helpful because it will stop you further on down the line having sort of tone whiplash where you have like everything is dark and gritty, but then some things are way too bright and don't make sense for the world. Yeah, I think the point of this world, for example, one of the sort of tonal things is with darkness that can be overcome.
Yes.
That's part of the tone, as it were.
Like so it's actually there is darkness there, but we're trying to effectively the heroes will be the ones fighting the darkness away and opening up these areas to civilization and to progress, while also discovering the reasons these were dark and what happened essentially during the process.
Yeah, absolutely. So just to recap, what we've done, we've named the world, we've given it a unique concept, we've talked about why we're making the world, all of this before we've made a single species, country, character, all of that stuff. You'll see why in a minute. All of this is tuning our concept so that when we start spawning catalogs of items and concepts, they're all within the scope and the network of what we want. We're not going to just be creating things randomly and feel disjointed. We're creating already a web and a network that things can be seated in. And that's going to help you, your players, and everybody make sense of this thing you're making. Dimmy is now tackling the themes section. So because we have a tone, a genre, and in each of those spaces, a few things come out, right? You get, oh yeah, wouldn't it be cool if there were megafauna? We got that from the USP. Wouldn't it be cool if there was a bright world, but there was some, like, a lot of exploration, which led to some of the sort of ancient cities, right? Because we knew we wanted exploration, not just geographical, but historical. So already from going through these basic tenets, we can start to pick out some of the themes. We can start to pick out some of the things that we're going to be busy with as we tell this story. What have we got here? Unexplored lands, ruins of ancient cities and stepped pyramids, NASCAR-like lines, gunslingers and midday duels, love it, great grazing animals and terrifying massive carnivorous hunters, native civilizations filled with weird... Yeah, wonderful.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Yeah, I think with native civilizations, I think if you can add a nod to the sort of Aztec-like...
Well, the precursors of the Aztec, not the precursors, the descendants of
yeah,
the
exactly.
descendants of the fallen ancient...
It's okay. You're allowed to have typos. Nobody is actually
powers.
saying this,
I
guys.
would
It's
like
just
to-
your meta document.
I'm thinking that in order to put the weird West in there, we might want to play with the whole concept of the spacemen, essentially the aliens that came to this world, and they were in fact the ones who instructed the first civilizations, and then essentially the descendants are still knowing the truth.
Okay, so you want to go Crystal Skull, essentially.
Well, I was going more like, ancient, how call it? Which Indians were that? I can't remember right now, but there is an Indian whole subculture that is actually about the whole idea of some people and people that came from, the visitors.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. And this is a sort of frontier world. So again, I would mention that it's going to be important to basically what I'm trying to say is, depending on your audience, if I were running this game, I'd want to be very careful about certain points to do with colonialism and that kind of thing.
Yeah, I wasn't thinking in fact colonialism. I was thinking in fact the whole idea that the people who are discovering the world are probably people who were lost on the way.
Interesting.
Like not coming here to colonize, but effectively people who probably fell out of course and they found themselves isolated from everything else.
Sure, so they have a little colony and they are exploring.
Yes, exactly. That's the idea. Effectively, you have the initial settlement or a small settlement that grew during the last maybe decades, kind of thing, and now they're trying to find out what else is out there.
Trying to explore the
they're
wonders
not
of
the
the world.
colonialists that
they're pathfinders rather than
conquistadors.
the people on the Mary Rose. Right, exactly. No. I like that version much more. So yeah, okay, that's great. So what we know now, having discussed that, having thought about that, is that this is going to have a very kind of exploration for the understanding of the world, for science, for cultural research, for all of that space. And along the way, if you get attacked by a blood cult or eaten by a giant poodle in the prairies, then you know what? That's where adventures come from. So this is really cool. And you can see, guys, in a very small amount of time. We did not plan this in advance, all right? I just pulled the fact that
in fact, I was very surprised by what Janet suggested. Was a completely different idea of where we would go with this, which is fine.
But I just pulled the fact that the con save is from Texas. I was like, let's use that. We've come up with a whole world very, very quickly, at least the concepts of it. So let's go on. We've talked about focus. We've talked about the sort of the themes and the overarching stuff. Sorry about that. The cat's playing with the door. Now let's talk about focus points, because that's going to help us bring more clarity to what we want to build. So, I don't think rule of law is a good fit, personally.
I was thinking of rule of law in the fact that it is not present, and that's going to be the distinctive factor. It's in fact a falling factor.
So let me explain to the nice beans in the chat what we're doing, because that's super important. So there are various world-building thinkers who have said along these lines, Brandon Sanderson and Dr. Trent Hergenrader among them, you cannot build everything. And arguably, you should not build everything. So how do you approach this? You pick some areas of your world which are important and you write about them. And then other areas of your world, you don't really bother so much. For example, I'm trying to think of one that's not present in Middle Earth. Is there a lot about agriculture and trade in Middle Earth? Really not, right?
No.
Not that I could think of. There's not a lot of people who are like, oh, I hope that the harvest of this is good so that we can boost our economic yield and export more
No.
potatoes to Mordor.
Honestly, The Lord of the Rings is very much about military influence in many ways because it is a war.
And race relations.
And race relations, but mostly is about military.
And about the history of the world. Like exploring kind of the lore and history and legend is the other
Yeah.
thing. And the magic.
Yeah.
Those are what you'd
The
call
pillars,
the
yeah.
focus points of that setting. If you take a setting like Star Trek, the focus points are things like the differences between species, the one versus the many. That's something that's always been very iconic, like the good of the whole Federation versus the good of just the single person within the Federation. That's a very Star Trek one. Lord of the Agricultural Rings would have been quite an interesting book, says Kajan. Lord of the Crop Circles. Yes, but I digress. So essentially, all settings have their own areas within all of this stuff that is important. The Handmaid's Tale is very much about class relations and race relations. That's an integral part of it. I don't think it goes so much into technology, but yeah. So there's choices to be made here, and that's going to help you again whittle down what you are building and what you are not worrying about. So Demetrius has added race relations. The coming of human beings. The coming of humans brings with them conflict to the native elves and dwarven species. Even in areas that species coexist, the issues regarding their beliefs and needs will occasionally bring them into conflict. At the same time, there are many people that try to heal those scars and bring peace between the members of the species of Adria. There we are. And again, that is literally all you need. That I would argue that's more than you need. Like two sentences.
About 2 sentences to a paragraph.
Absolutely. 2 sentences to a paragraph is more than enough to help you figure out just a little bit about how this thing is important for your world. I would also talk about, if you want ancient aliens, talk about ancient alien technologies.
I was about to write that.
Good. Yeah. SGE says, bah! I need more to know what my species will. I need more to know what my species will destroy. Not only 2 sentences. There is time, Sweet Bean. There is time.
In fact, we can discuss it and say that you should not be writing more than that, because if you write more than that in the meta section, which is effectively the
Quick
summary
reference.
of your world,
Yeah.
it will be harder for you to find what you need later on.
Yeah.
So keep it small here, and then I can show we'll expand in fact furthermore to put much more than that, in fact, in each of the sections.
Absolutely. So we've written a little bit about race relations and how that is important. We actually don't like the term race so much. We prefer species, but it's up to you how you work it, how you approach it. If you want to create those on World Ample, they are called species, by the way. Technological influence, again, Dimitri's written a little bit about this, alien technologies and the way they're incorporated into daily life. And I guess Mago technology is the other thing that'd be very
I was saying that
interesting.
this technology, in fact, should be like that. Should be effectively what we call magic, in fact, like or ways to control magic.
Sure. Yeah. Cool. Very nice. What should be our third point, guys?
I have here a rule of law. Well, we can change that, not a problem.
I would argue it should be scientific exploration, or
honestly, exploration. Maybe
exploration.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think exploration. It's honestly Dark Crystal. So I'm writing a Dark Crystal right now, which is why I keep talking about it. Exploration is a really important part of that setting. The fact that people go to the places is one of the key concepts that returns again and again. And having people explore and rediscover the wonder of the setting. So exploration / wonder in that space. And I think that's probably what we're going for here as well, is exploration in terms of geography, in terms of history, in terms of cultures, and the wonder that that can bring. That's going to be one of the core things that we want to have a look at in terms of this particular setting. Again, guys, whatever kind of setting you're looking at, choosing what you want to dig into and what you don't want to dig into is super important. If you want to write a Game of Thrones style setting with lots of political factions and backstabbing, then internal politics will be super important. That's something that you'll be wanting to expand here. If you want to write a setting like superheroes, then you might want to look at things like the birth of villains and social injustice. These are often things that are sort of baked into superhero settings. And give birth to other things. Mad sciences, says Kajin. Love it. I'm just reading through the chat, guys. Don't dig into an alien hive. The queen is a little bit angry in there, says SCG. All right then, so we have 3 focus points. We recommend 3 is plenty to get started with. Our mantra is, you can always write more later, all right? So as you explore into different areas, as you explore different spaces, you play more in the campaign, you might want to add more stuff. For now, 3 areas is going to give you an awful lot of bits and pieces to play with. So, we have, in this very short amount of time, come up with a concept, come up with why we're doing it, which helps us do it correctly, right? Helps us, make sure that the things we're building are justifying our motivations. Then we've gone through in more detail. We've talked about what we want to build. We've talked about the feeling, the genre, the tone, and all of that has given us a lot of spin-off ideas. And again, this works for any system, any setting, it doesn't matter. This is all about just getting those pillars, those conceptual pillars in place so that you can move on. We are now at the scene section. So this is where we start to write more specific information about our world in general, about this world. So the world is infused with magic. Magic flows from the guts of the earth in artesian wells, known as nodes. These nodes warp the natural laws around them. Awesome. So Demetrius has created magic as a fundamental law of the world. That's really important, by the way. Because magic, of course, if it's there, if it's part of the world, it infuses all sorts of things. So understanding how it works, kind of important. I think Demetrius is having a lot of fun here. The ancient civilizations unlocked those wells, and it is rumored that it was also the source of their undoing. All right, so they shot themselves in the foot with magic.
Yeah,
Very
so I
interesting.
want to make it so magic is very powerful and very interesting, and there is a source of great wealth, but also can be very dangerous,
Very
and they don't
interesting.
know how, which
Yeah.
makes it also mysterious apart from dangerous.
Nice. So
Yeah.
what he's just done there is he's created a big mystery, a big secret at the core of magic, which is great. We'll dig into that later. Just a little bit worried about time, so if you could write note form, that would be better.
Okay.
So how did this world come to be? This is an optional step almost. Some people find that their cosmology gives them an awful lot of inspiration. The gods get involved, the titans have godchildren, there are wars. It's quite important for their setting. For other settings, it's not so important. So this is a moment where you can just talk a little bit about how that works. And again, there are notes on the platform. If you don't necessarily know, add something that is in world for now. You can always come back and expand it later. There we go. So Demetrius created the world creation is unknown. The gods do not speak to the people, but there are spirits that communicate with people and have their own mysterious agendas. Very interesting. So that's great. We have just laughing at the chat here. You guys are hilarious. Essentially, what we're doing here is we're just putting down those fundamental points. The next one to do is geography. So we've talked about how the world sort of fundamentally works. It's like Earth, except there's some magic in there, right? And that fundamentally changes how things work. We don't know how it was made. There are gods. They're not super chatty. There are some supernatural entities. They are a bit more chatty. Great. We've got a lot of information there in just a few words. That's exactly the kind of thing we want. Dimitri's now writing about the geography. It's fairly Earth-like, I think, honestly.
Yeah, I will add essentially a little bit of the nodes and the area around it, kind of that makes it a bit more magical in
Yeah.
some locations. But generally speaking, I'm thinking of literally a shore with a plain, and then you go into the dark woods and the mountains, which are effectively completely wild as areas, kind of thing.
Yeah. So again, this is the point. If your world is made of ice, like Hoth, if your world is a water world, if your world is a sort of in a primordial state where it's all tectonic plates shifting and lava and volcanoes and dinosaurs, this is the moment to write that stuff. It's the big geography you need to be writing right now, not the little bits.
Flying islands.
There we go. Flying islands.
Around
Flying
the
islands
nodes.
is a very significant thing that will change the way your world works. That's what we're focusing on right now. And finally, in this section, initial active world building area. Middle Earth is a region of the world. It's not a whole world. It's just a region. Again, Westeros is just one island, and the setting expands gradually. There's a reason a hell of a lot of stuff takes place in the inner sea of the Forgotten Realms, right? It's because that, for a long time, was the active world building area. And that's what we're talking about here. How big do you want that initial active space to be? Doesn't mean you can't build more later, just means you're focusing your efforts so you don't get lost in the I must build everything. Nope, we're going to keep it small, we're going to keep it tight. Now we have the general understanding of how the world is, works, functions, everything else. We're just going to keep it nice and small to start with. There's always space to expand.
That's what I've done, in fact.
Perfect. What have you written? Plains of the Adrian coast and the edges of the Mastery Forest and the lowlands of the Mazoran mountain chain overlooking the plains. Again, Dimitri has just pulled some names out of his butt, which is absolutely fine at this stage, because what we're going to do is go and expand those later.
Exactly.
Again, very briefly here, please. Who used to live here and what's their history? We've already talked about this. We have an ancient civilization, aliens, Aztecs. Boom.
Yeah. He used to live there. So usually here is actually ancient, aliens, elf-like.
Is there a way you can zoom in just a little bit on your window? Because people are having trouble seeing the screen grab.
I can try. I can fail. Very much so. I mean, I can fail.
Hey, you did it! You did it!
I did?
Yes.
I did things.
Whatever unholy combination of letters you just pressed, it worked. Is that better, folks?
Oh, wow. Okay.
Or it's
Sure.
or things in places. Magnify.
Go away, magnifier. We don't need you.
Sorry about that, guys. That was very alarming for everybody. Hopefully, it didn't balk you guys too much. But holy moly. There we go. So, ancient aliens, elf-like in nature. Perfect. That's all we need to know, really. Like, we've discussed that a little bit. Inspired by Aztecs. Who lives here now? The descendants of the ancient aliens and some human colonies. That's what we know in this active area, right? Cool. Thank you for letting me know, Secondhand Samurai. Again, Dimitri's putting in names here. At this point, you don't even have to do that if you don't want to. It can literally just be like, there's dwarves in the lowlands, there's elves here, there's things there. Later is when we're going to extrapolate these and turn them into things that exist that are tangible in your world. And finally, what do they need and what do they need from each other? So this is really useful to think about now because it's going to set the tone for how your peoples are interacting. Are everybody friends in the United Federation of Planets? Are your elves and dwarves competing wildly for who gets to kill the most orcs because it's Middle Earth and that's what you do? Thinking about how they're working together at the beginning is going to be very helpful as you go ahead and set the scene. Again, just a few sentences is more than enough here. Notes are fine. So Dimitri's written, survivors came to the land with nothing. The survivors are the humans. They have the knowledge of the civilized lands, but no way to survive themselves. The elves want to rediscover their heritage and need the help of the survivors to do so. And the dwarves are expansionists. Expansionists are fun because they create wars. Wars create drama. Total Perception says, so basically do not publish a novel in there. Yes.
Yes.
Now, there are two reasons for that. First reason is that we are talking about quick world building to get you from, I really need to have a world ready for my players next week, to, boom, we're ready at the table. The second reason is that you are going to come back and reference this information all the freaking time. If you have written a novel, you will never read through it again. It is too much information. If you've made nice, neat little bullet points, they are very quick and easy to reference, and you can make sure that you are growing your world according to your original vision and not getting lost in like a labyrinth of new ideas which then contort your original thing, and then you end up with a mishmash of stuff that doesn't feel cohesive, essentially. So that's why it's a good idea to, keep things nice and tight in the meta in terms of language as well. Now, finally, we're going to do current affairs. Current affairs are a great way to start adventure hooks, plots, all those big things that are happening in your world, wars, scientific discoveries, current affairs. And we already have everything we need because we know who used to live there. We know who lives there now. We know what kind of problems the world is facing. There's a key mystery, we've already said this, about the magic in this world. As you build your own world, you will start building hooks that can become these current affairs. And that is where you set your world in motion. You take it from, here are some people, to here is a world with wheels within wheels of stuff that is interacting. And that is what's going to put your campaign in motion and get your players intrigued and asking questions, right? That's what we want. We want them to be excited and immersed. And all very, very quickly. And then we take a region and fill it with life. Exactly, SGE. That is why we took this nice, tight area of active world building so that we can then make that feel densely active, filled with things, filled with drama, filled with, not necessarily the fact that the Krillians need more land and push the Azerati and the survivors out of their lands. You might not see that directly in the world building space, but what you might see is a lot of refugees. Or you might see the impact of the refugees because they bring a new disease with them, or because they bring new culture with them, right? So you can extrapolate to the nth degree from these drama points for literally everything that's happening in your world. We recommend using about 5 of these. Ooh, interesting. How are we doing? So we've got the drop of a magical barrier. Cool, that sounds like it's connected to the nodes idea that we've already put out there. There's a volcano that's active again, very interesting. Let's dig into some of the stuff that we've already made.
That was all from what we've made already.
Yeah, no, I know. So we have an active volcano, interesting. You might add that it's causing geological instability is causing tremors. Because that's something, again, that you can feel very widely. It's something that adds an urgency to explore those dungeons before they collapse, right? So that adds a very interesting sort of pressure point as well. It's a nice drama point because, again, tremors can have a lot of different impact points.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna spend the time doing all 5 drama points. I think 3 is enough to illustrate that. Exactly. So guys, as you can see, we have a world built on a core concept with a unique hook. We have the scope sorted. We have all sorts of ideas that we can now turn this into a campaign. And we've been talking, 30 minutes about this maximum? And we have a whole world. And that's with Dimitris writing while I'm yammering in his ear. We have an entire world concept. Exactly. Yeah?
It was hard.
That is really quick. So what we're going to do now is we're going to use For us, the purple button. For you, you can do this however you want. We are going to take the nouns. Actually, if you go back to the meta, you can just use the purple button from there. That's what I would recommend.
I would like to do it actually
in a different way. Yep, that's absolutely fine. So we have the meta written. We have a very good idea about how this world is working, what kind of adventures we're going to be having in there, all of that stuff. Now it's time to expand on a few of these things in more detail. In more detail, I mean like 4 or 5 sentences maximum. So let's have a look. World creation is fairly unimportant in this world.
Yeah.
Magic is important though.
I think that magic will be the hardest one to write, but we can do something like that. Yeah.
Why don't you write about the nodes? It's a natural law.
The node itself, I think actually there are landmarks. In fact.
Okay. Awesome. So, what does it look like? Again, just write in nodes. Are they blue?
What kind of question is this, my dear?
I mean, what does it look like to you?
So I think it looks like I call it a pillar. Look like pillars of blue energy, heading from deep in the earth skies.
Yeah. What can block them? Because otherwise, you just see them shooting out everywhere, right?
Yeah, I think that was the point. Is actually to see effectively columns going up, so you can see them from very far
so
away
they
and try to
make
approach them.
incredible landmarks like lighthouses, that kind of thing. Actually, you can navigate by them.
Yeah, exactly. I
Yeah,
was thinking
so
about that.
so that's something to add. Just you can navigate by them is enough right for now. Because again, that's going to be another hook later for things that are attuned to the nodes, for example, right? That would be a really cool way to start. We've said exploration is a big theme. That would be a really cool way to start bringing in technology.
Yeah, you're going to call it a node compass.
Node compass. There we go. We've just created a new technology. Very easy. And essentially, the tool that we're using is if this, then what? So we've established nodes. We have a little bit of information about nodes. If nodes exist, then how do people use them? They use node compasses to navigate between them. And node compasses can attune to a single node, I would say.
I was thinking that node compass, in fact, can help you understand the actual resonance of each of the nodes, which means that by seeing the node and putting the compass in front of it, you can actually see which of the nodes this is. Okay. So although they all look blue, when you actually see through the compass, you in fact see the true resonance of it, like the way it vibrates. You know which one it is there, which of them.
So would you hear a tone or would you see a color?
It can be a color or a tone or any of those things.
I think that would be really interesting.
Yeah.
Really interesting. Okay, awesome. So we've just invented something that's going to be really cool and useful. It may even be one of those alien technologies that we're talking about.
I think it would have been based on that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we may have just created the MacGuffin for the first adventure. Right?
Yeah,
we've heard that there is one of these things in this ancient tomb, but nobody can get in deep enough to actually find it. Your first adventure is go into the ruin and find the thing.
That's a good idea.
There we are. We just have a plot for the first adventure. Because we're doing if this, then what? If this exists, then people want it. Actually, if this exists, my players are going to want it, right? It's going to help them later on. So now I have my first adventure. After this, let's go back to building the sort of crucial bits and pieces.
Yeah.
You can do @node compass. Secondhand Samurai says, sounds like a time for a great GM sentence. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so where do we go from here?
So we are going to go to, I think, the people next.
Okay, so let's create the 3 races then, essentially.
Yeah, exactly.
So we have the Astrati.
Can you open the people tab for me? Thank you.
Okay, yeah. Maserati. Okay, yeah.
So we're creating now our basic species. And again, all we're going to do is add a few more details to them because our players are going to ask more questions. That's going to prompt more exploration, and that's going to help us, session by session, expand more on these things. All we need is some basic principles. Now, we've already said that this is a D&D 5e world. We're using that because most people are familiar with it. So basically, we'll just reskin the elves for our own purposes. They're called the Maserati in this world. They work like elves, but culturally, they are the descendants of the Sky People. That's just something slightly different about them, a different failure. Nice.
How do you call it? Not ice cap. How do you call this?
Glacier.
Glacier, yeah.
So essentially, we've now created the dwarves, and we've said, if dwarves, then where did they come from? So we've said, okay, well, they don't come from here. Let's have them come from the north. That means they're going to be more kind of like Viking dwarves. That's a really nice way to give them some flavor. And if they've come from the north, they've come from ice sheets, why are they here? If they're here, then why? They're here because the north became uninhabitable because the ice sheets pushed them down here, essentially. So in a way, they are refugees in their own right. And that's a really interesting way to sort of frame this as well, right? We have people who are to explore because they've had no choice. And we also have the survivors who are also refugees. That's our human people. So now we're starting to sort of really bring it together and see and see that our what if then sentence is creating a lot of interesting themes and cohesions. Again, you can do this for any genre. If you're doing a space opera, it won't be elves and dwarves. It'll be, space elves and space dwarves. Think, or space orcs. Think like Klingons and Vulcans, right? Incidentally, I recently had a complete epiphany and realized that the Ferengi are space goblins. That was a moment for me. But yeah, you can really dig into it and whatever you're building, build the skeleton first, and then use if this then to start building out your stuff in more detail. That is absolutely the core of what we're talking about. Sorry, I just got a call.
What?
No. Your dad just called us.
Oh. Doesn't like this. Right. Okay. So I have created 3 spaces already, so you can go and see them in here. Oops.
Yeah.
Not here. In fact, we can put them in here. So let me show you. Since we have.
They're all in the middle.
Yeah, no, there.
So first of all, publish them.
So yeah, and we can in theory see them now.
So you can see we already start to have a world that's peopled out very quickly. It's very basic, but honestly, you don't need a lot more for a first adventure, right? You need to say, if you're playing a human, you're one of these people. If you're playing an elf, you're one of these people. If you're playing a dwarf, you're one of these people.
And that will, for example, for you, and I think we should talk about it before because that will be the base anyway, will automatically create some things for you as a game master to help you out. So we have already a player handbook that has an introduction that will be given to your players to get to know the world a little bit and just write essentially the introduction to your world there. You have the player options, like the races, the classes, feats and traits, background, profession, spells, and equipment that you might need to have. Like, for example, the one we created now, for example, the node compass. Go directly under equipment here.
Yeah,
here,
exactly. And that'll be a useful thing for your
players to know about. Exactly.
And again, as you build more stuff, you can put it in here and always going back to your meta and extrapolating if this then, or going to articles you've already written and extrapolating if this, then what? If the dwarves are here and they're expanding, where are they expanding next? Why are they expanding? What does it mean when they do expand? What does Dwarven warfare look like? So expanding, do you see what I mean? Like going on that train of logic. Total Perception's asked me a very confusing question. I wonder if you can help me with this. Can it have some forms of fuzzy logic where if this then is not necessarily so black and white, but could have variations? Yeah, absolutely. Because if this, then a panoply of things. Do you see what I mean? So you can absolutely, it doesn't have to be the if this, then one thing. It can be if this, then many things. And it can also be if this.
I'm wondering if they talk actually about Gold Anvil as a capability to do so. Like if you can create effectively a way to define if this and then scenarios, like if they are humans, then show them that, if else, show them that, which the answer is yes, but I don't want to go into so much detail about that. If you want to know a bit more about how you can Gold Anvil, we can do that. We're not here to talk to you about Gold Anvil, we're here to talk to you about gold building. Come to one of our streams and can give you more information about that. But yes,
yeah,
you can.
Exactly. As Secondhand Samurai just said, we're live in 5 hours again on our own Twitch channel. So if you have more questions about World Anvil or world building or what we're talking about today or anything else, do come join us. We're more than happy to answer questions. In fact, the stream that we have tonight is all about answering questions. Yes. And our community is the best, friendliest, most lovely community on the internet. So if you just want to drop by and say hello, you'll get a warm response and some flaming anvils. Yes. Cool. So essentially, that is the method. I don't want to flog a dead horse, as they say in the UK. So, if you have questions, make sure you ask now because we are more than happy to answer about this method, about the tool of World Anvil, or indeed anything else about world building.
Did we get any questions so far?
One from Total Perception, who says, interesting that World Anvil has an API for developers. It would be interesting to connect it with something like IBM Watson, which could, do you know IBM Watson?
No, I do not.
No,
But
I
doesn't
don't know
matter.
it either. Which could ingest the entire worlds of previously written D&D literature, its characters, and then apply your own world-building logic on top of that to flesh out a more thorough, complex environment.
Well, there is a lot more to come with that, and we have a lot of ideas of how you do that, and you won't even need to do something like that.
Yeah. Interesting thought, though, Total Perception. But yeah, we have some plans. That's all I'm going to say right now. Thank you for those flaming anvils, Gilly Meyer. Art breeder for world building, says Secondhand Samurai. Yeah, absolutely. So essentially that's how it works. That's how you create a world quickly. And I would argue that in 2 hours maximum, you can sit down from start to finish, create a world that is ready enough for a first adventure with your players and get things moving.
Considering where we were here and without anything, because nobody sits down on their chair to just write a world like I did right now, right? I mean, you have something that goes to the back of your head, and when you sit down, you have something written. I have just written out of nowhere, kind of thing. So
exactly.
It was so hard for me because I was creating continuously.
Yeah, exactly. This is not the normal situation where you sit on the train and you're thinking about your world and you think about what your players would enjoy. We literally just sat down and pulled a concept from nothing to show you the method, to show you the methodology and how quickly it is. And again, all based on the fact that one of our members of the chat was from Texas, so we thought, all right, let's make a Wild West frontier fantasy world, which is what we made here today.
Yeah.
Mother of God, says Karjan. The idea of art breeder for world building. It's a little bit terrifying. Yeah. So yeah, that's it basically, guys. I'm not seeing a lot of questions coming in.
We might have answered those questions or not at all.
Maybe we've answered all of your questions. Faika Rune says you can find Janet and Co. Over on World Anvil YouTube. Yes, absolutely. So if you want more of this kind of videos, if you want, I do a lot of sort of 5 tips videos. I do a lot of like how to approach things videos. And a lot of my videos are also geared towards helping you make something and giving you lots and lots of ideas to try and spark something in your own imagination. That's how I learn and that's how I create. So that's kind of what I try and do on my channel as well. So that's youtube.com/World Anvil. You can, of course, use World Anvil for free if you would like to. There is a certain amount that is available
I'm
in
just
our
showing
free
some
package.
examples here of worlds and
Very
how
cool
articles
worlds, yeah.
normally look like, not like what we've done there with one single sentence, but this is actually like articles about.
Yeah, so we have a lot of people using World Anvil more expansively, either just because they love world building, or because they're working on something to publish and they're sharing it, or because they love making things and their players are really into their lore. We have a lot of people who work as writing teams on World Anvil as well. So then, of course, you get very large, pretty, expansive, lovely articles. But these are examples of how far you can go. But you don't need to. If all you need is a few notes to get you between sessions, that is absolutely fine. Oh, this one has a pretty map as well. Look at that. Yes. I would say with the method that we were talking about, the next step would be to grab a map from somewhere and start putting a few points of interest based on if this then. So if I've said that this area is like this, then what kind of things should I be seeing in here? If I've said it's a plains, let's have a few points of interest that are relevant for plains. If I've said that there are dwarves, let's have a few dwarf strongholds, because we've already said there are dwarves here. Let's see where they are. And again, it's all an extrapolation of the if this then what method. Pretty simple, pretty quick, exactly what you need to go from I have a cool idea to here is my world. Alrighty then, I don't think we have any more questions. So yeah, I think we might wrap up.
I think so.
I think we're there. All right, guys, thank you so very much for joining us today. It has been an absolute pleasure talking to you, sharing our ideas with you, sharing our ridiculous, in this case, Wild West fantasy with
Very
you.
much so.
Thank you everyone who asked questions. Thank you Secondhand Samurai for getting those questions to us and yeah, sharing stuff with the world. Do come join us if you would like to at 7 p.m. UK time, which is 11 a.m. Pacific time, over on our Twitch channel. And then at 9 p.m. UK time, which is 2 p.m. Pacific time. Yes, yes, I can. We are going live with some of the biggest legends in world building. Wolfgang Bauer, who's written everything and worked with everybody, including Empire of the Ghouls. You know, he's worked with Wizards of the Coast. He's done everything. Keith Baker, who wrote the original Eberron setting and has done a huge amount of stuff since. Shane Hensley, who is the CEO of Pinnacle. So he wrote the Deadline setting. He works on Savage Worlds. We will be there as well, talking about our world building experiences. And it's all going to be about answering those FAQs. Like, how do I get from the beginning to the end? And we're going to be really digging into that with some of the best, most established people within the space. So make sure you turn up, guys. That is going to be freaking epic. That is on Gary Con Blighted, I believe.
I think so, yeah.
I think it's Gary Con Blighted. I think it's there. So, yeah, drop in and ask some experts some questions. Yeah. In the meantime, I think we are off ski. So, as we say in my hometown, grab your hammer and go world build.
Hello, I'm Benwin Bronzebottom, celebrity dwarf and video game enthusiast, and this is my sidekick, Crowy.
Hello.
Quiet, you. I'm here to tell everyone about Idle Champions of the Forgotten Realms. It's a Dungeons & Dragons-based strategy game from Codename Entertainment.
It's a management game with an emphasis on formation strategy, where you assemble parties of legendary heroes and send them on adventures through the Forgotten Realms.
Heroes? Crowy, don't you mean champions?
Players unlock legendary champions of the Forgotten Realms, like Joust and the Companions of the Hall, Farida and Havilar from the Brimstone Angels saga, and many more. Assemble the best adventuring party possible based on your formation options, champion abilities, and the obstacles and enemies you face.
Or just smash your mouse button repeatedly like I do and hope for the best.
Each champion has an incredible array of skills and items to let you customize your style and play even further.
Farther. Farther means more distant, further is figurative.
Well, I meant more distant, but figuratively.
That's forther.
Well, customize your style even further, because Idle Champions of the Forgotten Realms is available on all your favorite gaming platforms. Steam for PC and Mac, web, Epic Game Store, PlayStation 4 and 5, Xbox One, Xbox Series X, Nintendo Switch, iOS tablets, and Android devices.
Well, let me know when it comes to the BlackBerry. I'm not giving up that phone. It's the only keyboard I can use.
I hear it's coming to the smart fridge next spring.
In the frozen mountains of the north, You have come to end the terror of the Grimfang King and his army of raiders. The biting wind has slowed your pace as you approach the mountain hold. The air is painful to breathe, the snow thick and unyielding. You draw close. Distant torches lighting the icy ground. A rank odor fills your nostrils. The shouts of orcs fill your ears. Great beasts roar and slam against their bonds. You ready your weapons and prepare your attack. Battle is about to commence. Epic encounters. Turn your RPG up to 11.
We have done it! 5 years of planning and thinking before the dream finally came true. A team of 12 dedicated professional developers and internet marketers who desperately love board games put in 17 months of hard work. And now, we are proud to present to you Tabletopia, the digital platform to publish and play any kind of board games. It is the most sophisticated virtual table in terms of functionality, aesthetics, and usability. We integrated everything that was conceivable to recreate the feeling of playing on a real table. And at the same time, we implemented a lot of tools to facilitate playing life hacks. Setting up the game, dealing cards, shuffling decks, etc. takes only a fraction of a second. And the same holds true for creating your very own game. It takes only a couple of seconds to create any game objects from standard print version graphics. Just drag and drop your files, borrow whatever else will be necessary from our extensive library of free game objects and place them on the table. Your game is ready. And now, playtest, demonstrate your game, make videos, or even earn money with your game. Tabletopia is a full-scale ecosystem for publishing digital versions of board games. But of course, the main focus of our project is to allow players around the world to play remotely with their friends or find worthy opponents here. And we are speaking about literally thousands of games and their variations. Many leading publishers and game authors have joined us already, and from day one, you will be able to play many popular games. But this is only the beginning. Ahead of us are a lot of new cool system features, new games, and millions of hours of fun. So stay tuned, subscribe to our newsfeed, and be ready to jump in. Tabletopia, where board games go digital.
I sat down with Luke Gygax to talk about the legacy of his father, what it was like to grow up in that house while D&D was being created.
I see my father as the driving force behind a revolutionary game and genre that impacted and changed our culture. And I don't think that many people know that. And I want to make sure that this amazingly expanding new audience of gamers who are attracted to 5th edition Dungeons & Dragons because it's so great and playable, that they know about the roots and history of our game and the way my father, as well as all the other folks who were involved in the beginning, whether that's the three Daves, Dave Arneson, Dave Wesley, Dave McGarry, and Jeff Perrin, who were all collaborators in that zeitgeist that kind of brought all the ingredients together, and my dad gathered them up, packaged them, and transmitted that idea to other people so they could replicate it. in those first 3 little booklets of original Dungeons and Dragons. I just don't want people to. I want people to be able to trace their roots, their game, back to those origins and understand it a little bit better and gain a little bit of appreciation.
Why do you think D&D had such a massive impact, not only on the game industry but also pop culture at the time?
Well, it caught on at the right time. It's the Vietnam War is just ending. There's a lot of malaise, and what better than to escape from the world into a world of fantasy where you can be a hero and you can change the world that way, and that's exciting. So I think there was something there in that. But what's the critical factors for Dungeons and Dragons is that it was a totally different game. Role-playing games didn't exist. In fact, if I recall correctly, it was a fantasy war game played with miniatures. They didn't even know what the title they were going to call it, and it broke the mold. If you were going to play a war game, it was you're looking back in time on a historical situation generally, and it's prescribed. These are the forces that are there. Here's your commanders. It's not a person that you're playing. You're playing units. Or even if you're playing something, it's a fixed character. You're the shoe in the Monopoly board going around. What Dungeons and Dragons did is it said, okay, well, we don't have a board. We don't have a beginning and an end. And oh, by the way, you're going to play a character, and the game can go on one session. You could just have one session, or you could have a game that goes on years. And there's the idea of this referee, who later becomes the dungeon master, is building this world. They're bringing their own fantasy world together. There's these guidelines that are here, but really it's coming from the dungeon master, the referee at that time. That person is going to create this world, and then the other people who are players get to contribute to it, and you kind of weave this fabric of a story that becomes the campaign, that becomes this world that you play in and you share. And I think that was very unique. There's no boundaries, there's no board, there's not a set beginning and ending. What other game had that? I think that's the revolution. I think that's why it appealed to people. And it still does today.
What kind of dungeon master was your dad?
He was a good dungeon master, but I think he was more earlier. He was definitely more. Let's get to the all right. You're down. You're at the beginning of the dungeon. Let's go. And I'm gonna describe things to you. You definitely. Well, I guess I'm taking all this sort of stuff is for granted that this is how everybody did it. I remember reading through B2 recently when I wrote one of the forewords for it for Goodman Games, and they redid it. And I remember reading the instructions on how to run the dungeon was like listening to my dad talk, because I was like, well, wait, this is exactly how he did things. I think he gave advice like, don't let them see the map. Be somewhat vague if they don't know the exact measurements. Keep in mind there could be various things like that. So when you were down there, it was up to you. Part of the game was the exploration portion of it. So you had to figure out this dungeon, the design of it, find any areas that looked suspicious. Like maybe, well, why is there this 60 by 60 area that there's no apparent entrance to, but there's a whole bunch of passages all over everywhere else. This kind of stands out. This is atypical. You would have to figure that out and go, okay, maybe there's a secret door there, or, you have to do a little bit of the exploration of the unknown, figure out kind of the puzzle or the rhyme or reason to it, what's hidden down here, because there's going to be things hidden. So that was part of the game. And also, not just throwing the dice, but talking about what you're going to do and describing a technique or a tactic, because there wasn't skills that you could fall back on. So if you wanted to do something, you kind of had to say, well, this is what we're going to do. Or you don't really have a skill in this area, but if you can tell me what you're going to do, maybe I'll give you a little bit of a bonus to figure it out. So I think those were some of the parameters that were the expectations that you would have when you were playing. You had to be thinking, you had to be on your toes. You couldn't you just had to be aware of your surroundings and everything that was going on when you were there. So typically, if you're in a dungeon adventure, you'd be like, okay, you descend down the stairs and you open, you force open the door because you had to roll to open doors because they're all swollen dungeon doors. And then you go, you step out into a 10-foot wide corridor to the east and west. Your torchlight sheds, 20 feet down the passageway in each direction, and you could look around and describe it, but then it would be 10 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet, door to the south, passage continues, west, or whatever the case may be. And you're mapping and figuring it out, and when you defeated a creature, you had to look for the treasure. It wasn't always just, it has, this magic item there. You had to be, it was an investigation. It's the problem solving. It's puzzle. It's solving a puzzle. So that was the expectation. There wasn't a lot of freebies. I guess he was a parsimonious dungeon master. So yeah, when you earned it, when you got something when you were playing with my dad, you earned it. And it felt good. And to lose those items or use them frivolously, you thought about that because you weren't sure if you were going to get just anywhere a potion of whatever it may be, extra healing or flying. You couldn't go buy that stuff. There was no buying magic items. If you wanted to sell magic items, people would buy them from you, and then they'd go disappear and you'd never see them again, right? But yeah, there was no magic store and things like that. So I guess there's old school in that sense a lot of times. Later on, when he was writing for other things other than Dungeons and Dragons things, and the expectation had changed, that folks wanted more a setting and descriptions and things like that. Well, sure, he did that, and he would. It wasn't always my most fun playtests when we were playtesting all the various shops in the bazaar or something like that. It's like, can we get to like, no, you got to check out this part of the merchant sector. Like, oh man, okay, but it adds those more layers and a little bit more of the folks who want the interactions and the shopping and some more of the role playing and talking between the dungeon master and discovering things that way, that sort of stuff. So it evolved over time, but in the early days going through Greyhawk, it was more puzzle solving, problem solving, strategy, figuring it out.
What was it like for you to share that with your father? To watch D&D evolve and also to have a one-on-one D&D campaign, as opposed to how a lot of people play, which is in a group. But I actually I run a game for my wife, and that's incredibly fun, and a lot gets done very quickly. Yeah. What was that like growing up?
Well, for me it was normal because that was what my dad did. So I thought it was unusual when I'd go to someone's house and their dad didn't play games and maybe was gruff and was working in the wood shop or downstairs with tools and stuff. I never did any of that. My dad was not a handyman, so that was unusual to me. But it was pretty neat. My dad was my best friend, so I would when I got home from school, sometimes he'd often work from the house and was doing writing or whatever, or he'd come home and he'd continue to work. He had a pretty solid work ethic. He was always writing. He'd be up in the morning, probably about 6 o'clock, grab a cup of coffee, and a lot of times he'd go and start writing on his typewriter, tick typing away, and then kind of take a break a little bit later and then come back to it, or if he had to go to the office or whatever it was. But I think he was, I think he'd wake up and he'd have some ideas that he'd want to write. And same thing when he'd get back from the office, or if he was there, and I would sit in our study, and it was the 70s, so it was a wood-paneled study with leather-bound books and some comfy overstuffed leather chairs and his desk that he's working at. And I'd be flipping through the Monster Manual or whatever, Fiend Folio maybe even, as those things, and or reading the Dungeon Master's Guide and looking at the pictures and reading through, and I'd have a question. Maybe I didn't understand something, and I would ask him a question, and he's typing, and he would ignore me, I would think, and then 5 minutes later he would answer my question. I'd be like, what? He's like, well, you asked me, this specific question. Here's the answer. It was just his train of thought. He was very focused. He's laser focused, but he kept that question over here. Didn't let it distract him, and then he would answer. But I would sit there for hours pretty much every night, looking through stuff and just hanging out, and then, sometimes we'd play games. But I did play in larger groups, and we play tested. things, they would oftentimes be at our home, like Sajkanth, the Lost Caverns of Sajkanth, S4, I believe. That was fantastic. So that was so big, I did some solo adventure through it, and then with various other people in there, and that was fantastic. We had my friend Jerry Savage. I knew him as Sonny Savage because his dad was also Jerry, but he goes by Jerry now. So Jerry Savage, who's a retired Army officer, ended up it's kind of my inspiration to join the Army, with Sonny, and then now he's a woodworker and he does all sorts of neat woodwork and special stuff for GaryCon's neat items. But and David Kuntz and Richard Kuntz, local guys. Jeff Dolphin, who was just a neighbor kid. So my dad would and sometimes Jim Ward or Francois Frodeval from France, who did the French D&D stuff. Whoever was visiting, he'd bring us all in, and we'd have this diverse group, and we'd go and we'd play test it, and it was a heck of a lot of fun. So yeah, I had a great childhood. Now that I reflect upon it a little bit more, and answering questions like that makes me think about it. But yeah, it was pretty cool. But that was kind of the way it was. So I didn't really know that at the time. That was just my childhood.
Not only growing up in the 80s and seeing that massive popularity of D&D, but now you see this resurgence that's happening right now. What has this experience been like for you? You're like proud of your dad. How would have your dad reacted to all of this?
I'm very proud of my father, and it's I always have been. He was kind of the guy I wanted to. I idolized him a little bit, and I think many children idolize their parents. But I certainly wanted to live up to those things that he'd done. And then you struggle through the teenage years, and it's a little difficult to be the child of somebody who's known for something or very good at something. It can be challenging. So I had to wrestle with those things. I went and did my own activities, and I've kind of come back to gaming later on after he passed away. I realized I'd done a little bit. I've done the Lost City of Gaxmore and a few modules and some small activities in the gaming arena, but I hadn't really done much. But I realized that's something I wanted to do. It's something I think my dad wanted me to do. So I run GaryCon every year in his honor and his memory, and bring people together and my family, and we celebrate his life. And it's a great way to remember him and to make a time that would normally be sad into a time we look forward to and gathering together and sharing camaraderie with people. And so that's been very positive. And I use that, and I write modules for GaryCon. But I don't really publish them. I sell them at GaryCon, but that's a very small distribution of a few hundred. So it's not for financial, it's not a commercial use, but it's more something that he wanted me to write. And I figured, okay, well, I'll write. I'll do that, and we'll do it at GaryCon. So I'm very proud of my father, and I think that he would be very happy to see that his game that he created all those years ago, the game that he was so driven to create, that he believed in so much, that he got together with his best friend Don Kay, who took a loan against his life insurance for $1,000 in order to have the money to publish Dungeons and Dragons. That game is still going over 40 years later, and it doesn't just have. He didn't sell 10,000 copies, which he was pretty excited about. Like, hey, I might sell 10,000 copies of this. This is a great game. It sold millions and has brought endless hours of joy to people, and I think had a positive impact on thousands and thousands of people throughout the world. So yeah, that's pretty cool.
Thank you, Luke, for being on D&D Beyond. I'm Todd Kenrick, your host. Thank you so much for watching.
Hello again. This is going to be our last demo game of the day, and I'm really happy about this because it's going to be a Fading Suns game. I'm not the expert on this. That will be Mark, who's the game master for this. But I just wanted to sneak in here to tell you that after this event, we are handing over back to the US and to our friends at GaryCon. But tomorrow we'll be back starting at midnight Pacific time, which will be 2 a.m. Central time for you guys. And we'll start with another trivia game in the morning. We'll have art shows where artists do a live drawing of Gary Gygax in different role-playing situations. And we have two really exciting workshops, one about music and role-playing games, and one about building a character with two professional authors who are going to tell you how to put personality into your characters. And then we'll finish off with a visit by the creator of the Symbaroum role-playing game. For those of you who don't know Symbaroum, it's a really great game from the Swedish publisher Free League. And we have a really unique opportunity to talk to Matthias Jonsson Hake, who's one of the designers. And we'll have another demo game by Ulysses in the end tomorrow. So I hope I'll see you again tomorrow, and I hope you'll enjoy the last demo game of the day. Have fun, guys. I'll hand over to Mark now.
Welcome to Fading Suns. We'll do a quick little overview so the players who are all new to this can understand how the rules work in the setting. Basically, Fading Suns is a futuristic passion play. It's a 51st century, so you're going to have blasters and spaceships, but you're also going to have a feudal society with nobles, a powerful church, and merchant guilds. And along with blasters, people still use swords and axes and melee weapons in a more civilized manner. So, basic concept in this game is a single d20, and there's going to be a goal number. So, it's typically your skill and your characteristic combined gives you a goal number. And we'll go over the character sheet real quick so you can see that. But say your goal number is 15. The idea in this game is to hit 15 or less. So a lower number. If you get the actual goal number, in this case of 15, you would be a crit. If you roll over it, it's a failure. And if you roll a 20, it's a crit fail, and you fumbled somehow. This also uses victory points. It's known as the victory point system. So when you make that roll, say your goal was a 15 and you rolled a 10, you succeed, and you've generated 10 victory points. And then you can use those points to overcome a resistance. Think of that as their armor that they're wearing, so you can damage them. You can also save them, so when someone attacks you, you can increase your resistance. And you can also put them in your cash or your bank, and we'll explain those a little bit more, to use in the future. So the next time you go, instead of a 15, you can spend, say, 3 of your victory points and raise that goal up to 18. So you can make it easier to succeed if you have those points available. Sometimes you run out and then you're just out of luck with that. Also, once you hit and overcome the resistance, you can also use your VPs to do more damage. There's a base for all your weapons, and once you've overcome the resistance, you can say, well, I'm going to spend my VPs on a 2-to-1 basis. So every 2 VPs does an extra point of damage, so you can do more damage to someone. And that's one of the, I find interesting economies in this game is, do I spend my VPs now to do more damage and hopefully kill the enemy? Or do I save some in case I don't kill them so I can defend against that person's attack? And that's a balance you have to figure out as you're playing through. And as you increase in level, you'll have more VPs to play with, so you can spend some and save some. When you first begin, like every other game, you're weak and vulnerable, and you never have enough VPs. The other thing you have on your character sheet, you notice it says weird points, WP. And this is WYRD, so it's like fate. So you have very few of those, and you can generate those when you, through good role playing, you generate them on a crit. So if you get a crit, you earn a word point. And word points can be shared among the group. It's not just your resource to use. And again, it's like fate, so you can use it to re-roll, you can convert them to victory points. You can turn a roll, say, I really want to be able to hack into this computer. I want to make it favorable, which if you're familiar with D&D 5th edition, the advantage, disadvantage, the same thing. You roll 2d20 and you take the roll that you want. So if you fail and succeed, you can take to succeed. On the other hand, I can also say there's a penalty. Maybe it's really hard, so you're going to be unfavorable. You roll 2d20 and you take the worst roll. So even if both of them succeed, I would make you take the lower roll to generate less victory points for you, even if I can't stop you from succeeding. Next, we'll quickly go over the character sheets. You get your name, your rank, who you know, if you're a knight or a merchant, and your species, what faction you're from. The important part on your character sheet in the middle are your skills. And unless it's a restricted skill, they all start at 3. And you can see if there's a number in the column in those cells, this character's been advanced, so you have a higher skill in that, higher points in that skill. On the right-hand side are your characteristics. You have body, mind, and spirit. And out of those, you have strength, dex, and endurance. Under mind, you have wits, perception, and will. Under spirit, you have presence, intuition, and faith. Faith is important in this game. The church didn't die away. It went into the future with us. Below that are your resistances. So if I attack you and say, what's your resistance? You have body, mind, and spirit, because I can shoot you with a weapon. That would be your body. If I try to hit you with a spell using the occult, that would be your mind or your spirit. So those are your resistances to not take damage. If you're wearing armor, which is built into your resistance number, and then some of you have what's called an e-shield, high technology. It is a force field that is around you that can help prevent damage. The thresholds, this one I'm looking at says 5 and 10. So what that means is if I do 1 to 4 points of damage, you're going to take the damage. If I do 5 points of damage, your shield kicks on and stops the damage. Up to 10. If I do more than 10, then whatever is over 10 is the damage. So if I did 12 points of damage, you would only take 2. The shield would absorb 10 points, and you'd only take 2. However, it can only do so much. So the hits is how many times in our combat that I keep hitting you, and basically then the battery's drained and it's no good anymore until you get a new battery, refresh your e-shield. There's also one special rule with this. If someone shoots a blaster at you, or if you have a blaster shooting someone that has an e-shield, there's a chance that the damage will bleed through the shield. And when we get to that, we'll cover that. Okay, and then you have your perks, which give you special abilities. If you have a question on those, I can pull those up real quick. But the only one when we get into combat is your dueling, your fencing. It says duello. There's some special rules if you're trying to use your fencing. Special things you can do. More damage makes it easier to hit. Your victory point spending is a little bit different. The other ones get into other role-playing aspects that we won't get into today. Capabilities are basically all the things you know how to do. So do you know how to act in the cathedral or court? Different things you know about the worlds, and so on. So capabilities are things that you know. And it also gets into what weapons you know how to use, what armor you know how to wear, and so on. Questions on the character sheet before we get started? I'm sure you'll have questions to replay, but we'll get through those as we go. Okay, so yeah, under actions, they've already done your math. So in this case, this is the face from Vito. So if you try to use your rapier, your goal right now is a 14. So if you don't want to spend your VP, it's 14 or less, you would succeed. Now, since in this one, this scenario is along in the adventure, you're going to start with full banks. Your current VP should all be 15. So you've done actions and you've got stuff stored in your bank. And you all start with 1 weird point that you can use. If you run out of VPs below that, and this is in the lower corner, where it says surge, that's when you can pull from the inner fortitude and gain VPs. So you can get, in this case, he could surge for 14. So he said, if he runs out and says, you know what, I'm going to surge, you get 14 points to put in your bank. And then you move them from your bank to your cash and you spend them from your cash. But it's simultaneous, doesn't cost an action. So basically, if you have points in your bank, you can spend them. And you're going to start out, like I said, with these points. So where we are in this adventure, and I said we've advanced it along, you were sent to this planet to investigate the murder of Bishop Benedict. Your patron sent you here to investigate this. Personally, doesn't want to wait for the official investigation. You've landed in Ruthwick to discover an Inquisition ship is there, along with some charioteers. So the Inquisition is just like you would imagine. They investigate heresy for the church, usually put people to the flame when they find it. But there's also some members of the Charioteers Guild. They're part of the merchant guilds, and everything is very stratified in this world. The charioteers are the ones who fly your ships. They know how to navigate. So even on church ships, their pilots are trained by the charioteers. In this case, charioteers are here separately and seem to be asking some questions themselves. Now, the strange thing is, neither the charioteers nor the Inquisition are asking about the murder. They don't seem to care about that. And your investigation in the town of Ruthwick has led you to Embla Trollkin. She's a local heathen priestess. This planet is in the Voldrak Star Nation, which is in the last few years come under the control of the Empire. The Emperor married one of their princesses and kind of assumed I have control of all these planets. But there's still a lot of Voldrak barbarians who don't quite believe the same as the known worlders where you're all from. You found out she was friendly with the priest. They had discussions on religion, but they weren't violently opposed to each other. They got along okay. And while you were there talking to her, you discover that this Inquisitor is really a pirate captain who's using the cover of being an Inquisitor to come in and do what he wants on certain planets because people don't question the Inquisition. And with that, you find out things are going bad in Ruthwick, and you've left the woods and you've raced back to Ruthwick to find several buildings on fire. They were building hotels, several homes are on fire, and there seems to be a ongoing battle around the hangar and barter building right next to the landing field, and there seems to be a gunfight, a laser fight. You see laser bolts or flashes of the laser. You'll see flames from people carrying hand flamers. And that is the situation you see. Do you see the little map of Ruthwick?
Mm-hmm.
So you're coming from,
where?
as you're looking at it, you would be at the right side of kind of the roads are kind of laid out just in a nice X or cross. You're to the right coming out of the woods. At the bottom, you'll see a building. That's the hangar and where some of the workshops and the tavern and merchants. And below that is the landing field. So your ship is there. The Inquisition ship is there. And all around that building is the fight. So right to you guys, what do you want to do?
So
The pirates don't
I
seem
think
to have
it's best
seen
to
you.
get to the what we want to take. Lay low. I want to sprint up to like the first building and like take cover.
Yes, the pirates don't seem to see you. All the pirates are shooting towards the building. The charioteers seem to be defending from inside that building. And there's some pirates kind of in a loose ring around it. Some are on the airfield side. Some are trying to get on your ship, but the crew, since it's not your ship, but the crew is defending it. So there's some out there in the landing field. There are definitely some pirates you can approach using cover. There's crates and stuff that people unloaded from ships that are out. Might be some wagons. A little bit of a primitive world. Just not everyone has cars and trucks. They have wagons pulled by beasts of burden.
Can we see the pirate captain?
Pirate. Can you see the pirate captain? Let's have a perception roll, which is going to be your observe.
Observe. That is a very low number.
Plus your perception.
Okay. Okay, observe is 5 for me, plus perception. Let's see.
Be off to the right. Under mind.
There we go. So it's 5 plus a 7 is a 12.
Remember, you have victory points if you want to spend to
Yeah, I'm
increase
gonna push
that.
it up to a 15.
Okay.
And I rolled a 13.
13. So you get a 13 and you succeed and you generated 13 points. So it'll be a little quick math. Had 15, spent some points, add to 13. Now you'd spend those VPs to overcome the resistance, which is how hard is it? And it goes by twos. 2, 4, 6, 8. The more you spend, the more you could observe. I would set a resistance level. In this case, I would say, okay, it's going to be fairly hard because there's a lot of people moving around. You've met him, so you know what he looks like, but I'm going to set it at 8. So you're going to have to spend 8 VP to overcome the resistance to spot where the captain is.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay, so you do see him. He seems to be leading. Is a large Edmund Skid man who's shaved his head, has no beard. When you met him, he had bandages on his arm, but now the bandages are gone and he has a cybernetic arm, which is another indication because the church is very against technology. So they don't like cyber technology. They think it corrupts you. So this guy has a cyber arm and he has a sword and a pistol and he's directing people. So you can move to engage him.
I would like to move up to engage him. I like that arm. I would like to own it.
Okay, I follow you in the coverage position, and I will use my perk, Danger Sense, to check the area around our coverage position.
You think it'll be safe?
Okay, we are safe there.
Yeah, it's really good. Danger Sense is really good in case like you're going to be ambushed, like if you're moving in. But
Okay.
you don't feel that case. You feel this is a good position. It's not a trap to pull you in. And
so we
are you going to try to
decide
move into melee, or somebody going to shoot? What's the choice?
I'm at least gonna like pretend to be on the pirate side, and I'm just gonna blindly fire at the building with the charioteers, just purposely missing.
Okay. Are you trying to get closer to the captain, or are you just trying to see?
I'm trying to get closer to the captain while looking like I'm on your side. Haha, totally.
Okay.
I would follow him in that sense and do the same thing.
Okay, so some blind shots with your pistols.
You know, maybe try to hit once, and just so you know, so not totally.
I will change my position. First of you, of the other side of the street is also a building.
Yep, there's some buildings there, so you can find some cover.
Both sides of the street. Both sides of the streets are. So I
There's some
will
smaller
change
buildings
the
or-
position. Yeah, I will
maybe
change
like a
to the other
container.
side. Yeah, because I
Okay.
think we will start a crossfire to the captain.
Very good. Okay. Those who are just blindly shooting, if you could just give me some shoot rolls, I'm just really going to see if you can crit fail and maybe do something bad.
My like lowest thing is a 13 and rolled an 11.
Okay, so you can succeed in shooting where you want. So you can shoot the building, the ground.
Yeah, like
Nothing bad happens.
One person in the leg, just to know for sure.
Very good.
I rolled a 3.
That succeeds. You just don't generate many points from it. But you can shoot where you want, and you don't. And problem with energy weapons in this game, if you crit fail, well, any firearm would jam. Energy weapons can overheat, and then you can spend an action to let them cool down. Blaster weapons aren't very good if they overheat either. They have a tendency to blow up. So old ancient tech, that kind of thing. Okay, so you're maneuvering closer. They will try and observe and not succeed to notice these new shooters. But he has several pilots around here. He's not paying attention to all of his pirates running around. And as far as he knows, everyone's in front of him that's resisting. People in the town they're just simple farmers or prospectors. They're all hiding in their houses. They're not joining in the fight. So they haven't noticed people sneaking up on them.
I would like to use one of my perks, Gearhead, to see if I can see how difficult would it be to quickly remove that arm from him.
You're going to have to probably immobilize him and cut it off, like it's part of him now.
Could I bite it off? I am this 4-armed tiger thing, so.
Well, your bite doesn't. You could chew through it, but he's probably going to resist and fight you. So it would be have to.
It might take a while.
Yeah, you're gonna have to probably take him out, or at least knock him unconscious, before you can take his cybernetic arm, which sounds kind of gruesome. This large, 8-foot tall, kind of tiger-faced, 6-armed. Think Chewbacca with 6 arms, chewing on his shoulder to get his cybernetic arm removed. That's kind of gruesome. But even if you don't want to put it on, you could probably sell it. Cyberware is expensive.
Yeah, exactly. And I will go closer to Vito and say, all right, shall we? I think we should take the captain and take him as a hostage to our ship. And when we got him there, we can ransom him off, and I take the arm. Yes.
I agree there. Take off the head, and the rest will crumble.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm waving from the other side. I'm waving from the other side of the street, and I will signal you that I go over the gardens of the backside of the houses to get nearer to the pirate to make that the pirate looks at me, so you can take a front that he sees me, and you can rush to him and take the arm.
Yeah, I mean it should be.
I showed you. I showed you with signals.
Yeah.
Okay.
I give you 3 thumbs up.
Okay, thank you very much. So I use my danger sense and run over the garden. Have I any problems on the garden sides of the houses?
No. The pirates seem to be concentrating their fire at the few people, and there's a couple of ships in there that belong to the charioteers that you think maybe they want to capture it, as pirates do. People don't like blowing up spaceships because they're expensive, and they really don't have the technology to build a ship new. So they capture ships, they board them and capture them and keep them, do minimum damage. So they're not trying to destroy the ships. They're just trying to take the crews out. So how do you get the pirate captain to look at you? Do you yell, wave, shoot your pistol at him? You do have a Martech Gold, which is a laser pistol.
Okay. I take old World of Warcraft tactical. I'm crying Leroy Jenkins and running towards him. Because I have my perks is nothing to lose.
That is true. You have nothing. You've seen a lot of battles, and you have nothing to lose. You're okay.
Yeah.
In that case, if you're trying to get his attention, he looks at you, and you're running to him, yelling Leroy Jenkins, as you do in World of Warcraft. And he will attempt to shoot you with his laser pistol because he has sword and pistol in his hand. So he's just gonna wait. You're not a pirate, so he's going to try to shoot you. Now he is what we know as a headliner, so he has his own VP pool. There's headliners, agents, and extras. The extras are like mooks. They have not that many vitality, and they're easy to kill. He's the headliner, so he's going to be harder to kill or capture, maybe because he doesn't have 6 arms to stop you. But he's going to try to shoot this ongoing. Oh, so he will succeed with a 6. So that's now. So now he has this many. And he is shooting. Oh, you don't have any. So he hits you. You have resistance 0. Are you going to spend any vitality to increase your resistance?
So vitality rating 27.
Well, that's your vitality, but your resistance is
Yeah.
0. So he's going to do damage
Oh.
unless you raise your resistance.
With victory points.
Yeah, and this is kind of a resource
Oh.
thing. So you want me not. I can just spend all my points to increase damage. But if you get me to spend the points to overcome your resistance, I have less points to spend on injuring you.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of a balance.
And you may
Okay.
have less points to resist me capturing him.
Yes, the more points I spend, the less I can do to avoid you, fight against you. Right now, I generated 6, so I've got quite a few points to spend.
Just to
Okay.
be clear, like to generate the victory points, it is like the difference between the success and the target, the number you rolled. If I need to roll a 15 and I roll a 13, I generate 2 points.
No, you generated 13 points.
Okay, sorry, yeah.
The number you rolled. So I just generated 6 points because I rolled a 6.
Just wanted to be
And I
sure.
added it to the pool that I already had going for him. So you have 13. So you have a whole bunch of points that you can spend to do stuff.
Yeah.
So, Manuel, as I shoot you, I succeed. Right now, your body resistance is 0. Now, you do have an E-shield that will absorb some of the things, some of the damage. But if you don't spend any points, I can get to spend as much as I want to do damage to you.
Okay. So I have an E-shield, but I think it's for only for dueling. It's a dueling.
It's called a dueling E-shield, but it'll
So it's
absorb
the name
between
of the
5
shield.
to 10.
Okay.
It's just a very smaller. It's not as robust. There's bigger ones. There's antique ones that do
Yes.
less. There's like war ones that
Yeah.
certain
So I have
brother knights
dueling
might like.
5 to 10. Okay.
So that's what it'll absorb.
So oh, cool.
Some people have
So
armor, so they have a resistance of 3 or 4,
yeah.
something in that nature.
Okay. So what I have to do?
You just say, okay, so you have 15 VP right now down in your bank, okay, down here in the bottom.
Yes.
You should start with
Yes.
15. You can spend some of those to make it harder for me to damage you.
Okay.
So if you want
I
to spend
use
5, your
it.
resistance will be 5. I have to spend 5 to overcome your resistance. You can raise it to
Okay. I
10 if you
spend.
want. That's up to you.
So I think I will take 5 to get from my VP bank.
Okay, so now you have 10. And I will have to spend
Yes.
5 of my own, so that reduces how much I have on hand. And I will match that to damage you. And then my laser does that. And I have to spend 2 to 1 to damage you. So I'm going to spend 12 points to add 6 to my laser, which is going to do 11 points. So you're going to take 1 point of damage because your E-shield flares up, takes 10 points of the damage, but I did 1 extra. So you're going to take 1 point of damage out of your vitality.
Okay.
And also, I will track that your shield has taken 1 hit. After 15 hits, it's kind of burned out. It's used enough energy.
Okay.
So now we're into actual combat, and we're going to get into how initiative works. So 2 of you are nobles. It works a little bit different in initiative. There's no rolling, no set thing. Someone will pick to go first. As nobles, 2 of you can say, I go first. So the players get to go first, and there's different perks that allow people to interrupt and do things. Battle Brothers, a part of the priest class, have something too. But so you guys can interrupt. So one of the 2 nobles can say, I go first. And then you pick, once you're done, who goes next. So you can pick
Okay.
one of your teammates, you can pick me, and then I have to pick. You can go through your whole team, and when you're done, then I get to go. But sometimes it's good to bounce back and forth. If one of you say, well, I want to go last, because the person who goes last in a round gets to pick who goes first at the beginning of the next round. So which one of you 2 nobles wants to go first?
Either one of you guys. I'm a merchant.
I'm just a humble merchant.
Yeah, just a humble foreign merchant.
Well, then I would go first then.
Okay.
Okay.
Then, Mark, I would say you go second then.
Yeah, once you're done, once your action is done, you can just say,
Oh,
okay,
okay.
and you can say, okay, the next person goes.
So how close to the captain am I now?
You are close enough if you want to engage with your wire blade. Or no, you don't have the wire blade.
No, I have a rapier.
You have a rapier, and you have
Mid-show Thunderer.
Mid-show Thunderer, which is a pistol, but has a rate of fire of 3, so you can do 1 shot or 2 shots or 3 shots. There's just a penalty if you do more shots, but you do more damage.
Well, I would engage the captain with my rapier.
Okay, so you can move up and engage him. And in this case, since he turned and was facing Manuel, shooting and yelling from the other side of the road, I will give you a favorable roll, so he doesn't know you're there. So you can roll 2d20 and take your better roll. Now, your goal is 14, and again, you have 15 VP to spend if you want to spend a few points to raise that. If you spend 4 points, you can get it up to 18. Makes it easier to hit, but that's your chance. You know, you're, as we say, roll of the dice.
I won't be using any VP.
Okay, but you do get to roll 2d20 and pick the better one.
Okay, that's a 9 and 2. So I'm gonna use the 9 then.
Okay, that's right. And you generate 9 victory points to add to your 15.
Yep.
So, I will let you know, since we're in combat, his resistance right now is 4. He's wearing a synth silk suit, so he has a resistance of 4. So you have to spend at least 4 points to overcome that. And then I have a chance to say, no, I want to raise that. So do you spend the 4 points?
Okay, I'm gonna spend the 4 points, yeah.
Okay, I will say, hold on. I'm going to spend 5 to increase it to 9. So you need to spend 5 more.
I will do that.
Okay. So now you can hit him with your rapier.
Okay.
Your rapier does a set number, and again, you can spend. And this is a thing because you have fencing duello, so you have like the first level of it. You can spend 1 VP to increase the damage.
Okay, I'm gonna spend that VP to increase the damage then.
Yes. So yes, so you can spend 1 VP to raise the point by 1.
Okay.
And then you can increase and spend more VP to increase it. But the first one is a 1-for-1 instead of a 2-to-1.
Okay.
So you can
I'm
continue
gonna
to spell to do more damage to him if you would like.
I'm gonna leave it at that 1 VP.
Okay. And so your base damage is 5, and then you increased it by 1 to 6. And his E-shield flares and absorbs your damage.
Okay.
So now you know he has an E-shield too.
Yep. Then now I choose who goes next, correct?
You pick, yep, you can pick him, you can pick
Okay,
one or the other.
I'm gonna pick the pirate captain now.
Okay. Pirate captain will turn and attempt to strike you with his sword. Our traitors in the ranks. Oh.
No
So
traitors
close.
here, you're just blind.
So I don't have many victory points, so I thought I would just roll the die, and I missed by 1. I got a 14, and I needed 13. So he swings and misses you. But he will pick his second in command to go next. And he will turn and he will shoot. Manuel, you can see him at kind of at the corner of your eye. This other guy, they're kind of wearing red robes like they belong to the Inquisition, but they definitely are part of the Inquisition. They look more like pirates. But he's got a flame gun, and he's going to turn it on you and attempt to hit you with his flame gun.
Oh my gosh.
Keep him away from me.
Okay. Are you using my
Okay.
martial arts? I'm
Yeah, your
using my
martial art would be
martial
good
arts.
to
Okay.
punch and do
I
that kind of stuff.
I use my agility. Agility. No. Okay, wait. I have a wire blade.
Yes. So instead of
Yeah.
having a normal rapier, your wire blade is a monofilament. So you click it on, it
Yes.
comes out, and it cuts through armor. That's the big thing. It's an antique, very expensive, very
Yes.
rare.
And I
So
have
you
also
can,
my perk. My perk is fencing.
yes. So you can do the
So
same
I
thing when
Wouldn't do
if
much
you want
against
to
the
engage.
flamethrower.
Yes. Well, the initial
yes.
flames come at you, and I
Flames
succeed
come
with
out to
them.
me.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. But fencing means also I can change my way. So I use my fencing skills to get half to the distance to the flamethrower, and let me explain. Go away from the flames. Ausweichen. Ausweichen. To change.
You want to like a dodge away with the fencing skills.
Yes. Yes.
Like a leap back from the flames.
Yes.
What you can do with, let me find. So what you can do, so with your dweller, you can make it easier to hit. You can add to your body resistance against fight or melee. You can do more damage. You can restrain your damage. So when you're hitting someone fencing and they've got an E shield, you can lower it below that 5 point and basically do a little bit of damage every time.
Okay.
So there's nothing with your fencing skills against the guy shooting his flamer. Now, you will be able to spend points to up your resistance. So I shoot you, your resistance is 0. Do you want to spend your VP to raise your resistance to make it harder?
I use 5 VP.
Okay, so I have to spend 5 to overcome it. And I will spend 6 to raise it to 9. Now, your E shield will help protect you from that. But energy weapons, flamers, and blasters have a chance of bleeding through. So I have a 50% chance. So we got 9 points of damage.
Oh my gosh.
Your shield's going to absorb it, but some of them might bleed through. So 50%. So on 11 to 20, 1 point, and I do it for every single point. In the rules, they say take a coin and flip it, but I don't have a pile of coins. So we're going 1 to 10, your shield absorbs it. 11 to 20, 1 point will leak through. Oh, absorbed it. Absorbed it. Aha. 1 point of damage. My dice. All right, time to switch dice. That doesn't help. 5.
Sometimes they're just not in the mood.
Okay, so out of all that damage, only 2 points leak through and do 2 points of damage to your vitality. Your shield holds, and my dice failed me. But he hits you.
Can
now,
I?
Can you what?
I'm in motion.
Yeah, so you're trying to
I'm
move
on
and
the flame.
dodge. The
Yes,
flames kind of
yes.
wash over you.
Yeah.
2 points just
Yeah.
leak through a little bit. You do 2 points of damage, which
Yes.
isn't much.
Okay.
But you will also you're kind of on fire a little bit. So if you don't stop and
Yes.
put it out, you will continue to take some damage.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
And I will pick.
So, okay.
I will pick you to go next, Manuel.
So I'm taking my wire blade in my hand, and I try to destroy the flamethrower.
Ah, called shot. You will pick up.
I try to cut the flamethrower in 2 parts.
Okay. I'm not just we're moving right along. I'm not going to look up if there's a special rule. I'm just going to say, since you're going to try to call this shot, we'll make it unfavorable. So roll 2d20 and take the worst roll. Instead of trying to hit him, you're
Okay.
trying to hit the flamethrower. It's a wire blade, so if you hit, it's just going to slice through it, and it'll be 2 pieces that are
Okay.
destroyed and not good.
So I take my 2 and dice, and the lower one.
And remember,
Yeah,
you can
or
use
if you
your
fail, you take the worst roll. So if you fail, I'll take the failure, and if you roll really low, then maybe we'll take really low.
I have 17.
Remember, you can use your VPs, victory points, to reduce.
Well, his wire blade is already at 18.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So a 17, and what's the other roll? Your second
18.
D20 roll? 18?
18. Yes, 17 and 18.
Okay, I'm not going to make this a critical. See, normally an 18 would
Yes.
be your critical, but I want to take the worst roll. So
Yes.
I'm going to say 17. And you slice through and destroy his flame gun.
One
And you
problem left.
You have generated 17 victory points to put into your pile to spend. Who do you want to go next?
I think our aggressive leader Sigurd will be the next one.
Yes.
Time to go grab a pirate.
Yes, Sigurd is playing a Vorox, very large, furred, kind of feline features. They have a picture on the.
Supersized Rakshasa.
Yeah, but 6 arms, and your
Yeah.
thumbs aren't backwards, so your thumbs are normal.
Well, okay. I'm just a normal thumb guy. Yes, I want to sprint up to the pirate captain, and with my 2 left arms, I'm assuming his robotic arm is on his left, so I'm gonna kind of maneuver behind him, and with 2 of my arms grab the mechanical arm, and with my other 2 arms, one is gonna grab him over the mouth, and the other one is gonna grab his pistol arm, and the other one is gonna put the pistol to his head.
Well, you don't have a pistol, you have a shotgun.
Oh, I have a shotgun. Okay.
Yes,
then I'm
the
gonna
Derek
put
Boomer is a shotgun. So you can hold a shotgun to his head.
I'm gonna put a shotgun to his head. Just, yeah, you're coming with us, or your brain goes bye-bye. So yeah, I'm gonna. How do I grab the dude? I mean, there's a strength thing.
It's going to be a grapple.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll use the same goal as your bite.
Same goal as my bites. That is
Sure. So it's a 10, so you can spend points to make it easier.
I'm gonna do that. I have 13 points currently. So let's add 6 points to this. So my goal is 16. And I rolled a 13.
Okay, you generate 13 points.
Yep.
Do you want to spend any to overcome his resistance? Because you still have to overcome that. Starts with a 4.
It starts with a 4. So I don't know. Let's go pretty safe. Let's go. I'm gonna spend 10 points.
But you only have to match it, the 4.
Okay, sorry.
And then if I up it, Yeah, if I up it, then you have to match it.
I match
I
it
don't
too.
have any points, so I'm going to try to save it for something I want to do. So you
So
spend
yeah,
your
I
4.
spent the 4 points.
And this is also kind of one of those, you could say like a metagame
Mm-hmm.
moments. I know that you just generated a whole big pile of VPs. I don't have many, so even if I up it, I'm not going to stop what you want to do right now.
No.
So I'm going to save it for when I go to do something different because I can't overcome what you can do. You've got a lot of VPs right now.
So yeah, I'm basically gonna grab him and scream at everybody to stand down.
Okay. And who do you want to go next? Or are we done? Wait, you all 3 of you have gone? So the only one left is my extras. All my extras get to go. But you grab him, grab his cybernetic arm, which has his sword. You grab his pistol.
Yep,
The
this is
advantage
why
of
I
having
put
multiple
2 hands
limbs,
on the cybernetic
and you can
arm.
hold a gun to his head.
Yeah.
As you do. And you tell him to stand down, or the pirate captain gets it.
Yep.
Got it. Quite the move. My extras. I'm just gonna do. Oh, I rolled a 20 on their observe, so they don't hear you over the fight. The noise of the fight, so they just keep shooting at the charioteers. Not one of my extras, not one. Notice you do anything with the captain. His second in command does, because he's kind of looking that way and his eyes get big. He's like, oh.
And he just lost his flamethrower.
Yeah, he lost his flamethrower. That's one of the things. If I would say if you had just done a normal attack and critted, it would have like exploded and set him on fire, and just it'd have been catastrophic. But in this case, we'll just say it cut it and it broke, so he's just going to drop it and pull out his slug gun and shoot you when it's his turn. My extras, they just shoot into the thing. A few more of the people inside defending go down, and I get to pick. But because you're nobles, you guys can interrupt. So one of the 2 nobles can say, "I go next."
Well, I would like to go next then again.
Okay. Vito's
At
like,
the
I will interrupt.
at the top of my lung, I would shout, "Stand down at once!"
Okay. So, well, the pirates kind of turn around and look, and a lot of them are just kind of wondering what's going on. Some of them are still kind of hunkered down. They just don't stand up in the open, but they're looking back to see what's going on, and they see what they see. Who do you want to go next? A lot of them look hesitant. Here, you know what? Let's give us Vito. Give us an impress roll. Impress plus presence.
Impress plus presence. So that would be a 16.
Yes.
And I rolled an 11.
Okay. How many do you want to spend to overcome their resistance of should we lay down our arms or not?
It's 2 VP for 1, right?
In this case, it's a 1-for-1. That's damage. Is a 2
Okay,
to 1.
okay. Then I would spend
You can spend 10, 15, and it
5
goes by
VP.
2s. 2, 4, 6, 8.
Okay.
All the way up. 14 is like miraculous.
Then
In
no,
difficulty.
I would spend like a 6 VP then.
Okay. You spend 6 VP, which is I believe hard. No, that's a demanding task of 6. 8 is tough, 10 is severe. So you're going to give a demanding presence of lay down. That's what you wanted to do is lay down their arms.
Yeah,
surrender.
basically.
They look to be complying.
Okay.
You see them, they're kind of still hiding behind whatever cover they have because the charioteers are on the inside. So you see them kind of toss laser guns, shotguns. A couple of them have flamers. They set their flamers down and take off the fuel tank on the back. Let me see if the second in command will surrender or take this opportunity to become the new captain. as you do, you know.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
So they have no original pirate codes. They will be take the choice.
I mean, the code is more guidelines anyway, according to the movie.
Yeah, they are kind of guidelines, but they. And that's one of the things you get into loyalty is are they loyal because they really like the captain, or are they scared of the captain that if they endanger him or don't do what he's supposed to do, that they get punished? So right now he looks in a bad spot. They know what Voraxes are. Maybe they don't know that you're this mild-mannered merchant. Vorax are known to rip people's limbs off, and they're from, you know, they're very warrior-like.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of them are mercenaries just because they're big and tough, and they can weld multiple weapons and run really fast. If you want to get down on all 6 limbs and sprint,
Oh, yeah.
your movement is in different.
Yeah, I saw it's.
Yeah, you have
2 legs is is
your
above.
normal speed is 14 on 2 legs. Normal
Yeah.
2-legged people is 10, and it goes all
Mhm.
the way up to 21 if you want to get on all 6 and just run.
28 on all 6.
Or 20, yeah, 20. There you go. So
Mhm.
it's very fast, very fast. So, the ones closest to you seem to be laying down their arms, kind of looking at the captain to see what he's doing. It's kind of hard because you have a big furry. Oh wait, you got 2 on his arm.
Yeah,
So
2
his
on
head's
his
free.
yeah, 2 on the left arm, 1 on his
Yep,
right
yep,
arm, and 1
yep.
with a shotgun. Like
Shotgun to his head.
yeah.
Gotcha.
So he can talk.
Yes, he can.
So for me, it's not possible because I have a noble title, and so I can't get a pirate.
Oh, you want to become a pirate?
No, I don't want become a pirate because I have a title. I have a noble title, so it will be my completely life is then is a life of a knight.
Who
There you
was
go.
it after Vito?
But the person that you cut his tank and broke his gun, he turns and runs around the building, like towards the landing field where all the ships are. He flees.
Oh,
I'm sure that won't be a problem.
So, Vito, who do you pick to go next?
Yeah,
You say, okay, lay down your arms. Some of them seem to look like they're going to comply. That
I'll
guy wants to turn
take.
and run. Not quite his turn, but he's going to be turning like he's going to flee.
Mm-hmm. I would say Manuel goes next.
so he's running to the landing platform.
He's starting to. It's not his turn yet, so I won't have him make a whole movement, but he's dropped the pieces because you destroyed his flame gun. He hears what your fellow knight said, and he's like, I'm out of here. And he's going to turn to run and flee the battle.
I try to follow him or to stop him to use my legs, and he will. I try to kick his legs with my feet, so he get in
Okay,
struggle.
you want to trip him?
Yes.
See if you got any. You, Manuel. You also have martial arts Shaidan, which is the futuristic version of karate.
Okay. I make like Mr. Miyagi and said I will wish him his feet away.
Yeah. So yours, in this case, it's a fight skill. So it would be fight and
Yes.
strength. So it starts at 14 for you.
5, a strength, 5, and
Your strength is
okay,
9,
14.
and your
So
fight is 5. So
yes,
14 is
I
your
have seen
start
it.
number.
So I rolled a 16.
If you rolled over, you failed. That's where you want to spend those VPs before you
Oh.
roll to go. Let me raise this up to a higher number, which
Okay.
I'll let you do if you wanted
Okay.
to do that since it's your first time. You have plenty of VPs. You guys haven't really been tasked. You've been rolling well.
Okay. Okay, I use my VP points.
Okay.
Two.
Sure. I'll
So
let you do that.
So,
In general, you're supposed to use them ahead of time to say, "Hey, I want to make this a higher number," which you'd spend 4 points and got it up to 18 easily.
okay. 15.
Okay.
I've
You
wrote 15.
succeed, and you have all those points again to spend against his resistance, which is 4 to start.
Okay.
So you have to spend at least 4 points to overcome that. Do you do that?
Okay, I need 4 points. Yes,
Because
I
you
do
just
it.
generated, you rolled a 14 or 15 on your martial attack.
Okay.
So you can spend 4 of those to overcome
Okay,
his resistance. Right? A little bit of math here. I have to use a little whiteboard just because you're always writing and scratching,
Okay, you
writing and
can
scratching.
stripe. Okay, okay.
If you buy the physical game, which is really great, they come with little tokens. Yeah. And they suggest
Okay.
either
Yes.
tokens or coins, and you put them in a bowl, and you just have a pile of tokens or chips in front of you, and you say, I spend 5. You put
Okay.
them back into a big pile, and you see how many points you have to spend back and forth. Saves some of the math. So you spend the 4. He really wants to get away, so he's gonna spend 9 more to up his thing. So you're gonna have to spend 13 altogether, 4 and 9 to overcome.
4 and 9. Okay, I have
You
to
have to
roll.
spend all that out of that pile that you just generated, which you just generated 15 of them, so you have the points. But that's all he can do.
Okay.
So
Then
you
I roll.
So you kicked him.
So what I kicked
Right?
him?
Yep,
Okay.
you made the roll, you kicked him, you met the resistance. Do you want to spend any more points for damage? Or do you just want him to
Yes,
trip
I
and fall
will.
down?
I will. Oh, wait a second. I will try to get him confused that he can never flew. So I
Okay.
try to knock him out.
Okay, so spend some more points. You don't have to hit again. You just have to spend the points to say, I'm going to do more damage to kind of stun him. And it's a 2 for 1. So every 2 VPs does an extra point of damage against him.
Okay. So I have 11.
Okay, so you want to spend 11. Well, it goes 2 to 1, so 10 points to.
So okay. I take. Can I use my VP points?
Yes, you spend your VPs for the extra damage.
Okay, I spent 5 VP points for the extra damage.
Okay, remember it's a 2 to 1, so 4 or 6. Every 2 does 1, so you have to spend it in 2, 4, 6.
4.
4. Okay,
Okay.
so gotcha. 4 does 2 extra points on top of what your kick does. Okay, so he hits the ground. Head kind of bounces off the pavement. This is near a landing field. Everything's industrial. So he hits and lands pretty hard and seems to kind of be stunned as you knock him down.
Okay.
Who would you like to go next?
I go to Vito. Vito. Oh, I hope I say the young guy.
Vito, he went.
I already was.
He already went. It's either
Okay,
Siggy
so
or one of my guys.
I get to see good.
Okay.
So I'm standing there with the pirate captain. People are laying down their arms. How far away is the second in command?
Are you gonna try to shoot him?
That was what I was wondering. Yeah.
Well, remember you have a shotgun.
Yeah. That's why I was.
Manuel just ran over and did his karate kick, tripped that person, head hit the ground. He's kind of stunned, laying on the ground in front of Manuel. So shooting might be risky since you're both right there.
That's a good point. All right.
And he does seem to be taken out.
Yeah.
The 2 leaders are out right now.
What are the charioteers doing?
Since the fire stopped, they're just kind of whatever cover they have. Again, crates, pieces of machinery to fix ships. They're just kind of watching what's going on. They haven't come out yet, but the firing is stopped.
All right.
From your side.
All right. And okay, let's take this nice and easy, and I'm gonna start backing with a guy towards like a building.
Away from the gunfight?
Away from the gunfight, yeah. Just basically, I'm gonna take a hostage, and we're gonna calm things down for a little bit, and we're gonna try to like make sure there are no guns to my back.
Okay.
That's what I want to try to do right now.
Okay. And he says,
I'm a huge creature anyway.
As you move him back, the captain, because there's no one on your side left.
No.
If you let me go, I will make it worth your while.
How will you make it worth my while?
You seem like a reasonable person, a reasonable being. I have Firebirds, which is the currency in this world. Firebirds. I have Firebirds on my ship.
And why are you here?
To get more Firebirds, but sometimes you have to cut your losses. So if we come to an agreement, I shall pay you and you shall let me go.
Okay, and I'm gonna start walking him towards his ship then.
Okay, so that's going to be around around the building. Okay.
Just trying to de-escalate the situation, and yeah.
So if you agree, he yells out to his people, "Lay down your arms, stop fighting."
Yeah, as what basically I agreed to his terms, and I'm not gonna let him go yet, but I'm dragging him. I'm basically walking him to his ship, still in my hands.
Okay. And my crew can leave too?
If they leave their guns to me.
Okay. He gives that command, and they all just kind of leave their guns and kind of get up, and they all move towards the ship. He says, "Are you going to let me go get the money?"
There's one additional thing I would like to, plus the money, and I'm going to say this when we're very close to a ship.
Okay.
Every single one of his people is disarmed at where they are, and I want your arm. And I kind of shake his mechanical arm a little bit.
It's attached to me. That would be very.
I can take care of that. And I put the barrel of my shotgun like up to his arm. That's
You're
no
just
problem.
ruthless. You're ruthless.
It's a shiny mechanical arm.
That is true, but you already have 6.
Yeah, but a mechanical one is so cool. Machines are cool, man. And I'm a gearhead. That's one of my things.
Oh, and Manuel, do you let the second in command get up after you've stunned him, and with everyone else move towards the ship? All the other pirates have given up their weapons, and they're just kind of moving towards the ship, the pirate ship. Is that okay, Manuel?
Okay. I have. Can I fix the captain with some cable or so?
I got the captain.
He has the captain. It's just the person that you knocked down. Do you want to let him get up and move towards the ship with the rest of the pirates, or did you want to do something?
I will fix him with the cable.
Okay.
With hands.
Okay, so
and
you gotta
bring it to the pirate ship.
Okay.
Yes. So
he doesn't resist.
because-
He's kind of
because,
groggy. You tripped him, and he
Yes.
hit the ground pretty hard.
Okay. And I use my danger sense to scan the whole the landing area of the pirate ship because we don't know if they're number 3.
Well, I mean, there's always somebody who wants to become, from number 3 to number 2. Who's planning. Your danger sense tells you that if he lets the captain go into the ship to get the money, they're just going to open up the ship's guns on you guys and deals off.
Okay. So I say stop. Don't get in the ship. Bring the money out. And the arm.
The arm's attached to me. How? It'll kill me if you just rip it out.
You got a good medic?
Yeah, he's a pirate, not really.
I have a very good sword.
Yeah,
you
exactly.
see it in your flamethrower.
Yeah, it would probably
I have
be
a
easier
sword.
for his wire blade than for you to chew through it or damage it. He can just.
We'll use his blade. It'll burn through it.
That's true.
Cauterized on the.
He tells a couple pirates to go in, and they come out with a small chest, and he pulls out 500 Firebirds, which is a lot of money. And the tied up, groggy second in command says, "So, are you going to release me, Manuel?" You have him tied up.
I think he will. He's also he's not.
A little
He's a
groggy,
little
but he
bit
seems to.
confused.
He seems to be kind of coming out of it. He's kind of shook off
Okay.
the stun.
I think I always use my danger sense because when I cut them off, he take his hands and to
No,
me. Or
you don't
is he
think
cool?
he's gonna attack you at all. You don't get that sense that he's gonna attack you. He says, "Untie me
Okay.
and we shall leave. You can have the captain and his arm."
I don't need the captain. I just need the arm.
No.
No,
We can
we
keep
don't
the
need the
captain
captain
and
without
send
his
him
arm.
into the church.
That's a fair point. Yeah. Okay.
Wait. Why should we let them leave? We could send them all into the church. I'm sure we can get more money out of that.
Yeah, but if we do this, we might have an ally later.
Fair enough.
The captain yells, "We had a deal."
Well, deals
Well,
can be altered. Pray I do not alter it further.
you had to
You do
deal
know
with Mr. Tiger, not with me.
Yeah, as pirates, they probably have a bounty on their head because pirates do bad things.
Okay. Who on your
I mean, it's
crew?
not like for at least the two nobles, it's not like you're dealing with another noble and you have a noble agreement. This is a pirate.
But I think it will be probably a problem to have this problem zone on the landing zone and go to the church and have the next problem, and you have the problem in your bag. So I think it will be. Yeah. Or we take the problems with you, and we have the problem. We don't know the friend near you to you kills you, perhaps. So
Now, the other thing with this
I
ship,
think it will be.
No, go ahead.
Okay, so I think it will be better we take the pirates to the ship to get the money and the arm, and then we have one problem. Make a note.
Well, you're standing outside their ship, and remember I said it was an Inquisition ship. This is a Inquisition gunship, so it should belong to the church. All the markings are for the church. So obviously these pirates stole it from the Inquisition.
Oh,
So
okay.
the
Then I
church would
have a
probably be happy
problem
if you
because
gave back their ship. They brought money out, so they gave you they offered the 500 Firebirds to let them go. You can alter the.
So, but then it's my problem. I have a title, and but I have seen too much bad things of the church and also of the Inquisition on my home planet. So I'm not a friend of the church because they are not good to the people on my home country. So I say, take it with you.
I know if there are any like security forces in space around that could shoot this ship down.
They would probably want to try to capture it, not destroy it. Like I said, they're very expensive, but you can easily go on the ship and use basically the powerful communications, the radio, to call like Imperial ships and go, "Hey, we've captured these pirates," and they can come down and take control of them and reward you.
I want to go.
So
I want to go. inside the ship, and I still have the captain captured with me.
Yeah,
And can I send a message without sending like a voice message? Like basically send them a text. Just there are pirates on the ship. Please apprehend them.
Sure.
So I basically send that kind of message, and then I walk back out with the captain in the hold, and just I think we should let them go. We have got the captain. We'll take his bounty to the regions here.
Okay, so you're going to keep the captain and let the rest of them go?
Yeah, I'm gonna let I want to let the second in command go with the crew. And like me knowing, I just send a message. Just hey, look at us. We're stolen ship.
Gotcha.
Basically, send like a homing beacon, like we've been kidnapped ship, sort of thing.
I've seen that episode.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
You guys in agreement with me, Vito?
I'm gonna agree on that course of action.
Yes.
Yes, it's a good choice. It's a good choice.
Let's take this captain to the jail.
Okay. So
Is
you
the
take the
jail
captain,
near the church?
the 500 Firebirds.
And I personally take care of his weapons for me to keep.
Yep, he has a sword and a laser pistol.
Mm-hmm.
It's a normal sword or a special sword?
It's just a normal pirate sword. It's not a fencing blade. It's not as nice as your fencing blades. It's
Mine's
definitely
not.
not as nice as your
Yes,
wire
okay.
blade. Your wire blade is, believe me, the
Awesome.
captain would have wanted your wire blade. That's very nice to have.
It's a lock-up lightsaber.
Basically, now what's nice is when you critically fumble with a wire blade, there's a chance you damage yourself
Ooh.
because it's very dangerous.
Yeah,
Okay,
let's
so
take him to jail. Let's cut off his arm.
you take the pirate captain. You made an announcement to the Empire that hey, there's pirates, and the ship takes off.
Mm-hmm.
And as it's leaving the atmosphere, you can barely see it. You do start to see some exchanges of gunfire as ships have shown up to take him. A little while later,
So we have
the
a good
Empire,
mood.
a small landing craft lands with Imperial forces who are willing to reward you for the capture of the captain, and they give you another 1,000 Firebirds. And I guess the church can help heal. They don't quite like that you want to injure the captain, but if you cut off his arm, they will try to save him from dying.
I am
Battle
purifying
accident.
the mechanical impurities from his body, and I promise to recycle it. They were the ones that hated
your own
technology,
body.
like mechanical augmentation.
But we are talking always over the body. Has he any armor on his body?
He has a
For
synth.
example,
He has like a silk, but it's kind of like an armored silk bodysuit that you'd have to remove. If you don't want to damage it, you can remove that. And he has an e-shield also that you can unbuckle. It's like a belt that goes around you and then it generates out. So you can take his e-shield belt off, have another one. It's very similar to yours. And he has that
best?
silk.
Is this better than mine e-shield?
It's the same as yours. It's just another one.
Just
Does the
strip him off
same
and throw
amount. So if yours ever burns out or gets damaged, you'd have a spare one. The synth silk would give you a resistance of 4, so you could wear this bodysuit.
In
Kind
armor.
of think of like one of these polymer, like a rubber wetsuit type thing, but it's resistant. You can wear it under your clothes, and it's compatible with a shield. So you can't wear like plate armor and have heavy armor and these e-shields because they come like an inch away from your body. So you can't wear big bulky things and use it. So typically if you wear those, it's much more civilized. You can wear normal nice clothes, but the shield helps protect you. Soldiers just wear a lot of heavy armor, plastic chainmail or plastic steel or plate mail or that kind of thing.
That's what I'm wearing.
Yeah, or half plate, but yours is a plasteel, so it's not.
Yeah.
It's a futuristic metal that they're wearing. Yeah, so you're wearing kind of a bulkier armor kind of thing. That's why you don't have an e-shield.
Yeah.
So he has all that. So you can take it off. They save him. They reward you. If we were continuing this adventure, you could join the charioteers who want you to help them go to the pirate base and end the pirates altogether. If we were to continue to play this, you definitely took this fight in a different direction. I thought you would just get into a big gunfight and fight the pirates. Smart thinking, using your abilities to take down the captain and make the rest of the pirates surrender. They
I
like
mean,
to
why
do
have
that.
so many arms and not try to grapple somebody?
Well, yeah, pirates aren't, they're okay with surrendering and living to fight another day and running away.
Exactly. But I was so close to just running up and suplexing him. Just for shit, for giggles.
Yes. So, I hope you had fun playing some Fading Suns.
A lot of
A
fun.
lot of fun.
Oh, definitely.
I'm definitely gonna buy this system.
Yeah, it's from Ulysses
Yes,
Spiel.
that's the next step.
Yeah,
Yes,
I've joined the Kickstarter and I'm waiting on my books to come. They're shipping them out, and
Nice.
look forward to playing. Right now, I just have the PDFs. So hopefully you enjoyed it. Hope you enjoyed watching our stream of the Fading Suns. This was a lot of fun to run for these guys.
Yeah, thank you for running the game. It was a lot of
Oh,
fun playing with you.
my pleasure. My pleasure. A lot of fun. And with that,
so
what you got, Manny?
So I was so happy because it's my first run in with this system. It was amazing.
Sorry, here, can you
It's
hear me?
too much fun.
Yes.
Too much fun to think about the battles, the thinking of a battle. It's so amazing. Frontally, go behind. So the next step will definitely to buy the system.
Yes.
Which means you did an awesome job, Mark.
Well, thank you. It's fun to run.
So what? I didn't hear everything. What's your impression, Vito and Siggy?
Oh, I love that, especially with the initiative system that you basically pick who's next.
Yeah, they call that the popcorn system, where someone gets to go first, which nobles get to interrupt, and some other people can do that or seize the initiative, and then they pick. And sometimes it helps that your side goes first, but then I get to go. And if there's a lot of enemies, sometimes it doesn't work. Sometimes it actually helps you, like, no, you go next, because then I got to pick somebody, and then you get to go.
And that can be really in favor of those who really want to do things tactically. So knowing that, okay, because I'm in this position and like I want them to do first, I want them to move, then I want to do this thing. And so yeah, I really like the system, and it's like that's for that purpose that we can kind of choose that at this point. Yeah, I want to let the enemies do, and just the atmosphere of this setting is really cool. Like it's medieval but in space, like space opera kind of.
Yeah.
So I'm really digging it.
Yeah, it reminds me a lot of Serenity, where you've got spaceships, but people still carry slug thrower pistols, and it's not all like Star Trek future, but it's
basically Serenity with more alien races.
Yes, for sure.
It's like Serenity a little bit. You have
like
pirates. You have this, but I think it will be also a Warhammer 40k with the Inquisition, the Knights, and this. I've read this week about 40k, and there you have making pictures in your mind, and then you read this, and they say, "Wow, Inquisitor! I know it. It's the big one." It's very interesting. So I love it, and it's not overloaded with how much races or I'm playing Numenera, for example. There's no magic too much. I like it. It's
Well,
will
there
be
is. They call it
smaller.
there is some occult. I didn't get into it. It's a little more difficult with some mental powers where you can do things. But it's not wild magic where you can do anything. Yeah, and I like to call it 40k light. It's not quite as dark a world as 40k. That can be pretty dark. And depressing, but it is called Fading Suns because the suns in systems are starting to fade. So people are wondering, is this the end?
I mean, you said it was like a 51k, so
Yes, it's far in the future.
It's post
Mankind has ascended, and the Republic crashed, and yeah, and we didn't even get into all the church schemes, different things going on with the church and the different noble families. You were both from different families, which is okay for today, but the families are always scheming against each other. Then you have the merchant guilds who want to do their thing and don't trust the nobles or the church. So it's pretty dynamic. It's a fun system. Fun system.
Really cool.
So for how long have you been playing this system?
About a year. JM ran it for Ulysses. He runs, in fact, he does an ongoing stream on Thursday nights with Fading Sons, a crew of the Oh Boy, a pirate captain, and they go around doing stuff, and they're delving into some background stuff right now with an engineer, the lead of the Engineers Guild, and they've dealt with demons. And during the COVID separation, we ran a shorter campaign where I played a Voldrak barbarian, and we had Father Bell. Again, went against some demons and did some things. And then by the church, the demons live in the darkness between the stars. And demons are real. They influence people, and weird things happen. There's certain people that believe in them and go with them. They call it antinomists, and they're enemy of the church and heretics. So for about a year, I played. This first time I ran something, which was a little bit of a challenge, trying to figure out how the bad guys work. I was normally on your side. Then it kind of focused on your characters and what you can do. And I played an Inquisitor.
Cinematic.
Yes, and in Crew with the Old Boy, I got started in it by his guest appearance as Inquisitor Flint, which I wasn't quite the normal Inquisitor. He was a little more flamboyant and really looking for true heresy, not the little sins, because that's normal. So that was a respite for them, and kind of became a friend of the group, and then went off, and the Old Boy crew is doing their own thing now. But if you ever want to watch that, it's hilarious. You can watch it. I think they're on YouTube now. You can watch older episodes. They've been playing for a couple years. They started before they even started recording. So when they first came out. But yeah, it's a dynamic system. I like the victory points because it gives you the ability to succeed. It's not just a straight roll, pass or fail. You can say, hey, I've got these victory points. I'm going to try to make it easier to succeed, or you can spend it to do weird things. Spend your weird points to re-roll and do stuff. And yeah, I like it. It's a very dynamic, flowing game.
And
Hope
and
you enjoyed it.
What's the best way of getting into this game if you're totally new to it?
Well, I would
to play with this master.
Yeah, of course, obviously, but not everybody.
Try to find some games online. If you want to try to find the rules, if you want to see if you really like it, you can watch more. I said on the YouTube with Ulysses Twitch channel shows it. You can find some episodes there and watch and see if you like it, and then look for it. I'm sure the books will be out at your local game store in several different languages. I know I'm waiting for the English version, but German. I think they're doing French and all kinds of different versions in Europe. Yeah, so I'd check out the Ulysses Spiel.
All right. Okay, so thank you guys for playing, and thanks, Mark, for running this. It was a wonderful impression of this game. So I hope that you all liked it, but it seems that way. And I hope we'll see you again at some point.
Yeah, just I have my contact. Let me know. I can run more games.
Definitely. All right. So before we're handing over, I mean, we are very close now to handing back to our friends in America. And they have an awesome program lined up. So don't run away. But before I hand back to them, and they are probably eager for me to give the control back to them, but I'm still in control here right now. Before I hand it back, just let me remind you that tomorrow in the European program, we actually have another game by Ulysses, which is the Aventuria card game. I don't know. Have you ever seen that, Mark?
I've seen it. I've never played it, but it looks interesting. I love the Dark Eye system.
I thought the guys at Ulysses could have shown that to you too, but it's a pretty interesting game too. We have that at the same time as this slot today. And we also have two really exciting workshops. So if you want to learn a little more about building characters, tomorrow we have two professional authors who are going to create interesting player characters or NPCs, if you like, with you, and give them a personality and make sure there's character development in everything from an author's point of view. And I'm really excited about that one. And we have another really cool workshop, which is all about using sounds in games. So how to create a great atmosphere, how to use music, how to paint a picture with music. And it's going to be a very interactive workshop. I know one little thing that they are going to do. They are going to let the audience describe the scenes they envision in their role-playing games, and they will do live music to illustrate these scenes. So that's going to be really challenging, but also very interesting, I think. And I think in both workshops, you can learn a lot that will be hugely beneficial to you as a role player. So we also have a trivia game in the early morning European time, late night American time. So this would be at midnight Pacific time, which is 1 a.m. Mountain time, or 2 a.m. Central time, or 3 a.m. Eastern time. So if you're up for that, if you can't sleep tonight, why don't you join us? We have a great trivia game in which you can compete against other teams. And I'm going to post a quick message in the chat in a moment with an email address where you can sign up for this game. We still have some slots open, and I would love to see you tonight for our American friends, or tomorrow morning for the Europeans. It would be at 8 a.m. Central European time. All right.
Tomorrow.
So I think I've talked enough. We are going offline here in Europe. We hope that you all enjoyed our show today, and I hope you'll stay for this amazing program that's going to come now. And we'll be back at midnight Pacific time with the Trivia Challenge. Have a wonderful GaryCon, everyone. See you soon.
Bye.
Bye.